On a beautiful, sunny, 80-degree day here in the Sunshine State, the International Hot Rod Association is ready to make history with the first ever events for the all-new IHRA Offshore Powerboat and Pro Watercraft Championships. It's the Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix, presented by Visit St. Pete-Clearwater. Hi, everybody. I'm Ralph Shaheen alongside my buddy over here, Shane Landis, as we get ready to go racing for our first time ever event. The IHRA is going water racing. Shane, we're going to go with offshore powerboats and pro watercraft. It's a very exciting day here in St. Petersburg, Florida. What's the buzz like in the pits?
I'll tell you what, everybody is ecstatic. The boat counts are very, very high. Everybody's we've had our expectations exceeded for this. Everybody's got positive vibes. Everybody's really, really pumped about the racing action this weekend, and everybody's super happy with the processes that we put in place and how things are operating. So we are excited to be here and rock and roll and kick our season off today, Ralph.
Yeah, we got a spectacular day weather-wise here in the St. Petersburg Clearwater area, as you can see, and we are ready. Here's what we got coming for you: a full day of racing on the water here. Kicking things off at the Pro Watercraft Championship first, we got an enduro race right around the corner, getting set to go with that first.
Yep. 9 o'clock, we're getting ready to rock. We're going to have this enduro, and the enduro runs a little bit longer course than some of the other races, so it's going to be exciting to watch these guys get out here and rock and roll this morning.
Well, obviously, before we can do that, we have to conclude our pre-race opening ceremonies. So let's head down to the pit area. Here's the Racing Performance Ministries chaplain ready to get us underway, Mr. Jim Black.
And let's pray together today. Lord, again, we're thankful for your goodness to us, and we take this day with your goodness and grace in our lives with thanksgiving. A beautiful day with these, our friends and the competitors, all the work that's been done here for this event. And Lord, today we pray that you'd help us to enjoy our time together. We pray for safety for all those who are involved in the races and the event, those who are watching, those that are participating. Lord, meet every need of our nation. Help us today as we enjoy this, and might you work in our lives, and might we yield to you, and we'll thank you for it in your precious name. Amen.
All right, thank you, Jim. Boy, such a gorgeous setting here in Tampa Bay. That's the body of water that we're going to be racing on. Now, we are on the St. Pete Pier, Shane, and you can see it there. And at the end of the pier, the boats will be racing across the front of it, and just off to our left is where they're going to have the Pro Watercraft competition taking place as well. So there's racing all around Tampa Bay today.
This place is packed full. I'll tell you what, because you can see there on the beach all the personal watercraft pitting and off the beach there. Those guys are getting ready to go. They are stacked in there, and they've got them deep. On the pit side is on the other side of the pier for the offshore series. But the racing out front, as you had mentioned, Ralph, is going to be great. We've got two great courses, and everybody had good compliments of the course setups for this weekend. And
the skyline of St. Petersburg in the background. Time now for our national anthem. Let's head down to the pit area once again. Here's Jessie Kate Riley. Jesse, as a That was a beautiful rendition there by Jesse K. Riley as the pro watercraft are now making their way out for our first race of the day, which is going to be an endurance event.
That is the best way to wake up on a Saturday morning like that with a little bit of patriotism. I'll tell you, that was a pretty amazing national anthem, I have to tell
With
you.
the watercraft moving out in the background, just looked spectacular.
Enjoying this weather as it stands. Thank you so much. It's pushed in.
So this first race, as we mentioned, is an endurance event, Shane, and should be scheduled for 45 minutes.
Yeah, these guys are going to be on the bikes for a while, and man, that's a long time to get out there and run hard as they are going to be running today.
So you can see the folks at the end here at St. Pete Pier. Boy, what a spot to watch them, because you got pro watercraft racing going off to your left, and you're going to have the offshore powerboats coming right across the front of you. What a day to be sitting out there, huh?
Oh, I'll tell you, the VIP
Right
out at the end of the pier, like all that's going to be public viewing area. So we welcome everybody that's anywhere close to come on out, check this out in person. And then they're doing a specialty VIP area out there on the end of the pier, as you can see right now.
Yeah, that's the Pier Tiki area right there, just on the right, sticking out into Tampa Bay. And we have two other colleagues who are going to be helping us cover all the racing action on our 2026 championship season, beginning with Taylor Snyder.
Well, things are about to be underway here, and you can feel the energy building. We have more than 80 riders that are showing up to the line with tons of talent, experience, and plenty of hunger to get the season started. And honestly, could you ask for a better backdrop? We've got clear blue water, we've got blue skies, no clouds out there, and the fans that are going to show up here at Spa Beach are going to have the closest views of racing that you can find in any sport. From where I'm standing right now, you are on top of the action as these riders are going to go battle it out lap for lap. And this is where things get interesting. Early in the season, rivalries are starting to take shape. You've got those veteran riders out there that are ready to defend their stance, and then you've got the rookies coming in looking to make a stand out there and make their name here in the endurance classes. So things are going to get really exciting. Keep an eye on these early motos. That's when these storylines are going to start to take shape for this weekend and the rest of the season. So let's get to it.
All right, Taylor, thank you very much. Looking forward to the first race of the day, which should be pro endurance. As we battle the wind out here and no scoring right now.
Looks like the guys are out making a little parade lap, evaluating all their buoys, getting their strategies in place.
There's a look at your starting lineup.
Looks like we've got a good mix of Yamaha Sea-Doo Commander products out there today. It's going to be interesting to see who finishes up top today.
So the course will be broken down into sectors, Shane, and we should be getting hopefully some timing based on the sectors. And then there's a split in the course as well.
Yeah, the split in the course, basically they're going to get to a corner buoy that's going to be marked with a red and a yellow buoy. You're going to see that on the live feed here just after a while. And then they're going to be able to make a selection if they want to take a shorter or a longer path. Sometimes it's more advantageous to take the longer path because you can maybe take it a little quicker. The shorter path, probably have to take it a little slower, but that's going to give these guys opportunities to make some passes in some different areas they might not be able to do.
Taking a look at the 373 there, that's Noah Skips out of Cambridge, the MFR Yamaha. Monster Energy Farthing Racing, Dustin Farthing's crew helping him out. So here's a look at our track facts on the day. You can see the air temperature right now is 71 degrees. It's going to get up into the mid-80s here today. Hate to tell you that to any of the folks out there that might be struggling with some colder temps. But the one thing you'll see with our type of racing here this weekend is a tide forecast.
Yeah, so that tide forecast is going to play a little bit on these guys, especially in some of the shallower areas. When the water depth fluctuates just a little bit, that can adjust how rough it is or how the wave activity might play on that. So those guys are going to have to be constantly kind of monitoring that because certain areas of the course might change throughout the day.
And that wind down there coming out of the north-northwest at 4 to 6 miles an hour, I might debate that as you can hear it through our microphones.
Man, I'll tell you, I feel like it's a little more than that.
If you could see us where we're sitting right now, Shane's hair is everywhere. It is blowing all over the place for one thing. And on top of that, so are all of our paperwork. So if we don't have any entry lists for you, it's because it's probably scattered all over our broadcast booth somewhere. There's a look at the end of the pier here, the St. Pete Pier, as we've been talking about. Our broadcast booth is right there, just to the right of that Jumbotron you can see there, next to those palm trees. Got to tell you, it's not a bad location for a broadcast booth.
Absolutely not. The views are amazing. And as we look at the course layout right here, here's where we mentioned a little bit ago where they can take a short or a long course as they start going around here. You're going to be able to see where that plays out for these guys and some strategy on how to make passes.
And here comes that split we were talking about right here.
Right here.
Do you see an advantage either way?
You know, I talked to a lot of the racers this weekend. I've seen them practice hard on both sides. I think one's faster, but it's probably a little longer in linear length compared to the shorter one, but it's going to be a little slower. As you can tell, those S's are a little tighter, so they probably can't maintain as much speed. But I still think it's going to give them opportunity. You're going to see a lot of dodging and dicing through that section today.
A lot of it's going to depend on what's going on in front of you as you come to that section, whether you decide to go inside, outside.
Absolutely, because as you can see, it's going to be rough. If they take that shorter inside section, all the wave activity is going to compile right there in that short section as well, which is going to, kind of change their water line a little bit.
And here's where it gets really interesting as it starts to get choppy out there.
Yes, it is. And I think the more activity we get, the busier it's going to be. These guys are really going to be cranking out there today, and hopefully they got their ibuprofen in, and they're ready for their knees and their and their hips to take that endurance stuff.
Well, these guys are a lot younger than you, so I don't think they're going to have to worry about that as much as you and
what,
I
Ralph,
probably would.
Yeah,
buddy.
Absolutely. They probably don't even think about it, but when they get to our age, they might question some of that. So.
Well, this is an interesting sport too. Pro watercraft racing like this, it's kind of a combination of motocross, supercross, and road racing, because you have the road racing aspect to it where you're leaning into the corners and really slicing and dicing like you would on a road course, but then you have the choppiness of the water and the spray and everything you'd have to deal with, the bumps, if you will, like you would on a motocross course or a supercross circuit.
Yeah, I was talking to one of the GP1 guys yesterday, and he said, there's just no rest for the wicked out there. You're always battling the waves. Every line is just a little bit different. Whereas comparison to, you probably know more about the motocross definitely than I would. Some of those guys get a little airy in some of those jumps to like catch a breath and kind of reset themselves. These guys are always on edge, always holding on for dear life, white knuckling for the whole time.
Doesn't mean they're always connected to the water.
That's
they're
definitely not.
Airborne
I
bit.
feel like half the time these guys are skipping across the top of it as fast as they can go.
Skipping and skimming is probably a pretty good way of describing what these riders are going to be doing, the men and the women that'll be competing out here today.
Absolutely. There is a lot of female riders in this, which is amazing. When we walked through the pits yesterday and got to meet a lot of these folks, it was nice to see that. It's a great thing for the sport.
The other thing that comes into play here is visibility. As you can see, these guys are still just warming up, getting ready for the race to get underway, and already a tremendous amount of spray being kicked up. Once this thing gets really going and they start churning that water up, it's going to be really tough to see.
Yep, I think those guys.
And it's a beautiful day.
Yep, those guys are probably put some kind of chemical, some kind of stuff to get the water to roll off the goggles so they can maintain good visibility. You definitely don't want to run over anybody or hit anybody because that might put you out for the day.
We will see two variations of watercraft out here as well. You'll see the sit-down version and you'll see the stand-ups.
Yeah, both of them they run different types of speeds. Some of the stand-up ones, those guys are all these guys are super athletic, but I'll tell you, those guys really, really got to hold on to those things and balance them well.
Not sure what the delay is in getting this one fired up and underway, but I would think by now that the racers are ready to go.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you, it's been a long winter, and these guys have been getting ready.
Bit, right?
Yes, getting ready for this.
As you can see, this is a sit-down category. And all of these boats begin their life no different than what you might have at home that you ride in your local lake, like I do at Lake Norman or out in the ocean or whatever, as a pleasure craft. And then they get highly modified. There are stock categories, but even the stock categories are modified in some ways.
Yes, there's certain things in the rules that they can make certain changes, and then they have to abide by others. So there's definitely a variation on rules for these different categories.
Well, as we get ready to go racing here, and we still have a second or two before we drop the green and get underway, let's head back down to the pits. Here's Taylor once again with Caden Baldwin.
Well, the Pro 300 guys are down out there on the line getting ready to get started, but I did find Caden Baldwin. You are our 200 reigning champ. Tell me a little bit about the bikes, the boats, as we say here, and what it's like being out there.
Well, we got these 300 horsepower AMP 300 boats, and we're just like, they're 1.8 supercharged boats, and you like any mistake is unforgivable on these things. Like, you make the wrong move and you're getting thrown off the side of them. Like, when you're out there, it's going to get rough. Obviously, when we're racing later, it's supposed to kick up in wind, and I chose an FX for this race because I knew like there's going to be 38 of us out there, and honestly, last year when I came here, there wasn't that many, and I was dying on the GP. So I chose the FX as the cruiser boat, and I'm going to go out there and do my best, but it's going to get real choppy real quick, even with this split, the split section that they gave us. It's going to get real choppy on the starts. It's going to get real choppy out in there during like maybe 15 minutes in. It's going to be like 6 foot, we're hoping, and it's just going to be real rough, dude.
It's going to be rough. Do you think manufacturer choice has anything to play out there, or does it really come down to your endurance, your stamina, and what you have out there on the boat?
Brand choice does matter. The Sea-Doos have that V, and the Yamahas are a little bit more flat on the bottom, and they handle the rough a little bit better. But we're really just looking for every race is built on endurance, dude. Like, every single race. If it's a 12-minute close course race, you're still worrying about your endurance, because in close course, you're going for 12 minutes for 1 minute and 30, and for endurance, you're going, 30 minutes for 2 minutes and 40 minutes, or 2 minutes and 40 seconds a lap. And, it's just the power of the boats, 300 horsepower, it's going to drain you a lot quicker than 150 is going to.
Well, these guys definitely have their work cut out for them, but I know they're ready up for the challenge. So we're going to see you race later today. But for now, let's get to the 300s.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Yeah, we are ready for our Pro Endurance 300s. That FX would be a Yamaha that he was talking about.
Looks like they're getting milled around, getting ready to line them up and ready to go.
Yes, sir. Everybody's starting to gather up out there.
Hope
in the milling area.
Hope everybody's got their energy in them for this day. Cracked a matcha this morning and getting ready for the day.
Yeah, as we know, we got a bunch of folks watching here today. They're maybe seeing their first watercraft races ever. We know you've got a whole bunch of race fans out there watching live today on Speed Sport 1. We're going to get you up to speed, if you will, with all the proper terminology and everything you need to know to understand what's happening in boat racing here today. Pro Watercraft kicking off their 2026 championship season under the new sanctioning of the International Hot Rod Association. This is Pro Endurance 300 that you're about to see, scheduled for about a 45-minute race.
Go time is upon us. These guys made their hot laps. They got to see the course, evaluate, and they're probably all sitting there strategizing and making their selections on how they're going to handle this course today.
Well, and you're hoping it's going to be clear vision by the time you get to turn 1 and you can figure out where you want to go, right?
Yep, absolutely.
That's going to be a big key.
I feel like you either want to beat it into turn 1 or you hang back to avoid the spray and avoid the chaos. They've got a lot of time out there to make moves and make things happen. Doesn't have to be done on the first lap.
See one of the riders pulling out a line. They got to watch where they are on this milling area here. You don't want to be creeping too far ahead, and he realized that, so he's going to reset himself here.
Yep. Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to have any kind of infraction on the start.
And as that wind picks up, it's going to really impact that milling area because it's going to, whether you want it to or not, it's going to push you forward.
Yep, it's going to push them around.
And we're underway. First race of the 2026 International Hot Rod Association Water Series, kicking things off with the Pro Watercraft Championship. This will be a 30-minute race.
Was that Juan that popped out to an early lead there?
Oh, we got one rider already struggling, having a problem here.
Looks like did they call him back for a restart?
Not sure what happened there.
Yeah, I don't think they like that, so they're going to give it another go.
Yeah, it looks like it. Not sure why they called that one off. We haven't given any word on that.
I think that wind just keeps continuing.
Yeah, and bad news is, I guess, is going to be even worse tomorrow. Right now, we've got the wind coming from the, supposedly from the backside, from the west. Tomorrow, it's supposed to be coming in from the north of us.
Well, that'll definitely give it a little more open water. Tomorrow's definitely going to be a whole lot rougher, I think.
It's going to be a lot rougher.
These guys that have tested and practiced in different water conditions, you know, the experience level of these riders, you know, they know what's coming. They know the changes that are going to happen, but they've got to prepare themselves for it.
Now we're getting word that somebody jumped the start. So they're going to line it back up and do it again here. And that could be part of that.
That wind problem.
Well, the wind or the adrenaline from waiting to get the season underway here. Everybody's been sitting around all off-season just waiting to go racing, and here we are finally. I'm sure everybody woke up on the red line this morning, you know.
That's even if they slept at all last night.
That's,
I know these
that's
guys
a good point.
I'll tell you what, the pit party was great last night, though. We had a lot of people hanging out, but I think everybody did the responsible thing and tried to turn in, you know, at a decent time. And these guys are professionals. They're ready to go.
Here we go. Now we're green and racing. 2026 season finally underway for the IHRA Pro Watercraft Championship. Headed to the first turn.
That definitely looked like a whole lot better start, a little more even and consistent.
Great start there. Hard to pick up any numbers yet until we see the 55 in there. The 55 is Jay Finlinson out of Syracuse, Indiana on a Sea-Doo, the Ignite Racing backed entry. He's running in second place. See if we can pick up the number on our leader here. 477, that's Jay Edworthy out of Cambridge. He's on a Sea-Doo as well, sponsored by RivaJet and HydroTurf. And he got a rocket start on that Sea-Doo. Here he comes into the split area, and he's going to make his choice just to our left. Nice to see him come ripping right by us here in our booth and headed back towards the beach. and then they'll make the turn and start working their way back out towards the open water. As you see the 77 of Jason Russo. It's a home race from him. He's from Bradenton, Florida, just south of here. He's on a Cowie, on a Kawasaki. Snyderbilt sponsors on that boat.
Man, he's jumped out to an early lead, hasn't he?
Oh, sure has. It nice to finally get some racing
Yes,
going, isn't
it
it?
does.
Boy, tired of the wind blowing and everything else here. We finally get to talk about some racing. Let's do that. Good look at Tampa Bay here.
So it looks like our leader that last lap, he had about a 1:05, and there's about a 5-second second place delay there.
Boy, you saw Edworthy just take a quick look off to his shoulder there, and when he did that, he hit a bit of a wave that he wasn't expecting, almost ejecting him out of the seat.
I'm glad he was able to hold on to that. I don't think he was quite expecting that wave.
No, he wasn't. He was almost disconnected from that sea due in a hurry.
Man, these guys just slide around that corner. These things carve them up.
See how big those buoys are. Boy, you can get awful close to it, but you don't want to be running into those things. You can see a couple of riders have already had some mechanical issues. Seeing one rider getting towed back into the beach area in the center of the race course. Can't pick up a number from here, but
yeah, that's definitely a struggle. That's a tough way to go out, especially on lap one like that. Mechanicals happen. You always try to prepare to not. All right, looks like our leader took the short section. So I wonder how that's going to play out with the second place trying to gain on him.
right now, Edworthy.
It definitely looks like the second place going that faster route versus our leader taking that short side of the course. It looks like they gained on him a little bit.
Yeah, Edworthy, looking at the times here.
The last lap was 1:48, and then our second place, Jay Finlinson, he's sitting at a 1:51 right now. So they're pretty darn close. I think he picked it up on that fast section.
Yeah, Finlinson did, yes. And then it's Noah Skips, Devin Farthing, and Torrey Snyder. That's your top five. Ramgeet sits in sixth, and Camden Powell on the 44. He's on a Commander, runs back in seventh. Camden Kem from Syracuse, Indiana.
You know, even looking at those times, they're all still pretty darn close. You know, 1 second split between, or 2 second split between one of these positions. That's just so close. That's just one wrong wave, one air made, or a one buoy situation that could really change the shakeup.
Well, Edworthy picked it right up. He dropped to a 148.030, and Finlinson ran a 151.341. So there goes everything you made up.
Yep, absolutely.
Right out the window.
I'm sure getting some clean water out front, those guys definitely want to get up front so they don't have to run in everybody else's chop and waves, but that's probably a smart play to get up front quick.
Then Dave Davidson holds down eighth. Dennis Mack is running in ninth, and one of our fast females, Valentina Liscano, holds down the top 10 spot. Look at that thing carve up front.
My Lord.
Edworthy getting everything he can out of that machine right now.
How many laps do you think it takes to turn their arms into jello, Ralph?
For them or for us?
Well, I'm thinking
for
for
us,
these.
it would have been that first lap. We would have been begging for mercy.
I'd have probably begged for that mechanical breakdown after lap one, to be real honest with you, and probably went back to the gym.
Huh. There's a 333 or 373, I believe that was. Noah Skips out of Cambridge. Noah sits back in third. He's on a Yamaha on a Wave Runner, sponsored by Monster Energy and Farthing Racing, and Mom and Dad, which means MasterCard and Visa, right?
Absolutely. It looks like Edworthy, he's running pretty consistent. It looks like Finlinson maybe dropped off maybe 1 second on that last lap, but that's still pretty tight.
You can see the field spaced out pretty good here.
You got your top five, top six still within, 9 to 10 second range from the leader.
And there is your leader right there, Jay Edworthy. Total command right now. Finding the flow, See him really leaning into those corners. Lefts and rights here making up the course for our pro watercraft racers here.
He is owning that position right now, too. He looks pretty comfortable up front.
Some nice straightaways here, too. They can really open these things up and get full horsepower out of them. And Edworthy doing all of that. But you can see there's some very tight turns here. Man, you really, when you hit those waves like that, when you're really turning hard, it's like running into a bank on a dirt track. Think of like a motocross track. You hit that bank corner, you really just set that thing in there. It can hit pretty hard.
Absolutely. You know, I think those guys, sometimes they probably take the corner and navigate that relying on the wave, the wave crests and the wave, valleys to try to really lay that in there and probably hold the water a little tighter, I would think.
Oh, yeah. Good look at the split course. You can see the racers going side by side. There's a number 9 right there. Not seen on our entry. Leo Morelli, not on the entry list, but on our timing and scoring.
I think he might have been a later entry, actually. I think when we were in the pits yesterday, he had just gotten there. So
yeah, he's running in 13th right now. He's chasing Eric Lagopoulos, and he's got Josiah Acosta behind him on the 333. Lagopoulos is from Sarasota, Florida, just south of here. He's running on a Wave Runner, Yamaha, sponsored by Farthing Racing.
There's a picture there, just Edworthy up front. Looks like he might have fallen off a couple seconds. Either had some bobbles or, maybe hopefully the craft is good. The machine's still tight and running well. The times are getting a little tighter if you kind of look at the, that top 6, 7.
Edworthy dropped to a 2-minute lap on that last one. Finlayson was 9 seconds quicker with a 1:51, so he gained some serious ground on that lap.
Yes, he did.
And they're coming through right in front of us right now, and Finlayson is on him.
Yes, he is.
So the battle
That's
for the
close.
lead. The battle for the lead has heated up as they make their way back to the beach, just coming out of the split section of the race course. Just in front of that little beach you see right there, that's where the PWC pit area is, pro watercraft. There's your race leader, and just behind him will be Finlayson.
Just barely 1 second behind him. He's
right on him.
He is nipping that on those heels, and he's
there
feeling
he is,
that
right
spray.
there. That's the fight for the lead here on Tampa Bay. As we are down to 21 minutes remaining in this one, scheduled for just inside a half an hour. That last lap, Edworthy ran a 151.457, and Finlayson ran a 151.848. So let's see what they do on this lap.
The last 2 laps, Finlayson's lap time's been a little quicker than Edworthy.
There's Edworthy out front. You know when they get back to the split, they're going to have to split this time no matter what's going on, because you got to go where the other guy isn't.
That is, yep, they want to try to find some clean water, and this is going to be interesting to see which path he takes. He seems to be taking a shorter section every time, so I wonder if he'll continue or maybe take the long section to try to throw Finlayson off.
Edworthy knows the heat is on. He's got to get going as Finlayson really applies the pressure.
There he is. Looks like he's still continuing to take in the short section.
Man, you can see how he's really getting kicked around. That surf really picking up.
The short section seems to be a little bit rougher. I think it's taken the culmination of all the waves from the whole course. So
and that was Noah Skips that just went by. He's holding down third, and he's not far behind him either. He was only 4 seconds off the lead pace, so he's right there.
We got Devin Farthing. I mean, he's sneaking up in that mix too.
We will be right back to Tampa Bay for more of the IHRA Pro Watercraft Championship.
Take a look at this. Sugar white sand, glistening Gulf Coast waters, and record-breaking sunshine. No wonder the beaches of St. Pete-Clearwater have been named some of the best in the world. And if we stopped there, you might miss the best parts, like world-class museums and murals that fill the streets, Michelin-recognized dining, and ancient mangrove adventures, live music, and so much more. Come explore at visitspc.com.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Supercat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Florida. The IHRA Pro Watercraft Championship kicking off their 2020-26 season right now. Put another too many 20s in there, I think.
I think so, too. It's a tongue twister, boy.
Yeah, this is the Pro Endurance 300 category out on the course right now. Watching Jay Edworthy and Jay Finlinson battle for the lead here with Noah Skips right on their heels from third. As the clock is down to 17 minutes remaining in this one. That's the 2:43. That's Dennis Mack out of Loganville, Georgia on a Yamaha Wave Runner. Fly Racing and Farthing Racing sponsoring him. And Dennis right now on timing and scoring shown in 10th. He's moved in front of Legopoulos and right behind Dave Davidson. So the field is shifting around a little bit. Edworthy and Finlinson 1 and 2. Skips runs third. Devin Farthing in fourth. Torrey Snyder's in fifth. Vanji Ramgeet is up to sixth. Camden Powell is in seventh. Anthony Radetic is in eighth. Dave Davidson ninth. Dennis Mack is in 10th. And that is your race leader right there, Jay Edworthy, whose last lap was a 1:52.776. And Finlinson was 0.4 of a second slower. So the battle for the win here is really picking up.
Yeah, if you look at the margin of difference, he's gained a lot of ground. He's only 16 hundredths of a second behind him. And he, 4 or 5 laps back, he was still 1 full second behind. So he's definitely making up some ground.
That should be our battle for the lead, screaming across the water right there. Edworthy and Finlinson. And you see Edworthy with a quick look over the right shoulder. He knows Finlinson's on him. He can feel him. He can hear him. He knows the battle for the win is really picking up. That's the 184 having issues. Jeff Dowell out of Georgia, Moultrie, Georgia on a Kawasaki, sponsored by Riva and Bomber Eyewear. Through that split section back by the beach. And here comes the 55 of Finlinson. That's your second place racer right there.
Looks like he must have had a bobble somewhere that we missed on the stream there.
Yeah, he was 3 seconds slower on that lap.
Yeah.
Not sure what happened to him, but it hurt big time on his lap time.
Well, we'll see if he can continue to dig. That's all he's been doing this whole race. He's been, gaining the leader every lap. So hopefully he can try to pick that back up.
He's going to have to do a quick 14 and a half minutes remaining in this one. Time goes fast.
It sure does.
Meanwhile, Edworthy making no mistakes. And you caught a glimpse of the 361. That's Legopoulos out of Sarasota, Florida on his Yamaha. So Edworthy working through traffic.
Yeah, so now he's going to be pulled back up behind some of these guys, and he's going to have to, contend with some of that dirty water.
Yeah, it could be what Finlinson needs to get back into the fight. The 110, Torrey Snyder out of Bradenton, Florida. Snyderville, Judge Motorsports, Monster Energy, all sponsoring him.
They are staying pretty consistent too, though. They're in the mix.
Caught a quick glance of Jason Russo out of Bradenton, Florida on a Kawasaki, sponsored by Russo Marine and Speed and Riva Racing.
Man, that spray makes it difficult sometimes to catch numbers, doesn't it?
Tell me about it. What a great afternoon for the fans here in the St. Petersburg area. Free to come out and spectate at the races, as it will be at all of our IHRA offshore and pro watercraft events throughout the 2026 season. And we're going to be all over the country. We sure hope you can come out and join us. That's a 243 Dennis Mack, the Georgia rider. Got that wave runner screaming. He's sitting in 10th. 243.
That's Dennis Mack.
Yep. The big far right-hand buoy.
Oh, man, that still looks close. It looks like...
that's the split area.
Yeah, it looks like Finlayson's taken the short section to really nip on his
Followed him
heels.
this time.
Yes,
Went right
he
with
did.
him. And look at the spray that he's got to ride through.
Yep, and he's got to deal with his wake behind him. But, man, he's really, really trying to gain that ground back. He lost back.
And those arms that you talked about have got to be screaming because you're inside of 12 minutes left here in this event. So you know they've been pushing hard for a 30-minute race. You're down to those final few minutes, and, boy, you're feeling it now.
Oh, yeah. These guys definitely have some refueling to do, because some of these guys run some other classes.
Yeah.
They run multiple boats. So
hopefully you did your off-season training the way your coach told you to do it, right? You didn't take any off days when you shouldn't. Not that you or I would do that.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no cheat days in the gym for these boys, is there?
And don't think it's just your arms, because you use your whole body. Because you're gripping the side of the boat with your legs, pushing down through your feet to help the thing turn, using your knees. It's a full body workout when you're racing one of these machines.
What is that, 221? Is that what we're seeing? Is that Dave Davidson? He is. He's sitting in the
221
ninth position.
Dave Davidson, yep, out of Burlington on his Yamaha JetX Riva. Noah Skip still holds down third place. Noah from New Zealand came all the way to come racing with us here this weekend. And here's the cool thing about Noah. He's a lumberjack back home in New Zealand. Cuts down trees for a living, he said.
Well, that might be one of the reasons why he's in such good shape here.
You no doubt about it. Tell you what, Edworthy's in good shape. And when you're out front like that, you can find that extra little bit of energy, can't you?
Yes, you can. I bet these guys are running on some adrenaline right now.
They split lanes this time. Finlayson went to the other lane opposite of Edworthy, and it cost him a little bit. 1:57 on the last lap for Edworthy, 2 minutes for Finlayson. So Finlayson's got to find a couple more seconds.
I'll tell you what, Finlayson, he's back there grinding, though. He's making some changes. He's really, really trying to find some speed, find some ground. And he's doing everything he can back there to fight for that first place position.
That's Josiah Acosta on the 333, holding down 13th. There's the 44. Camden Powell, Syracuse, Indiana racer, on a Commander. Speed Racing Ignite Racing Fuel sponsoring him. And if you're going Commander, I don't remember seeing any of those in my local power sports dealer. That's because you won't find one there.
That is correct.
Commander, you basically buy a Cowie or a Yamaha, then you ship it to them, and they do a complete overhaul on it.
Yeah, they kind of go through it. I believe they even have some of their own injection molding processes, I believe, if we're saying that correct.
Yep.
They build some of their own holes and some accessories, or however they modify the boat within the rules to make them fast. And I'll tell you what, they look like they're riding pretty flat out there in this rough water as well.
Finlinson on that 55.
He's
really leaning into the turns here.
He's got had a faster last lap by 2 seconds than Edworthy on that last lap of completion. So he's down to under 2 seconds behind him now.
Got a quick glimpse of Ramjeet on the 116, sixth place rider. We are inside of 10 minutes to go. In fact, inside of 9, down to 8 minutes and 30 seconds left. So it's 30 minutes plus 1 lap. So when the clock goes to zeros, they still got one more circuit to run.
Yep, and that'll round it out and finish them up. What are we down to? We got 8 minutes left. We're almost into the 7 minute range.
That's the far end of the race course there. You start working your way back towards the pier. Hang a right and start headed towards the beach.
There's Noah Skips again. He's hanging back there. He's holding strong.
Skips, our lumberjack from New Zealand. The 184, Jeff Dowell out of Moultrie, Georgia on a Kawasaki. Dowell shown in 15th.
What did we start this race with? Wasn't it like 34 competitors or something along that line?
Sounds about right.
There's those split buoys we were talking about, the yellow and red. That's where they get to make their decision on the short or long split.
It's Edworthy, your race leader, who has led every lap here today. He's been challenged, but he's fended off everybody.
And that last lap right there, he just took the long section. That's a little odd for him. I don't know if he knows that that seems to be Finlinson's line or where he's gaining ground. Maybe he just decided to take that way to try something different. But Finlinson's right there. Is that the 22, Anthony?
Anthony Reddick out of Abbeville, Alabama on a Sea-Doo. And we earlier had caught a glimpse of the 6 of Devin Farthing out of Georgia. And Devin right now is running in 4th, so he's having a great run. Haven't seen much of him on his Yamaha. Sponsored by Monster Energy, Yamaha, Yamalube, Shoei helmets. Here's a good look at the long straightaway out to the far buoy here on the course. You make that right, start making your way over towards the pier to the left, and then you make a right there and you start headed back towards the beach.
They laid that course out really well with the way the pier's shaped, where they put that split in the S's, and they're running around those wave breaks, those weirs out there. This is definitely a really unique course. It's a great setup. They got some protected water closer to the beach, and they get that rougher water out on the big end.
Yeah, it's very challenging for the racers. Nice combination.
Absolutely.
Next up will be Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans.
That's going to be a fun race.
Whole different setup than what we're doing here on the open water.
Absolutely different animal, different town, different cultures. I'll tell you what, it's going to be fun to travel around this season.
And if you don't like the lake, don't worry about it. We're going to Cocoa Beach after that.
Absolutely.
Other side of Florida. That Skips, our lumberjack, the New Zealander.
And if you're not in St. Pete now and you're watching this, I'll tell you what, you need to plan to come to the next race in New Orleans in a couple weeks and see this live. It is unreal to be here in person and feel this energy that we have upon us here.
Dennis Mack still holding down 10th. The cool thing about the wake that's left behind these boats is it leaves like a trail of crumbs from the high-up shots from the helicopters and the drones. You can see how the course lays out and where everybody's going.
Yeah, it's kind of neat because if they put the course overlay back on it with the whitewash, I mean, it's just going to hit it perfect. These guys are really running these buoys tight.
Very similar to what you would see out of ski racing, right? Where instead of having the flag hanging there, you got the big buoy, and these guys can really lean into those buoys, make contact with them.
Yep.
But you don't want to run over them. Now, they will get cut down if you cross over them.
Yep. Yeah, you definitely don't want to do that. I'm not 100% sure what the violation is if they tag a buoy or take one out, but that probably wouldn't be a good day for anybody.
Bradenton, Florida's Jason Russo there. Russo running in 14th on the 77. And Ed Worthy, the last lap, 151.6, back into that zone. Finlayson, 152.4. So he's still got some time. He's got less than 3 minutes to get it done, though. 2:50 left to go in this one, plus one lap. And there's your battle for the lead. And just when Ed Worthy thinks, I can finally catch a breath, Finlayson says, yeah, not yet. Let's see, I got a little left in the tank here. This is where we find out who did what during off-season training.
Yes, that's nice.
Because this is all coming down to heart at this point.
There's a lot of determination. I wonder if these guys are holding their breath. I mean, how long can they hold it? I'll tell you.
Absolutely beautiful day here in St. Petersburg, Florida. Not a cloud in the sky, just wind. That's our biggest issue right now for the racers and us in our open-air broadcast booth as we try to hang on to our paperwork.
When they do some pans of the pier in the background, you can start seeing people, man. They're starting to line them up, and we've got a lot of people pouring out here. They're taking the trams, they're walking, taking bikes. It's filling up quick.
Park-like setting back at the other end of the pier. Plenty of spots to stand along the pier to watch the races. We'll be bringing out the offshore powerboats. Their first event of the day coming up after this. There's the number 9 machine.
That's Leo Morelli.
Yeah, Leo in 12th. So the boats will be racing across the far end of the pier, right across the front. There's Finlayson, second place race. You can see him getting flung right out of the water on that Sea-Doo. There's your race leader, Ed Worthy, just in front of him. Coming down to less than a minute to go.
It blows my mind how comfortable these guys are, even after towards the end of this endurance race. They are just settled in and digging.
And there's some traffic in front of them. There's the 77 machine of Russo. 14th. Inside the final minute, and then one lap remaining.
I'm sure it's hard for these guys to keep track of what's going on or where they're actually at in the setup or how much time is left, but man, they've just got to keep pushing.
Ed Worthy out to the far end of the race course. He's making his way back as we're inside of 15 seconds remaining and then a lap. Trying to see, is that farthing on the 6? Who holds down fourth? Clock has gone to 0, so we are on the final lap. Pro Endurance 300 here, kicking off the 2026 season. There's the 110 of Tori Snyder, 5th place for now, working their last lap. And there's your race leader coming through the spray of a slower rider in front of him. Ed Worthy coming past us here. The split, we are just outside the split. And boy, Finlayson just inside of him as they took the opposite lanes. This is going to be a great race to the finish. We're told now the white flag coming out now. You see 44 is Camden Powell. That's who Ed Worthy is running right behind the spray of. Powell holds down 7th. So Ed Worthy's worked his way pretty far up through the field.
Yes, he has. I think Ed Worthy and Finlayson are the only 2 left on the lead lap, and boy, those guys have just been trucking. Looks like Cam is giving him a little bit of grace there.
As we watch Ed Worthy wrapping up his final lap here, I want to let you know that we will be going live on Speed Sport 1 momentarily as soon as this race is over. You can switch over to Speed Sport 1 if you want to catch everything live over there, or you can stay right here as well on Speed Sport 2. Speed Sport 1 will be giving you live free coverage of all the racing activities here today with the International Hot Rod Association from St. Petersburg, Florida. More of our pro watercraft and our upcoming races with our Offshore Powerboat Championship. Jay Edworthy, what a day. Spectacular run for the rider out of Cambridge. His Sea-Doo has dominated here today in Pro Endurance 300. Final trip through the split lanes. Look over to the left as the course is going to merge. Wants to make sure everything stays clear there and he can get back in line. As he makes his way to the checkered flag. There it is. Checkered flag waves. Congratulations to the win to Jay Edworthy here in Pro Endurance 300. The first win for the 2026 Pro Watercraft Championship season for the IHRA.
I tell you what, I wish we could see behind that helmet because, you know, he's got to have the biggest smile on his face that he's going to have all weekend. I saw that thumbs up come up, and he's got to be pumped up.
Jay Finlayson will finish second, just 1 second behind him. It was a 156 to a 157 on that last lap. And a great way to kick off the 2026 campaign.
Man, that's some great racing.
This is a wild year in 2026. I think there's slated to be 9 to 10 teams.
There's no preparation you can do when you're lined up with 12 or 13 inches away from you and just going wide open.
First race of the year, St. Pete, probably one of my favorite races of the circuit.
Who wouldn't want to be the first winner of the IHRA's first event?
There's a lot of experience in our class. Guys have been doing it 10, 20 years.
There's so many different dynamics that, man, it's anybody's game.
Well, I really don't know who to lay the money on or who you think's going to win it, because honestly, a $34 hose can take you out of the race.
I think we've shown in offshore over the past several years that our team, polite, courteous, but all bullshit aside, when it's time to go racing, we're racing.
Races are won back at the shop where we keep the boats. And you come to the track with a loaded gun.
We just get in there and just drive the hell out of the thing.
12 years of hard work and dedication. We're going to pour it all on the line, and you just going to pack your bags and go home before you even get here.
Be ready, boys. I'm coming. This year I got a loaded gun.
It's a beautiful, sunny 80-degree day here in the Sunshine State of Florida as the International Hot Rod Association is ready to make history. It's the first ever events for the all-new IHRA Offshore Powerboat and Pro Watercraft Championships. It's the Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix presented by Visit St. Pete-Clearwater. Hi, everybody. Ralph Shaheen and Shane Landis with you as we get ready to make some history here today for the first time ever The International Hot Rod Association, which has had a legendary history in drag racing, is going racing not on a quarter mile or an eighth mile, but on the water. And it's going to be spectacular here today, Shane.
We've got a pretty big course set up there on the offshore side today. It's about 5.7 miles. So these guys are going to experience some great conditions. They're going to have some calmer water, and then on the big end, a little bit of rougher water. They're going to have a lot of different conditions today to endure, and we're going to have it. We're setting up for a great day.
We just had our first pro watercraft race of the weekend, and it went off great. And now it's time for the first offshore powerboat event. So this is what you're going to be seeing here today. We're going to be kicking things off now with our Speed Sport 1 coverage with the offshore powerboats. We're going to qualify the Super Stocks and the Supercats, and those are some of the bigger boats.
This is correct. Super Stock is actually one of our larger classes right now. I think there's 16 entries or so for that class this weekend. That's a 300 outboard stock class, and then the Supercats are going to follow that for qualifying for their race later this weekend.
That's a look right there of what you're going to see from the Pro Watercraft race course. Well, let's show you some of the highlights of what we just wrapped up with our Pro Endurance 300 category race, which was dominated by Jay Edworthy. This one got underway. Edworthy got out front on his number 477. There he is. And he never, I was going to say look back, but he had to look back a couple of times because Jay Finlinson was right on the heels of the 477. But Edworthy fought off every advance that Finlinson threw at him.
He was grinding every single lap, but he did had his heaven on swivel. He couldn't, there was no rest up there, I tell him. 55 right there, he was right behind him. Finlinson was nipping at him all race.
Yeah, Finlinson had a good run, just finished about a second or so behind Edworthy at the finish line. But it was Noah Skips, the lumberjack out of New Zealand, who came across the line back in third, with Devin Farthing finishing off in fourth, and Tori Snyder rounding out the top five here today. Edworthy and Finlinson, pair of Sea-Doos at the top two of the podium. Water got choppy, as you can hear. It's pretty windy here at the edge of the St. Pete Pier. And that made things pretty choppy out on the water once this one got going, and they really churned things up.
It sure did. It was nice to see it on the beach side. Things were a little bit calmer. There was making some moves, just like on the offshore course. Yeah, the course just changes from turn to turn. It's interesting to see these guys navigate that.
There he is, taking the checker flag, and a great way to kick off his 2026 campaign towards a championship for Jay Edworthy. Jay Finlinson again in second, and Noah Skips, the lumberjack out of New Zealand, crossing the line in third. Here's a look at the Pro Watercraft pit area on the beach.
They've got them stacked in there. I'll tell you what, they are everywhere, but everybody's having a great time. I feel like there's a lot of good neighbors down there, and everybody's helping everybody. This is the vibe is amazing down here on the beach.
You can see the St. Pete Pier comes off the beach, comes out into Tampa Bay here, and at the end of the pier is where we're going to see our offshore powerboat competitors come screaming by as they make their way around Tampa Bay. They're going to be out in the wide open water, and that breeze is really going to be impacting them here today. What can they expect?
I'll tell you what, I think it's going to be a little bit windier than what we originally had planned for today. I think everybody's planning for tomorrow, the water conditions to be a little rougher. So it's going to be interesting to see these guys qualify today and then race tomorrow.
Skyline of St. Petersburg in the backdrop. Well, let's hear from our winner from our Pro Endurance event. Here's Jay Edworthy standing by with Taylor Snyder.
Jay, what an incredible start that was. What do you think about hole shot? Did that really come into your strategy today?
Yeah, it really helps if we get out front. I'm pretty sure all the riders would agree that we can get a good start at the top 2, 3, 4 guys or out front. Just makes your job a little bit easier. It's nice and smooth. Go forward, just click off laps and do the job that we prepared for Paverly the last year, or even more than that for some of us.
It definitely has been a while for you. Last year you came so close in the championship. You did have a win in one of the motos in St. Pete last year. So do you think that momentum going forward is going to help you?
Yeah, we wanted to finish off strong at the end of last year, and unfortunately we fell short a few points in the championship last year in that series. We just came back out this year to have some more fun and see if we could at least repeat that, if not maybe do one better. And come to St. Pete's on a day like today, coming down from Toronto, Canada, when I think it was -7 this morning there or something. So it's a little bit nicer here, but we're just trying to do the same as we did last year and maybe improve just a little bit. So hopefully I get to talk to you a lot more.
That's what we're looking forward to. Veteran J813 is going to be one to watch this whole weekend.
Absolutely. There's the end of the St. Pete Pier. You can see where the buoys are set up, where our pro watercraft racers were coming just past the spectators there and headed back in towards the beach. And just to the left of that, further out into the Tampa Bay, is where our IHRA offshore powerboat competitors will be battling as they get ready for the first qualifying of the day here. Shane, when it comes to safety for our pro watercraft racers, obviously a life jacket is safety feature number one, but there's a whole bunch of different things that are involved when it comes to the offshore powerboat competitors.
Yeah, those guys, they have to go through capsule training. All these closed canopy boats you're going to see out here, they have to, demonstrate that they can get out of a boat if it's flipped upside down. We probably have some footage around here somewhere of some of that training, but it's a great setup to be able to watch. They have specified life jackets, helmets. They have to run an open face helmet so they can get in and out of the boat and not be covered up. So if they had to get a regulator or something on them, they have the ability to do that once they're inside the cockpit.
Yeah, when you were talking about being able to get out, you're talking about the dunk tank.
That's correct, yes.
And we have an opportunity to show you a little bit behind the scenes of what's involved in the dunk tank before you can go racing with the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Championship.
This is David Harshfield. We're at the Aquatic Center here in St. Petersburg, Florida, doing the capsule training for the race teams at the St. Petersburg IHRA offshore event.
This is super crucial to the racing. If they don't pass, they're not racing. Everyone has to go through the dunker. With 70 boats out there on the race course and the prize being so enticing, I think the guys are going to push their limits a lot. There's inherent dangers to this. This is a completely different animal. My name is Todd Graham. I am the lead diver. I've been doing this for 16 years. So everyone's pretty seasoned as far as goes into all the guys are pros.
We basically run race teams through a simulation of their boat getting into an accident, and we teach them a BRACE acronym on how to escape comfortably. So they have a plan. We let them escape on their own. We have 3 or 4 divers inside and on top helping them through the process. 1 minute you're racing, probably doing anywhere from 100 to 150 miles an hour, and you catch some wind and the boat's overturned. These guys have seconds to react.
The shock and awe of being flipped upside down, getting disoriented, and have to realize what they need to do, which is release their harnesses, stay calm, get a regulator in their mouth, and then swim out the bottom.
Usually the first race of the year is the most important because that's when they all get certified, and then periodically throughout the year we'll do it again just as a refresher because this escape training is critical.
We have a 15-man team as far as the rescue on this particular incident.
I'm Fabrizio and Fabio, coming from Italy, joining the rescue team. We have a very long specific experience. We have the most complete experience in all the championship, all the different typology of boats. There is some possibility to improve or some suggestion. This is the reason why we are here.
We have almost an instant reaction time, and then the response time is only seconds after that. We have boats stationed around the course and an aircraft with divers in each boat and in the aircraft to deploy if there's an accident.
I think it just builds confidence in the racers just to get them through the scenario, because first time when you flip around upside down, everything gets kind of disoriented. If it doesn't happen right away, you start to get that panic mode, and that's where we go down and we make sure we get them out.
Our incredible IHRA safety team, sponsored by Progressive. We are so thrilled to have them here. Couldn't do any of this, obviously, without them. And Shane, you look at that, and it looks kind of like fun, right? You're in a pool. It's a nice, calm day. They casually turn you over. But you get in race mode. You're going 160 miles an hour, and all of a sudden, you're upside down and underwater. Your adrenaline's flowing. You're trying to catch your breath. What happened? There's water all over the place. You can't see. Things are crazy. You got to be able to get out, and that's where that training is so important.
Absolutely, it's paramount. We want these guys to be absolutely prepared for the worst. One of the nice things is these capsules are pretty well built. We hope they don't have failures. If you do see a boat roll over or blow over today, typically, if the cockpit or the capsule stays intact, they're dry in there, and that gives them a little bit more time to kind of take a breath, figure out what they need to do, and get out of that boat safely.
And there's a couple other little things that go to this, too, in the fact that there is an escape hatch built into the floor, so when you're upside down, the bottom is now the top, and you can escape up and out if you're floating on top of the water, if everything is okay that way. There's also a porthole there, so that the safety crew can actually see into the cockpit and see if you're okay. Sometimes if they're underwater, they'll look in through the windows.
Yes.
But there is actually a porthole built into the floor so they can look in that way. And the other thing that porthole does, if the boat is floating upside down on the top of the water, it lets in some sunlight, which is incredibly important because everything else is dark in there.
Yes,
it's underwater.
Yes, it gets dark. And these guys don't want to open up those they don't want to open up the hatches if they don't have to. So the safety guys will get underwater, look into the windows, as you had mentioned. They'll kind of get a thumbs up, make sure these guys aren't struggling, that they're in good shape, and that they're handling things on their own, because they don't want to compromise the integrity of that cockpit by breaking a hatch open if they do not have to go in after them.
And boy, having a friendly face peeking in through that porthole is so reassuring, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Well, that's just part of the safety thing. And again, a big thank you to our folks at Progressive Safety Team for working with us, the rescue squad here with the IHRA, the best in the world, and we're glad to have them with us. We're going to come right back for more racing from St. Pete here on Speed Sport 1.
Look at this. Sugar white sand, glistening Gulf Coast waters, and record-breaking sunshine. No wonder the beaches of St. Pete-Clearwater have been named some of the best in the world. And if we stopped there, you might miss the best parts, like world-class museums and murals that fill the streets, Michelin-recognized dining, and ancient mangrove adventures, live music, and so much more. Come explore at visitspc.com.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Supercat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Welcome back to beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida on a gorgeous Saturday morning here. The sun is bright, temperatures climbing up into the mid-80s. We wish you were here with us. No matter where you are, hopefully you're having weather like we are. Boats are in the water. We are getting close to qualifying here. We're going to be joined as the day progresses with Tristan Garvin and Taylor Snyder as we cover all the racing with our Offshore Powerboat Championship Series and the Pro Watercraft. Some of the pleasure boats out trying to catch all the action. And if those guys think they got a quick boat, just wait, baby. We're about to unleash some real fury on the water.
I'll tell you what, the horsepower is high today, and the speeds are going to be just the same.
Tell me a little bit about the two categories we're going to see coming out here first.
Okay, so first we're going to have the Super Stock. They are up first for qualifying. That is a 300 outboard factory stock class. These boats range from 28 to 32 feet. They're about 4,900 pounds is their minimum weight, and that's going to be their weight in and weight out. It's a crane. So that's one of the reasons why you see them using cranes is so they can get weights on these boats, because there's never a racer out there that's ever wanted to cheat in any category on weight. So
really?
I'll tell you what, they want to make sure these guys are on par. Then we have the Super Stock, or we have the Supercat following that, and that's going to be a little bit bigger. That's not an outboard class. That's going to be a big block, 510 cubic inch. GM-based big block with stern drives. These boys are loud and they are proud, and you're going to hear them out here today.
Send a few ripples through that water for sure.
Yes, they will. The water doesn't look too bad
There's one
actually
there.
right now.
That's a good look at a Supercat right there.
Yep, that's EWB. Those guys come from all the way from Lake Havasu. I think they're probably one of the furthest teams to travel out here to St. Pete with us this day to start the season. That's a 368 skater, I believe.
And the format for qualifying for these boats?
So these guys are going to come out. They're going to get 3 laps. And they're going to take their best lap. Typically, we'll run about 3 boats on course at once. They'll send one, start the timing, let them get a mile down the course, and then they're going to go ahead and send a second one. Typically, you'll see 3 potentially on course at a time. There's Graydale. Those guys come down from Canada.
One of the top competitors.
Yep, that's another skater right there. I'll tell you what, that's
Discreet.
That's a Pro Class 1. That's actually a brand new boat for this season.
Sure is. They've had some issues with the electronics on that boat. They were searching through last night talking to those guys, but they felt like they were finding the issues, and they were going to get it all ready to go here today. Hopefully they're good to go. There's the X Insurance boat.
Yep, that's actually a new team also for Superstock this year. Experienced racers out of different classes, but I think that's a 31-foot victory hull, actually.
And you'll see that X Insurance logo on a whole bunch of boats out here.
I'll tell you what, they've got one heck of a presence. They've got a real strong set of teams, and they are here to do a little bit of damage, I'll tell you.
These things are just awesome looking. Out of the water or in it, you just look at these boats. They are so cool in person.
If people have never experienced an offshore race, they need to do it in person. They got to get in the pits. These boats are massive. You just can't really grasp how big these boats are, especially that big Pro Class 1 boat. See the outside? That's like I think that's around a 40-something Mystic.
That's that big black Discreet boat.
Yep.
Floating back towards the right. Comes the 77. Idling out. And that's the thing. They're coming back. They're coming out from the crane area, which is in a bay over by the airport, to the far back side of the screen there. You can see just in front of us here was the Pro Watercraft race course, then the pier, then there's another bay over there. The back side of that bay is where the St. Petersburg airport is at. If you follow all forms of racing, that's where the IndyCar Series had their season opener.
That was just,
a couple of
2 weeks ago?
Yep. And that area where the race course was for IndyCar is basically the pit area for our offshore competitors. And at that point is also where the cranes are located, where so the boats have a pit area, which basically was on the race course for IndyCar. Then they get trailered over after they're done working on the boats in the pit area. They trailer them over to the cranes. There's 2 massive cranes over there that pick the boats up off the trailers and put them in the water in that little bay. And then from that little bay, they idle out here onto Tampa Bay, and that's where their race course is at. I know it's confusing to hear. It's a lot going on. It's different than any other form of motorsport you'll see anywhere else in the world. And hopefully we'll be able to show it and explain it to you as the weekend progresses so you feel comfortable with what you're seeing with our Offshore Powerboat Championship Series, because it is a very unique form of motorsport. But boy, is it exciting.
Yep. These guys are you'll see some of these guys out there making small circles. Those are more of the Supercat guys. They're trying to bring their engines up to temperature. They want to make sure everything's running good. Fuel pressures, oil pressures are good. Water pressure's good to get ready to make their qualifying runs.
You can see one of the runways there from the airport, and you can see the airport tower there as well off in the distance. And then just to the right of that, you can see one of the other boats coming out from back behind there in that little bay. That's where they're getting put into the water, where the pit area is located at.
Man, the pier's decorated up nice. Look how beautiful that is.
If you're thinking about coming out to one of our IHRA water events over the 2026 season, good to note that it's free to spectators. Plenty of spots you can stand, watch. There's grandstand seating. There is a VIP area if you want to upgrade your ticket, and
I would think that
buy in on some free, some food all day long, food and drink.
Yep, I think it's the best deal going, actually. I mean, you get amazing spectating. You've got food, you've got drink, you've got good accommodations, and the best seat in the house.
There's a manufacturer's midway, merchandise to look at and purchase. Get yourself all logoed up.
Yep, everybody loves a new hat and a T-shirt. Every time I go somewhere, I come home with more stuff than I left to go there with.
T-shirts from your favorite racers. We want to thank everybody out there that's watching live on Speed Sport 2, Speed Sport 1, and IHRA TV. These broadcasts are brought to you free, courtesy of the IHRA and our official media partner, Speed Sport. Speed Sport 2, IHRA TV, and Speed Sport 1 extended live coverage all weekend long. We hope you're enjoying it. And IHRA fans, if you're watching live on IHRA.tv right now, go ahead and hit that subscribe button and give us a thumbs up if you're enjoying today's live IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series broadcast. Thank you for watching today's broadcast and for supporting the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series and IHRA Pro Watercraft. Speaking of upcoming events for the IHRA, we've got a bunch of them headed your way. The IHRA action is hot in April. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series heads to Virginia Motorsports Park for round number 2 of the series. We'll be kicking off with live coverage on IHRA TV and Speed Sport 1 Thursday, April 9th, and live coverage on Speed Sport 1 both Friday and Saturday. That's going to be really exciting, Shane, because that's a brand new racetrack for the IHRA. Really excited to see that. The action keeps rolling with IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. That's you and I, buddy. We're going to be at Pontchartrain, Lake Pontchartrain, down in New Orleans.
Two short weeks.
Yep. Live coverage on IHRA TV and Speed Sport 1 all weekend long from down there in Louisiana. The following weekend, I get to go with the IHRA Stock Car Series to Cordell, Georgia for round 2 of the series. We kicked that off last week. Incredible debut for the IHRA Stock Car Series. It's all free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Well, they're just trying to figure out, as we take a look at the Dirty Money boat, that's going to be one to keep an eye on, right?
That will. I'll tell you what, hopefully these guys had a little bit of, they had some struggles in, some practice sessions yesterday. They actually had a motor out of that last night. During the pit party, that was one of the hot spots to be. Watching those guys turn a wrench, that whole team was grinding last night doing a motor swap, but it looks like they are ready to go today.
That Dirty Money organization, that's a big operation over there, too.
They sure do. They also have a Pro Class 1 boat as well, and actually that's a new boat to that team. The last 3 weeks, they've been probably spending, I could only imagine how many hours around the clock work to get that boat rigged. On their Pro Class 1 side, they completely de-rigged it all the way down. Every wire, nut, and bolt came out of that hull, and they put it all back together the way they wanted it to get it ready to go today.
Quite a few of these teams did a whole bunch of off-season testing. And their last race of the 2025 season was not that long ago, right just before the holiday season got underway.
It was in November last year.
Yeah.
These guys have got a lot of these guys are from different areas in the country, so they might not get optimum testing, or they have to come south to Florida and bring the whole teams and operation down here just for testing because, like that Gray Dale boat we just saw a little bit ago.
They come from Canada.
That boat lives in Canada, absolutely. Got the helicopter. That's one neat thing about offshore racing that some of our fans might not understand is watching the helicopters work is almost as fun as watching these boats. These guys, the way these guys fly and they can hang with these boats, it's amazing to see the speeds that they can hit as well.
As much as I'm enjoying being out here in the
this wind is
open
rough.
air, I wouldn't have minded being up in that helicopter today. Although I'm sure that thing's getting bounced around pretty good with the amount of wind that we're seeing. That wind is definitely picking up. How is that going to impact qualifying here today?
Depending on which way the direction's running for the course, some of those guys, these cats, they like to pack that air, but they could still potentially slow them down a little bit depending on how they have the boats propped and what kind of lift they're expecting. Compared to the other side of the course running with the wind. It's going to be an interesting day on qualifying, but at least they all have to qualify under the same conditions.
Well, we haven't had a chance yet today to introduce you to Tristan Garvin, so why don't we do that right now? Hey, Tristan, how are you doing here today?
Hey, Ralph. Hey, Shane. I'm great. I'm down at the crane We've got Super Stock and Supercat boats all craning in to do their qualifying right now. Energy's good. Honestly, all of it are pretty chill right now. So I think that everyone's ready to just get out there, see what their numbers are looking like, see what position they're going to be starting in for tomorrow. And then this afternoon, we've got a ton of bracket races. Can't wait to see those guys out here. The crane is always action-packed. It's my favorite place to be. I can't wait to show you guys more later today.
Hey, Tristan, doesn't look like your hair's blown around as much as Shane's over here. So is the wind hectic over there? Because it is blustery where we are.
It is windy, and it's just been picking up. I'm seeing a lot of guys talking about wind, but obviously they just got to get out on the course and see what it feels like for them, then come back in, change some props, change some weight around, and then get ready for their race.
All right. Shane, we need to find out what kind of hair product she's using because it's keeping her hair straight. Yours and mine are all over the place.
Man, what I have left back here, if my kids were here, they'd be giving me a bad time about that thinnest spot in the back, but I feel like I've lost a few to the wind today.
There's a good look at the crane area. And that is a ballet that's unlike anything you'll see anywhere in motorsports, watching those guys. And it's teamwork between the race team and the crane team to get those boats picked up off the trailers, maneuvered over and into the water.
There's a lot going on there. I've had that job before, and I'll tell you what, that's not a job I definitely love. But you got to coordinate those guys coming in, especially as the day gets moving and the busier it gets. You've got guys wanting in and you've got guys wanting out. So you've got to really time that and coordinate that. Luckily, we have two cranes. Typically, those teams, if they crane in on a particular crane, they want to crane back out on the same crane. And the reason is because they each have a scale. But they want to make sure that scale is consistent between both cranes. So they'll usually pick one for the weekend, and that's the crane they're going to go with to get all their data from.
Once you get craned over to the water, that's where you sit while you wait to go. The racers will crawl on board and then make their way out into the open bay, which is where they're starting to gather now as we get ready for our first qualifying session today, which will be coming up in just a minute or two. So we're going to take care of some business here on Speed Sport 1 and then make our way back to St. Petersburg, Florida, qualifying with the International Hot Rod Association.
For the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Supercat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
Today's coverage of the International Hot Rod Association St. Pete Grand Prix is presented to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast, Fast Boats, Smart Coverage, Progressive Insurance, and visit St. Pete-Clearwater, America's best beaches. Back here in St. Petersburg, Florida, Ralph Shaheen, Shane Landis with you as the boats are getting ready to go. I know we've been saying that for a minute here, but there's been a bit of a course hold. We should be underway here shortly. And Shane, we talked about these teams doing testing and practice, getting ready for the season. I remember we were discussing, I don't remember which team it was, but they mentioned they burned through 650 gallons of fuel testing, getting ready for the season.
Yeah, I believe that was in the Pro Class 1. That was Willie Cabiza with the MTI group.
That's right.
Man, they have really been
650 gallons of fuel.
I feel like they probably brought in their own semi or their own truckload and just pumped a Drake out of it.
That sounds like a season's worth of fuel.
I tell you, these guys really burn quite a bit. But you know what? That's what it takes to get the data these guys need. You know, they'll go out and they'll run a lot of fuel through these, making sure they get their trim angles, you know, getting the data they need. They probably run a lot of prop testing. Props are going to be really big when it comes to different conditions, and they're going to make changes according to those conditions based off of that.
And when it comes to data, these guys are pulling in the same kind of information that you see in any of the highest levels of professional motorsports. They are pulling all kinds of data off these boats.
If you can data log it, I'm sure they're doing it. And if they haven't figured out how to data log it yet, they probably got tech guys working on how to get them the information they want to just get those tenths and those hundredths of a seconds better, because, you know, every lap they're looking to gain anywhere they can.
You walk through the pit area and there are computers plugged into everything.
Oh, I tell you, I mean, it's definitely a very, very technical game nowadays.
Guys that look a lot smarter than you and I reading all of it.
This is no joke. Sometimes I can't even get my laptop to operate correctly. I don't even know how they operate these different systems and these monitoring software they operate.
You got a laptop? Well, you're a step ahead of me. Boy, the bay there looks nice and calm. But out on the open water part of this, that's going to change in a hurry here.
I feel like with the wind the way it is today, I hate to even jinx it. It felt like it just settled down there for the last minute.
I was just thinking the same thing. I didn't want to say anything.
But I think it's coming. Looks like we got somebody out here swimming. I don't know, I'm sure really what we got going. Hopefully that's not what we're waiting. I'd get that guy a boat, get him picked up and out of the way. That looks like he's right off the beach. He's out there.
That's not something you're going to see me doing, swimming with a buoy. That guy's doing some long-distance training.
Yes, he is. I think I'd probably be hugging that buoy right now, just floating.
I'd be standing on the beach encouraging him to swim faster, but I wouldn't be out there doing it with him.
There's one of the newest Pro Class 1 teams this year. We got Carpenter and we got Langham in that boat. They're a newer team, a newer duo, and I think they're out here just really get some data. That boat just got put together. I think the motors maybe got put in that boat a week and a half ago. So they're out here really just trying to make some laps and get some seat time together as a new team.
Some of these boats are going to look similar to our new viewers who are maybe seeing offshore powerboat racing for the first time here on Speed Sport 1. The super stock boats, the shape of the boat is going to look similar to what you saw to the Pro Class.
Yeah, so we're dealing with catamaran hulls here. So basically you have two sponsons on either side. You pack a lot of air. It's almost just like a wing, out there. They create a lot of lift. The different classes, you have different lengths, different weights, and the minimums that they have to compile with. And then the stock boat series, you have a 300 category and a 500 engine horsepower power category. Then we've got internal combustion engines, big blocks essentially for Supercat, and then with our Pro Class 1.
Well, we shouldn't have said anything about the wind because it just picked back up again. There's a look along the park area here surrounding the bay. Lots going on, lots to see. You can see the fans enjoying it. There's an art festival going on, too, which I think is where that is there.
Uh-huh. But you can see, boy, the spectators have started to hit the wall. They're getting ready for some racing even over at the art show. Just such beautiful scenery. Look at that skyline.
Most of the artwork I tend to hang is racing related. I'm guessing there's probably not a lot of it over there. There's the crane in action, one of the two big ones. You can see how high the boats get up in the air as they pull them in and out of the water. Just don't drop it on the porta-john.
Yep, I need to be that guy. See how they got a rope that's running off the boat down to a guy on the ground? They call that a tether. So that way they can swing and pivot these boats in the air, and that way the wind doesn't pick them up and get it. The boat doesn't get away from them while it's strapped to the crane.
Well, and what you just mentioned, there's an interesting thing too when you go down there and you watch it in action, because they will turn the boat in the air with those tethers as they're taking them off the trailer. The trailer might be faced one way, but they want the boat in a different direction. as you're going to see when it comes into the water. So they will turn it right there on the crane in midair and get it into the water the way they want, as you can see, which is what they're doing here now.
Yeah, they want to give themselves an easier advantage once they can orient the boat in the correct direction. Just helps the team get the boat. The visibility is limited in these boats. They really want to give themselves the best setup possible to get the boat pointed in the right direction.
I'll tell you, the other thing you got to be careful of is when you're walking around down there, just how close you are to the edge, because where those guys are, it drops down good 6-8 feet to the water line.
Yep,
from the top of the ridge there.
That's correct. Some of these guys are sitting right on the wall with some buoys. We do have some portable docks down there that they usually pick and pull the boats from. That just helps those guys get out there on the water. We've got Team CR Racing right there. I see Michael. He's one of the head techs. He's there. He was wrenching on that boat last night, helping those guys get out.
And you just safely dunk her into the water.
Yep.
It's amazing how smoothly they can make that all happen. A lot smoother than I'm doing with.
Yeah, there's that little portable dock we were talking about. They run those pylons in the ground, so it gets them off the wall a little bit, so they don't have to deal with the concrete and that a little extra shallower up against the seawall. A lot of teams down there waiting. I see Jeremy Tashida's boat there, the Wozencraft Superstock. I'm trying to see that boat next to it. I can't quite tell who that is. I don't know if that's Sean Torrente, but man, all these guys they're dropped in ready. I see Pete down there. He looks like he's doing a good job directing.
St. Pete Pier. Pier Tiki, the restaurant at the top up there. Haven't had a chance to get up there, have you?
We were here a couple weeks ago for an additional site visit. It's beautiful up there. The food is amazing. If you get a chance to go up there, they have this shrimp appetizer. It's shrimp and popcorn, but they put Old Bay seasoning on the popcorn. I never thought that would have been a good combination, but it was awesome.
Okay, breaking out your foodie hat, huh? That's some of our rescue team, our progressive rescue team. Boy, they have to do some intense training, don't they?
They sure do. Those guys are all pretty fit shape, just like we're talking about those watercraft riders. They do a lot of off-season practice. I'm not sure what it'd be like to jump out of a helicopter, but...
Well, that's it. I mean, they don't land on the water where you're at. I mean, these guys are jumping in from 10, 20 feet up above, right into the water, right where the boat is in need, and helping the racers from there. It looks like finally got one getting up to speed a little bit, so maybe we're going to see some qualifying action here.
So that is a Supercat right there. That's Kelly with EWB. I'm not sure if they're heading to a milling section. Looks like that's Great L in front of them there.
They're definitely headed out onto course, so that's a good sign.
Yes, they are.
Now the Gray Dell boat just to the right, the big cat.
Yep, that's going to be Chris Grant and Jay Moeller. Jay Moeller's on the throttles for that boat. He actually, it's interesting. Some of these guys, they'll run different boats. They'll run multiple classes, and they jump from boat to boat. So those guys really, you talk about somebody who's surgical, to be able to go from one type of boat to another and be able to get right back into race mode with a different boat, different feel. These guys have a lot of experience.
The X-Insurance boat moving out as well. Definitely heading out onto course. You can see picking up a little bit of speed here.
Yep, I believe that's Owen Buis in that boat. And that's a new boat for them. That's a new team created over the offseason.
These racers have not had a lot of time on this Tampa Bay water this weekend. Yesterday, they got their first bit of action out on the water. They did a little practice. We're told this is going to be a quick little test session before they actually begin qualifying, but we will at least see some boats at speed here.
Yep, absolutely. They're giving these guys a little bit of test time. Test time ran a little bit short yesterday. Yeah. Some guys had some issues just like that. We're looking at Bill Piper and Britt Lilly with Dirty Money. Like I said, that was the boat they pulled an engine on last night, so they're probably just wanted to do a little shakedown, make sure that new engine's ready to rock and roll. I think they run Goodwin engines is who they're using.
The helicopter's hovering up above. Well, let's head back down to the offshore powerboat pit area. Here's Tristan once again with one of our racers.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Sabrina. This is her first offshore race. Now you've done some boating in your past. First race though.
Yes.
What are you thinking going into today's qualifying?
I'm just super excited, honored to have this opportunity. It's a super competitive class, so I'm excited to see what we can go out there and do, and most importantly, just have some fun.
Hey, having fun is great, but I gotta say, you're in good hands.
Oh, for sure.
Your throttle man has a lot of experience. I'm sure you guys have had a lot of fun in the cockpit.
We have.
You are in such good hands. I can't wait to see what you do out there.
Yep.
Good luck today,
Yep.
and I can't wait to talk to you in a little bit after your first time out on the course.
Cool. Thank you.
Shane, let's talk a little bit about that. That's a really cool thing about offshore powerboat racing is you have two racers in the boat controlling what that boat does. You have a driver, but then you have the throttle man or throttle woman, depending on the case. Two different responsibilities, but this boat is going nowhere without both of them working perfectly together.
That's one of the interesting things about offshore powerboat racing, like people, like you said, don't know, is that the teamwork inside the boat really makes a big difference. And the more seat time these men and women get together, they can predict one another's motions or direction of how they want the boat to be ran. It's a great thing. You got one person on the wheel, one person on the throttles, and they have to time things just perfectly. If you need to drop trim, back the throttle back before you hit a corner or before you take the first buoy, those guys really have to be in sync together. It's an art form for sure. Looks like that's the new Pro Class 1 boat. Looks like that boat's running pretty good. I saw them run out yesterday. Saw them idle by and then idle back in. So hopefully they got whatever problem they had yesterday fixed and shook down, and they're ready for the day.
So let's talk a little bit further about what the throttle man and the driver are doing. Obviously, the driver pointing the boat in the direction they want it to go as they work their way around the course. The course is long, 5 to 6 miles in length, usually depending on where we are in the layout of the water. But there are rights and lefts, so you're not just going straight, you are turning it in both directions. The throttle man or woman, as the case may be, is very active in what you're doing in the positioning of the boat, not in the direction, but the position of the nose of the boat on the water.
Yes, there's a fine line on how high they're carrying that nose, and they want to keep the trims just right. The water conditions are constantly going to change that. Some of these guys might set the trims and just run the boat, go hammer down, but I feel like they're constantly messing with the tab on some of these boats. I'll have a tunnel tab, and then they're obviously messing with the trim all the time just to find that sweet spot.
And it's not just flat out 100% of the time. Yes, there are some long straightaways where we'll see the biggest boats of the day hitting 160 miles an hour, depending on the wind and the water. But there is a dog leg and some tight turns, so you're going to have to come off those throttles to get the boat through those corners. And when you get to side-by-side racing, too, you got to be careful. You don't want to be moving into each other and that sort of thing, so you got to watch those throttles there as well.
Yeah, the rougher the water, the more working of the throttle these guys are doing. And some of this rough stuff you'll see, these guys are really rocking back and forth on the throttle. They're not wide open all the time. They're trying to find that sweet spot. The last thing you want to do is launch the boat, maybe get the nose too high. You don't want to carry too much wind because, a catamaran boat like this, you really got to be concerned with a blowover.
Yeah. There's a good look at the cat design coming right at you there.
Yeah, that design just packs it full of air.
Yeah, sure does. Well, we're going to be right back here to St. Petersburg, Florida on this beautiful Saturday morning turning into afternoon with more practice, testing, and qualifying coming up.
Champion! He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on. This is the time to show that I got that dog in here, right?
Hey, dig and win! The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross Super US #1 plate.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
It just affected us, our ability to see the TV because it was so bright.
The IHRA's Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix is brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast. Progressive, fast boats, smart coverage, Progressive Insurance. And visit St. Pete-Clearwater, America's best beaches. And here we are in St. Petersburg, Florida on a blustery day. Beautiful sunshine, gorgeous scenery in the backdrop, and out onto the Tampa Bay. As you can hear through our microphones, though, here we are in a tent right there on that big pier, and the wind just howling across the one smaller bay over the pier and into the bigger bay. So it's going to be, it's coming literally from behind us, behind this camera shot, right across that pier, and headed over there to the airport, and it is blowing pretty good. We expect it, believe it or not, tomorrow to be blowing even harder.
Yeah.
And coming from the north, further across in the exact same direction it's coming right now, but just higher velocity. So we're really expecting and talking to the racers that tomorrow we're going to have some choppy seas out there.
Yep.
Which, not to interrupt you, Shane, but not exactly what the racers want, but as far as the viewers, boy, it's going to be spectacular. These boats are going to be flying.
Yep, we love to watch some rough water action. I know it's harder on the boats and it's harder on these guys, and they definitely have to make some accommodations, some changes to the boats in order to run in those types of conditions. So what they're qualifying in today is definitely going to be something different. They're going to have to do a new plan for racing tomorrow.
And that'll totally change how they set these boats up, too. And a big part of that will be that weight that you were talking about. In chatting with some of the racers, there's 50-pound bags of weight that they can maneuver around the boat, that they can easily slide forward or back depending on where they want it, where they need it. And as that wind picks up and that nose gets higher up in the air, they'll push that weight to the front, try to keep that thing buried down to the water.
That is correct. They're going to definitely have some work to do there. I think you're going to see some on these outboard boats. I think you're going to see some guys adjusting the height of the motor. I talked to a super stock team earlier, and that was kind of what their plan might have been, was to maybe make some adjustments after qualifying and get that weight down a little bit, especially for cornering.
Talking about those outboard motors, one of the things I found in the pit area that was just fascinating is how you talked about them moving those motors up or down. They can move it as little as a 1/16 of an inch up or down. You go as much as a 1/16 of an inch, can take 100 RPM off or added to it, and a mile an hour up or down, just with a 1/16 of an inch.
Yep, they can make minimal changes, and those guys have that data to do that. It's going to be really important. They're going to adjust props probably as well. There's a lot of things that go into these setups.
And that adjusting of the engine is not as quick as, say, a quick change rear end you might find in some forms of four-wheel racing, but it can be done rather quickly, but just adjusting 3-4 bolts and you can slide it up or down.
That's also going to change some of that center of gravity, some of that X dimension factors that they have to play with. In the rougher water, they want that weight down as far as possible. That looks like the Moxie Racing guys. We got Superstock 88 there.
And we're just waiting as patiently as we can, as you are at home, for the qualifying session to get underway. We talked about rights and lefts. That left is really a dog leg section on the race course.
That is correct. Yeah, generally, this is a right-handed oriented course. I think these guys, from a driver, whoever's on the wheel, I think they can see a little bit better on a right-hander.
Yeah.
But you're going to see throughout the season some of the general direction being left and right both.
Let's take a look at that race course here that we have in St. Petersburg at the Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix. And you mentioned drivers being happy about the course being on the right, and talking to a lot of the racers. They were really thrilled to see that. The driver sits to the right side of the boat. It doesn't have to be that way, but a lot of the boats are designed that way. So the driver will be on the right side of the cockpit, throttle man on the left side. And what that does is, you see there is a split here on the course too, Shane.
So what that split's designating is you're going to have a short course and a long course. Like Pro Class 1, they're going to have, I believe they have to run 2 long laps, and then the rest of the lap's going to be a short lap. So they're going to have to make a decision through this race somewhere after the first lap of where they want to run their long laps at, because they're going to have to run them in order to make that happen as far as the timing goes with the race.
Yeah, and getting back to that view from inside the cockpit, and I've sat inside a Superstock boat the other day, and driver on the right side, throttle man on the left, and the visibility for the driver, it's not so much going forward that you're worried about it, but when you're on the right side like that, if somebody comes up the side, now I can see him. I can hear him, I can feel him, but I can see him. And it's not just, door bumper clear like you might see in a stock car race, right? You don't have spotters working with you that way here the way you would at a stock car race. But you got to be able to see and feel it. If I see the nose of that boat next to me, I can't move over because I know there's another 20 feet plus behind of what I'm seeing.
Absolutely. You got to make sure you got a clear lane if you're going to try to change lanes and make a pass or make a maneuver. And if somebody kind of gets in there, you really have to know that they're there. The last thing you want to do is get too close. Sometimes these cat holes that are riding on air like that, you get 2 boats real close together, it can take the air off of both of them and change the pressures underneath them, and it kind of does real funky stuff to those boats. And those guys got to be ready for that.
Yeah, so visibility is so important from inside the cockpit of these boats, and it is very... well, if you have claustrophobia,
I wouldn't want to be in one of those
feel
boats.
It. Trust me.
It's a pretty tight space, but you know what? In reality, those guys want to be strapped in pretty tight. They don't want to move around. They want to be able to have good control. Actually, there's a great view of inside the cockpit. Yeah, absolutely.
I will tell you, it wasn't as claustrophobic as I thought it might be. I mean, it's actually more spacious than you tend to think it's going to be as far as your ability to stretch your legs out, move your arms around, and do all that. But you are shoulder to shoulder with the guy next to you, and not a whole lot of extra space. You're not riding in a Suburban, that's for
you're
sure.
definitely not. You are you're in that Ferrari on the water for sure.
Can only imagine what it feels like at 160 miles an hour across the water.
Yeah, on that Pro Class 1, that's a pretty big boat to be able to run those kind of speeds, and they'll do it. You'll probably see some of that this weekend. The 10 out there on the VIP at the end of the pier, that's going to be a great spectating spot, isn't it?
I was down there yesterday, and it is just awesome watching some of the practice from down there. Here comes one of the other new boats coming out, our stock boats.
Yep, that boat, that's enough said. That actually is a team out of Bermuda. We have 2 teams in Superstock that are from Bermuda.
We need a race at their home.
You know what? I'm ready. Let's
Come on,
do it.
Let's do that. Don't you have some influence on that?
Man, I'd love to.
That'd be fun.
There's a couple of pink boats out there in Superstock, and one of the previous races, we had a little girl, and they were just screaming for the pink boats. Boy, they love to see those boats.
It is a colorful form of motorsport for sure.
All the different liveries, the different wraps. I mean, it's really neat to see these guys, put on a great show with a bunch of different colors.
We're told the X Insurance 88 will be the first boat to qualify here in our stock category.
And I believe that's the Moxie Racing team. This is a newer team also. that kind of started last year and got things going. These guys will get these boats up to speed, and they're going to have 3 laps to try to get their best qualifying run.
Be Greg Reichman Racing. Be Greg Reichman as the driver. David Whelan, the throttle man. Boat out of Arizona.
Yep, that'd be right.
Now with our pro watercraft event that we wrapped up a little bit ago, we saw the racers getting right up alongside those buoys and leaning into them, no different than you'd see a ski racer on a gate headed down a course at the Olympics. But here, the boats can get awful close to the buoys, but you don't want to.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to hit those things. You definitely don't want to buy one. There is a general rule. If you take a buoy, you got to buy it. So these guys want to stay off of that. That can throw them off course, especially if they're trying to carve that corner. Once that air is packed underneath them, they definitely don't want something to upset that boat. And as you can see, those big cylindrical buoys, those are about 10 foot tall.
There's a whole process to putting those out there as well.
I'll tell you what, those guys are up early. They have to go drop those. They have to make sure they get all of the anchors and everything set. They have to drop them on precise GPS locations, because in our racer packet we put out the course so these guys can actually practice and set up their own course ahead of time. So they want those in an exact spot. Boat's looking pretty good. They got the rooster tail laid down. Looks like they're trying to get after it.
Get that thing up on plane and get going.
Other than the wind we're feeling, but we're in an elevated position, it looks like the water's pretty good right now. Looks like the conditions aren't bad.
For now.
For now.
You put a full field out there and start churning it up pretty good. After a few laps, it's going to get a little rough out there in the seas. You see that nose bouncing around a little bit. Qualifying session just getting underway here with the IHRA's new Offshore Powerboat Championship Series. First boat out on the water. So we'll be right back for more qualifying.
Take a look at this. Sugar white sand, glistening Gulf Coast waters, and record-breaking sunshine. No wonder the beaches of St. Pete-Clearwater have been named some of the best in the world. And if we stopped there, you might miss the best parts, like world-class museums and murals that fill the streets, Michelin-recognized dining, and ancient mangrove adventures, live music, and so much more. Come explore at visitspc.com.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution!
What a spectacular setting for the season opener, the 2026 season on the water for the International Hot Rod Association. That's St. Petersburg, Florida. You're looking at our brand new IHRA Pro Watercraft Championship race course to the right, and the Offshore Powerboat Series getting underway with their qualifying right here out in the middle of Tampa Bay. Shane, as we kick the 2026 season off here today in Tampa Bay, next stop is going to be Lake Pontchartrain, New Orleans. Then we're going to Cocoa Beach, Florida. We're going to be seeing a wide variety of different venues around the country. We're going to be out of Lake Havasu. We're going to be Lake of the Ozarks. We're going to be St. Clair, Michigan. We're going to Sheboygan, Wisconsin, on the big lake up there. Orange Beach in Alabama.
We've got a big circuit, and I'll tell you what, we're going to be all around the country, which is going to be a fantastic spot. You're going to see some saltwater racing. You're going to see some true offshore stuff, and you're going to see some big water on Lake Michigan and freshwater Lake of the Ozarks. So we're going to run the gamut of different conditions for these guys.
There you go. Now we're starting to see him get bounced around a little bit.
Yep, you've got enough said.
Racing.
Yeah, like I said, these guys are from Bermuda. It looks like they're laying it out pretty good. They were coming through that corner pretty hard, skipping it around there, doing a little slide, trying to maintain some speed through the corner, so they can get a little bit of an exit speed coming out, running down that straight section.
And again, if you're new to offshore powerboat racing, sliding the boat is a legit thing that goes on here. It's not just for dirt track racing. You can do it on the water as well.
Yep, it's nice because they can maintain more speed. It just creates a little bit of a stability issue. But when these guys are used to that, they can handle it, they're comfortable, they're ready for it. They just got to be careful. They don't want to get that sponson hooked in. The water's pretty calm right now, but when the water gets rougher, that's going to be a little bit different condition for them to be able to try to do that in.
There's the S7 boat. That's Sloan Langston.
Yep.
JS Racing entry out of South Carolina.
Yep, and that's a newer team this year. Oh, here we go.
Here's a good look at that slide. Look at that.
That boat is hooked up. As you can tell, Ralph, they're only running on that last 2 or 3 feet of running surface.
You just need the props and the tail in the water.
Yes, sir. Less drag, more lift. That's the name of the game.
And it's finding that balance, right?
Yep, that's where they're going to
You don't need that nose up too far, but you got to have it just low enough.
Yep. The throttleman's in there working the sticks. He's getting that trim just set right. That way he can create that lift and get the nose up. Boat looks pretty stable.
There's our S88. Reichman.
Yep, and Wheelan. Like I said, I don't know what lap they're on their qualifying. I'm guessing they're probably somewhere in that second or third lap. They usually run about 3 boats, I think, maybe 4 on a course at a time for qualifying. That's a beautiful wrap job on that boat, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I love it. The beginning of the race, start of the season, all these boats are fresh. As the race season continues, as you've seen with other sports or forms of motorsports, they get a little more beat up as the season goes on.
There'll be some rubbing, be some leaning on each other. As hard as that is to believe at these speeds on the water, it is a physical form of motorsport for sure.
Yeah, this super stop class, I mean, these guys are taking these corners, in excess of 100 mile an hour. Probably run somewhere in that 110, 120 range on the straight sections, depending on how they're propped and conditions.
Some 16 or so boats entered in the super stock category. That's a big field.
Yes, it is. And like I said, we're early in the season. I mean, there's 22 of these guys if we can ever get a complete field. But, man, they're going to put on a heck of a show this weekend.
Well, and just like with our brand new IHRA Stock Car Series that debuted last weekend very successfully at Pulaski, Virginia, A lot of folks with these machines sitting around waiting to see how the season opener goes, waiting to see what is IHRA going to bring to the table with offshore powerboat racing in the Pro Watercraft Series. We had 150 entries.
Oh, it's amazing.
On the Pro Watercraft side of the table. And last year at this event, there were 28 of them here. 28.
Yep.
We had 150 here this weekend in the watercraft. On the boat side, last year I was told here they had about 35 to 38 boats. We've got close to 70 here, counting all the categories this weekend. So you can see there's already a huge excitement level about the IHRA's involvement in racing on the water. And we expect as we move on to Lake Pontchartrain to Cocoa Beach, Lake Havasu, so forth and so on, we're going to see more boats coming out of the garage, coming out of the marinas, headed to the races, ready to go.
There's some teams that are still getting boats put back together. Some teams are still waiting on some engines. But, I think by the time we really get rolling in May, we're going to – the field's going to be phenomenal.
Yeah. More boats on the way. Looks like the S12 is done with their run.
Off plane. Hopefully their qualifying time was good. It sure looked good. They were carving those corners up.
When they're done with their session, they'll head back to the crane, back over by the airport there. And the next group will idle on out into Tampa Bay.
When these guys are going through the corner in excess of 100, I'll tell you what, that really is going to pin you into your seat.
This is really a great category if you want to get involved in offshore powerboat racing. If you don't have the unlimited budget to do whatever you dream of doing in your life, to go Supercat racing or Pro 1 racing, that sort of Class 1 racing, this is an outstanding form of offshore racing to get involved. You got those stock engines on the back, very affordable, very powerful, make a great bit of noise, but you get to run the really cool design boat.
Yep, no, that's the thing. It's super competitive, and the 300 engines are, fairly affordable. There's two different engine variations that these guys can possibly be running on the 300. This year they had some rule changes where they allowed the new 300 ROS engine. So you're going to see some boats that are a little noisier and some that are a little quieter. That new ROS motor is a shorter shaft motor, allowing these guys to get the center of gravity down just a little bit. Probably, I think, a little less stress on the shaft itself. Probably hopefully leading to some less breakages and stuff. So I think it'll be interesting to see in rough water how these new engine packages shake out. A lot of the teams we were talking to in the pits last night, I think the jury's out on which direction everybody wants to go yet, but I'll tell you what, this will be a good test bed this weekend for that new engine package.
Looking like the X-Insurance Maxim entry is done. Their qualifying effort. Saw 343 posted up there. Looks like everybody's completed their runs in this first group qualifying. I think the next group should get moving a little bit quicker now that we are underway. We need our booth out there.
Yeah, we need to
with
slide some of that
pleasure boats out there.
Yeah, or slide VIP over, or maybe put us out on a big cruiser. All right, we got Team Dima Bikini right here. The boat owner's Chad Havens, and we've got Leanna Shadlow. She's on the wheel in there. And this weekend, Chad's out. He had a surgery, I think, last week, and so he's kind of recovering from that. And we've got Austin Blocker out of Canada that's in the boat with Leanna this weekend. So I think it's going to be an interesting year for them. Starting off that way with Chad out of the boat's going to be a little different dynamic. But I'll tell you what, Austin is no stranger to the throttles. He's going to be in there and get that boat cranking.
Demon Bikini, I'm okay with. You start talking about Demon Speedo, I'm leaving the booth.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Some of the stuff. Oh, see, there's some good in video or in cockpit video. There's a lot going on. You see the screens. You see all the things they're monitoring in there. They each have a big job inside the cockpit.
There's a lot of video screens on board these boats, and they're watching all sorts of different things. Pages upon pages upon pages of information they can scroll through to tell them everything about how the boat is performing temperature-wise, RPMs, all the things you think about when you talk about high-level sports car racing or high-level open-wheel competition. Exact same setup inside the cockpit. They have rear-view monitor screens to see what's going on behind the boat if they need it. They can look out all over the place through the video monitors in front of them. Lots of information. Here's S14 Atlas, Tanner Lewis Racing out of Florida.
Yeah, these guys are
Well, that's right up on plane, isn't it? Look at that go.
Yeah, that boat looks really good. And looks like they've got the setup dialed in. That thing looks hooked up.
Tanner Lewis, the driver on this boat. Not sure who's working the throttle. Doesn't say on our entry list.
This will be the first race that Superstock has qualified in this format, Ralph. I'm not sure if you were aware of that. Typically, they have run heats in the past, and they wanted to qualify like some of the other boats this year to try to stack their starting lane and their starting position for their main. We're back to Leanne and Austin there.
How do you think that's going to be received?
You know, they're the ones that wanted for it and asked for it, so we've accommodated that and put that in the schedule. I think it's going to be great. I mean, in past years, it's always been a chip draw or a pill draw on what lane they're starting in. You know, these guys really, they put the time, the effort into it. They want the opportunity to perform, and I think this is a great way to stack these the starting positions on this. Is to let these guys run a qualifier. Looks like I'm seeing some white cap action out there, maybe, or I don't know if that's just the sun glistening off the wave crest, but it looks like the conditions are getting a little bit rougher, as you can tell. That boat's moving around a little bit.
Looked like it's porpoising pretty good through that section right there.
Yep, he's probably really trying to get that boat dialed in on the trim. Oh, now we've got
see the one behind
else.
it there, really getting kicked up. And that's what we're going to see a lot of tomorrow. Again, you start putting more and more boats out there, as we said, almost 20 boats here in this category alone. Get all those guys out there, guys and gals, racing hard, flat out, really going to churn up this water, especially as the wind picks up. There's the S8 boat.
That's going to be Jeremy Tashida's boat with the Wozencraft.
Sure is.
That's actually
out of Minnesota.
Yep, that's actually, I'm not 100% sure on the length of that boat, but I think that's one of the smaller entries in the Superstock category, but that boat is fast. And I spoke with him the other day, and I know they're running that new engine package, so I kind of wish we were sitting out there on the pier, because those new ROS motors have a dry exhaust, and they sound like some of these bigger, big block engine boats out there roaring around.
You just want to be out on the pier closer to that popcorn shrimp you were talking about.
Yeah, I'm going to have to send somebody to grab us one of those to have later.
I got you. We got runners for that. Getting closer to lunch, they're probably just getting the first batch ready to go anyway.
Looks like Austin's got the trim locked in.
Yeah, Demon Bikini getting up to speed here.
I was really glad we had that in-video or the in-cockpit video angle of that. That's going to be some new stuff they're working with.
Here's another boat we're seeing for the first time. This is the S21 entry here. That's Rusty Williams, Chad Rutzel.
Yep.
Driver Rusty's working the sticks. Sales MF out of Louisiana.
Yep, Chad Rutzel. So this team also has another boat. They run factory stock as well. So those guys are going back and forth between two boats and maintaining two boats for the races this weekend.
There's a good look at all the different screens that are in front of the racers here. Driver again on the right. Throttle man sitting to the left. Yep. This is the Demon Bikini boat. Now the throttle man is to the left. The throttles themselves tend to be
physically
to the right.
Yeah, they're physically in the middle of the boat. So you can, a lot of times these boats they'll shift, but depending on left or right-handed person. But typically the driver's going to be on the right, and you'll put the throttle person on the left. We got Jeremy Tashida piloting this craft. He's the owner.
Yeah. Tashida Family Racing entry.
That is a good-looking boat.
I just love
those colors.
Just thinking that.
Gosh, you can always see that boat on the race course. He did a good job picking those colors. He's got a pleasure boat that's almost matches it, that he runs some poker runs with, and so sometimes I have to take a good look and figure out which boat he's in.
One of the quicker boats we've seen so far today, Tanner Lewis's entry, the Atlas Offshore Racing Machine, from right here in the Sunshine State.
Yeah, Atlas. I think that he's kind of involved in some logistics and stuff.
Nice big long straightaway here.
Yep, these guys can really get the speed up and kind of fine-tune those trims. Boat looks pretty good. That boat had a good season last year. Came out really, really, blaring early in the season. Had some mechanical issues later in the season where they were fighting, and now I'm glad they were trying to chose that new engine package. I think that's going to be good for them this year.
Jeremy headed across Tampa Bay towards the north end of the race course. The city of Tampa off in the distance. Quite a bit of glare out there, but off in the distance you can see a bit of the skyline. Here comes Demon Bikini.
You can see that winds might be affecting them a little bit. It looks like they're kind of bouncing back and forth a little bit. And I think that's what these guys are going to play heck with all weekend. I'll tell you, Rusty Williams got that thing trimmed out just good. Chad's sitting there holding on and driving right where it needs to go.
That Say Less boat looks pretty good.
Yes, it does. I'm kind of partial to red, so I love that red, white, and black theme, you know.
Yeah, it's a good look. Clean.
Yes, very clean. Rusty, he's been in the performance boat industry forever. Chad, he's been around it a long time. I think Chad has a transportation company, if I remember right.
These racers, as they're going from the north to the south end of the course, should feel that wind pushing them a little bit from the backside.
Yep.
And it's going to be a headwind as they come up from the south to the north.
Well, and that's where I think you're seeing the movement of the boat a whole lot more. When they're running into the wind, I think they're just, they're packing a lot of air there. Oh, we got the nose a little bit high right there. They're doing everything
really
they can.
Dancing it there, aren't they? Look at that.
Yes, they are. I'd love to get some camera angles on the back of the Transmuse boats, because if you can't quite see it from this vantage point, but those props are about halfway out of the water just chewing the top.
Inside Demon Bikini once again.
And you can tell that boat looks pretty stable, but man, they're moving around in there. I'm going to have to ask Leanna how she handles those big, long, those long fingernails when she's on that wheel.
There's Atlas. As you come back inside Demon Bikini, Shane, one of the things I wanted to bring up here is that bar coming down through the center of the cockpit there. That's a really big safety innovation into offshore powerboat racing. If this boat gets upside down, that bar there is built to help keep the roof from crushing down in on the driver and the throttleman.
Yep, the structural integrity of the cockpit is definitely held up by that support position. The windshields that you're looking at, I don't know the exact dimension on it, but those windshields are something like a couple inches thick. They are very, very thick. I don't even know if it's plexiglass, some kind of polycarb, component. It is stout. But you know what? Those guys definitely want good structural integrity on those cockpits. A lot of these things are a fiberglass mixture with carbon fiber and Kevlar, to cut some weight and increase the strength. At the end of the day, safety is the most important thing. You can see some different shapes of the capsules or the cockpits on top of these boats too, and some of that has to do with the structural build of the boat manufacturer.
Everybody thinks a different design, right?
Yep, everybody's got a little different outlook on it. But that's the great part about racing. Everybody gets to bring that to the table and see what works, what doesn't, what they like, and what they don't.
Yeah, no, I love it. They don't all look the same. Even though this is a stock category, it's not impacting the design of the shapes of the boats as much as it's all about those engines or what's the stock component.
Yep, that's definitely the stock component. These guys have minimum weights. Their minimum weight's around 4,900 pounds when they have to come out of the scale. If they're lighter than that, they're going to take a penalty on race day, and they definitely don't want that. I think it's something like 1 lap penalty per 100 pounds if they come in light. Chad and Rusty are sliding that boat right around the corner. That boat looks really good.
It does. We saw the Demon Bikini boat really moving around. The Say Less boat here, a lot more planted into the water.
And I'm not sure which corner they're on, and that could maybe play a little difference running in or out of the wind. But
very true. We should mention, with qualifying, I believe everybody's running the longer course. They're not taking the shorter inside portion.
Absolutely.
That's only for the race day.
From what I understand, I think Pro Class 1's the only one that's actually going to take the short and long route. They're kind of doing some testing with that. Some of the bracket guys, I think the 600, 700 boats might be running the short course.
And speaking of the bracket guys, we'll see some open cockpit racers.
Absolutely. The bracket guys are, you talk about grassroots level, get it done. You know, these guys can come out in a pleasure performance boat, meet the rules, and meet the safety category, and pretty much anybody, if they decide they want to try to step into racing or dip their toe into it, you know, bracket racing is the way to do it. Much like sportsman racing with the drag racing series, right?
Yeah, or street stocker and stock car competition. Talking about the bracket guys, we'll see them later. I love our buddies in Piston Broke
yes,
from
those
Canada.
Guys are great.
They hauled 38 hours to get down here. Of course, it was below zero when they left Canada. It's 80-plus degrees here, so they gained a lot when it came to temp.
We should ask them how many states away before the ice and snow melted out of the cockpit.
Yeah, that's a good point. But the thing about it is the boat that they're running in, the category they're in, is not one of the fastest boats out there. It's top speeds.
Well,
60.
so 60 mile an hour is their mark on that particular class, which is class 700. So they can't break 60 mile an hour. So those guys are going to try to run those boats right on the edge at that 59.9 without breaking out. Every breakout session that's caught puts them down in position as far as how they final. So sometimes the guy that goes across the finish line first in a bracket race, he might not be the guy that actually wins the category.
Be the winner, yeah. But I just love the fact that 38 hours of driving to run 60 miles an hour.
Yep.
It's not like this guy's, I got to go 38 hours because I want to run 200 miles an hour. No, he's going to go 60 miles an hour, but they're having a great time. And that's what it's all about, right?
All those guys fit well into the pits, and the slower classes for the big classes, everybody's sitting at the same driver's meeting. You know, everybody's friends. The camaraderie in the pits is great, and a lot of these guys help other teams out in different categories.
I can tell you one thing for sure about our buddies at Piston Broke. They are having a blast here this weekend. Looks like Demon Bikini is done.
Yeah, it looks like Lena just crawled out. Austin's still in the boat, probably getting it to the crane.
Looks like she completed 2 laps, and I'm seeing a timing and scoring which has finally popped up here. A 3:57.014 on her last effort, and a 3:57.013 on her first lap.
Looks like
sitting in 7th right now.
Jeremy Tashita, that's a pretty good lap time they've got going right there. What was that last lap? A 3:39 possibly? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah. Wozencraft, boat S8, is number 1 on the board right now with a 3:39.870, having completed 3 laps. Then Nuff Said, then X Insurance Moxie. That's your top 3. Say Less. So there's number 1 right there. Boat number 1 on the board right now in qualifying. Say Less MF is 4th. Atlas is 5th. And HBS Motorsports and Demon Bikini rounding out.
Maybe that new engine package is the way to go there on the.
Could be. Well, we're going to come right back to beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida, here in the Sunshine State, as we're getting underway with IHRA Offshore Powerboat Championship Qualifying. We're going to have a lot more of that action coming your way here today. A full day of racing on the water here on Speed Sport 1. Just relax, enjoy it. It's going to be a beautiful day. We're going to have pro watercraft, a lot more offshore powerboat championship action. Going to be a great day of racing here on Speed Sport 1.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
The Monster Energy St. Pete IHRA Grand Prix is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Progressive Fast Boats Smart Coverage. Progressive Insurance. And visit St. Pete-Clearwater, America's best beaches. And let's take a look at the highlights of the action we've seen here today. Our first qualifying session, Super Stock. We saw the Wozencraft entry move right to the top of the board, putting in a 339.870. X Insurance looks pretty solid as well. X Insurance Moxie, number 3. Demon Bikini right now sitting down in 7th in their peak machine. The X Insurance 88, there's Demon Bikini on board. Deanna Shadlow, a boat out of Texas. Leanna behind the wheel. And the St. Pete Pier fans starting to make their way out onto the far end of the pier, grabbing spots up on the hill or up along the fence line as the racing continues here. Pro watercraft machines will be racing just in front of these folks standing on this side of the pier here. And now we head out. Gary Ballou making his way out in the Ray Marine-backed S89. That's Cole Leibel Racing. Cole's the driver. Gary Ballou, the throttle man on that machine, the Big East Construction machine. Shane, watching Gary Ballou there.
Yeah, Gary and Cole.
S89.
Yep, that's another Canadian team. Last year they were, I believe, the national champions. I'm not sure where they finished on the world's level. That's a brand new boat for them also this year.
Here's S43, Ignite Offshore Racing. That's Chris
Hopgood.
The driver, Jay Muller, the throttle man. They call it Ignite, backed by Celsius and Valvoline. Boat comes out of Florida.
That boat's got a different wrap on it this year. I think
Valvoline's a new sponsor.
Yeah,
on that,
Valvoline's
right?
a new sponsor for them. I think that's a good thing they got picked up. They're a super competitive team as well. Jay Muller's one of those throttlemen that we were talking about earlier. I think he runs 3 different classes. He runs in Pro Class 1, he runs in Supercat, and Super Stock.
This looks like Leanne and Demon Bikini here, but I'm not sure why they would be out on the course now. Their group would be done, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if something happened to if they had a timing issue and they said, well, run them again. I'm not 100% sure what's going on right there.
She only did 2 laps, so we're hearing now that she was asking for a 3rd lap like everybody else.
Yep, I think that's a fair assessment.
Look how beautiful that water is.
Oh, it's amazing.
Here's Allied S54.
That's going to be Sean Torrente.
Yep. Matt
Jaminski.
Thank you. Matt's the driver. STR Allied is the name of the boat and hails out of Florida.
Yeah, Sean Tarente, that you talk about a world-class level racer. He's a neat guy if you get a chance to talk to him. He also travels overseas, and he runs Formula One boats as well overseas.
Obviously, the F1 Powerboat Championship here in the U.S., part of IHRA Racing as well.
Yep.
Legendary F1 Powerboat racer Tim Siebold was here last night in our pit party. He's here helping out with the boat races today. We'll be doing all the F1 Powerboat races this season. Me and Tim will be calling that action.
Their first race in Bradenton here, 3 or 4 weeks ago. That was a fun,
spectacular.
That was a fun race to be at.
Port Natchez coming up next on that tour over in Texas. So many exciting seasons and series being contested under the IHRA banner this year. Pro Pulling League getting underway tonight.
Yep.
You'll see that here live on Speed Sport 1 as well. Man, it is what an action-packed day.
I'm telling you.
Every weekend here with the IHRA on Speed Sport 1, it's just one thrilling series after another.
It's unbeatable action. I don't care what type of motorsports you want to watch. It's covered.
That's Team Allen Lawn Care and Landscaping, the S17, Sabrina Kowalik and Billy Allen. Billy's the throttle man. Sabrina's got the wheel.
Yep,
Team Allen Lawn Care out of Iowa.
Yep, she's that new rookie that Tristan graciously interviewed there a while ago. We're pretty excited to have her on board, and I think Leanne is as well. So now she's not the only lady in Superstock, and as this class grows, I'm sure we'll see more of that. But I think that team's got some good potential. I mean, with Billy Alley back in that team, he's a world-class guy.
That Celsius Valvoline boat looks great on the water, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Really looks like they're getting it.
Yeah, Chris and Jay, they've been in the boat for a while together, and that's a heck of a team. They gel very well together.
Leanna getting her other lap in here.
Yep, Austin's probably pushing it with her.
Boat looks good.
It does. And I'll tell you what, they have awesome apparel with some funny sayings. I definitely highly suggest you check out their apparel.
I'm not sure I want to see you in their bikini
No, I don't
apparel.
think you want any part of that. But now I'm sure there are some viewers out there that might, but we just never know. I just love her hats. That's something I could wear.
You could wear a hat?
I could wear a hat. I could do a hat. The rest of it, there's not enough there.
We need to make sure that. Yeah. Yeah, well put. We need to make sure Leanna gets you handled.
There is Cole and Gary. I'll tell you what, those guys are amazing competitors. They've been around for quite a while. This is a brand new boat. So basically, if you guys probably haven't seen Cole. Cole is like
there they are.
A giant. The guy is tall.
That's Cole on the right, Gary on the left.
Yep.
Cole's got to be 6'4", 6'5", and I know they were saying he weighs 270 pounds.
So he's got to be at least that. So if
he's
you look
a tight end.
So if you look at this boat, that cockpit's a little bit taller. They had a championship boat last year. That is a Victory. He basically ordered another boat identical to it, and he just had him put a bigger canopy on top of it, so they had a little more headroom. And from a safety standpoint, that was probably a good call from Cole because he was kind of tapping the roof line.
Well, the other thing they did was they sunk his seat down a little bit.
Yep.
Gary sits higher than Cole, but they're eyeball to eyeball level.
Yeah, when you go back to that the in-cockpit video, you can kind of see their helmet height's about the same. But when you see them standing next to one another in the pits, that's a different deal. Sean Tarente is looking pretty good. Him and Jaminski.
S54.
That's a neat boat. If you get to walk by that in the pits, or
Beautiful.
if anybody's out there. So Sean builds these boats himself. I think this is the second or third rendition that they're on. I believe that's probably the second rendition. But that is a super fast boat that he puts together himself. And they actually have a new pleasure version. I think a center console coming out. I think that's what he said was center console coming out real soon. So hats off to those guys for being a fantastic boat builder.
Good-looking boat there. Sabrina Kowalik at the wheel, Billy Allen behind the throttles, the Team Allen lawn care machine out of Iowa.
I believe that's a Doug Wright, I think.
What are the hulls of these boats made out of?
Well, like I said, there's a mixture. fiberglass typically, but a lot of these race boats, they've got a lot of Kevlar and carbon fiber in them. The cost and stuff will go up with the carbon fiber blending, but, definitely lighter weight, maintains a lot higher tensile strength, and, they can cut the weight around. So these boats have a minimum weight category that they have to weigh at 4,900 pounds, but if you have a lighter layup and a lighter build, now you can adjust the ballast with the weight you want in it to put it where you want from a tuning perspective versus just having the boat be heavy as it's laminated. The boat looks good coming around the corner there.
Just looks good, period.
Yep. That lime green stands out. You can always find those guys on the race course.
Now, I don't know how much your history and knowledge of South Florida stock car racing goes, but there was a gentleman down here by the name of Gary Ballou who was an absolute standout racer. One of the fastest guys you'll find anywhere. Raced all up and down the East Coast. Legendary modified racer up in the Northeast. Ran stock cars throughout the Southeast. Great NASCAR career and all that. The Allen boat out of Iowa is done with their qualifying effort here. Anyway, that's Gary Ballou with one L. This is Gary Ballou with two L's. And I was joking with Gary, about that. He goes, I get asked about that guy all the time. I said, well, I'm sure you do, because the type of racer the other Gary Ballou is, it'd be quite possible that he would find himself racing one of these as well, because he's raced just about everything.
The question I would ask is, I'd like to call Gary with one L and say, hey, how many times do you get confused as a boat racer?
Sorry, Shane, say that again.
I was going to say, I'd love to hear from Gary with one L to see how many times he gets asked about his boat racing career. The opposite side, right? It'd be interesting to see how if the shoe leads off that same foot the other way. So.
Yeah, well, the Gary Ballou stock car racer made the Batmobile famous, and this Gary Ballou said they even thought about maybe we should paint it black, go with the Batmobile. You never know, but
it's hard to get rid of that lime green.
I'd like to see the two of them together on the racetrack. That's for sure. Let's check in with Tristan.
Hey guys, I'm down at the crane. I'm with Rusty Williams. He just came off the course, super stock qualifying. What were the water conditions?
Well, the wind's picking up a little bit, but we're running one boat at a time. So smooth conditions. I'd say occasional 1 foot chop with the wind, and then a little bit of pedestrian boat traffic. But great conditions for qualifying, and I think we did well. We'll wait and see the results.
Thank you, Rusty.
Thank you.
All right, Tristan, thank you. Wozencraft still shows at the top of the board. Enough said. X Insurance Moxie, that's your top three. The Ignite Celsius boat has moved into 4. Leanne did a great job getting that extra lap in there, because Dima Bikini moved up to 5th. Biggie's Construction, his 6th. Say Less MF down in 7th. That's all we can see on timing and scoring from here, folks.
Yep.
Atlas. I can just see Atlas down there in 8th.
Yep.
So a bit of a mechanical issue here, we're told, with the Allen boat.
I wonder what happened there.
I don't know. That's the boat out of Iowa.
Yep, with
starboard engine, we're told. Starboard engine.
I hope those guys can get that put back together and get everything ready to go.
Got to know him in his dirt track racing days.
Looks like maybe he broke a hinge pin or something. Just see it's sitting off to the side. I didn't see it. I don't know if the boat spun or if it just hit a wave wrong. But sometimes on those big outboards, that pivot pin in the middle, as big as it is and as heavy as these engines are, sometimes those things break, and we see those shear off at quite a few races. So hopefully, I'll tell you one thing about Billy Allen. That gentleman is the dad in the pits with this class. If there's a part that needs to be found, Billy's probably got it in his trailer, and he's a gracious racer, and he will let other guys come take parts and buy parts or sell parts to them or help the team out to get him back on.
Help his fellow racer.
100%. He is. He probably has that part, and he's got good tech crew behind him, so I'm sure they'll be back up and running soon.
That's the thing, boy. There is a huge contingent of staff with every single one of these operations. It's rare that you see a crew that's down to just a couple of guys. It's usually down in our bracket categories where you might see 3-4 guys on a team. You get up to these bigger categories like this here with our stock entries here or the Supercats, you start seeing double digits.
Oh, yeah, 20 and 30 people worth of crew.
20 to 30 people walking around in team shirts. Everybody with a job that has to be done, from truck drivers to cooks to mechanics to engineers, data people, driver, throttle man, you name it. It's a large staff operation for any one of these big boats.
I keep looking for a job application from these guys or some kind of help, one that just loads coolers and ices stuff down. I could probably handle a good job like that.
Yeah, you could get that one.
Yep.
Speaking of large operations, Taylor, one of the biggest groups you're going to find down there is Dirty Money.
Hey guys, I'm here with Britt Lilly, the driver for Dirty Money Racing Supercat. You guys are about to go out and do some qualifying. What are you expecting on the water? You were testing earlier, now it's qualifying. What are you guys doing?
Yep, so we just got back from testing. It's a little windier today. Definitely some currents out there that we got to watch for. It kind of stacks up the water, makes it a little bit more unknown in what's going to do. So we're going to go out there. We're going to lay out some heater laps, try to qualify on the pole, and see if we need to adjust from there. So beautiful time down here, and love St. Pete, and just glad to be here.
Thank you guys so much. Good luck out there.
Sorry about that, Tristan. Thought it was going to be Taylor that time. Taylor's going to be getting busy because it sounds like, and it looks like as I peek off to my left over your shoulder there, Shane, we got another round of pro watercraft competition getting underway as well as the day continues to move on here in St. Pete. There's so much activity on the water, racing and high-speed competition going on everywhere.
Yeah, those guys are out there ripping and roaring now, as you can see on there. Testing the track, feeling out the buoy placement. They are getting ready to go.
And I love the cacophony of the different engine sounds. You got the two-strokes ripping over here and the big V8s pounding around out there.
Looking at the timing and scoring on the offshore side, now that we're back to that, it looks like the Ignite Celsius group moved up into third.
Yeah, they
third
really
or fourth?
are coming on, aren't they? They're in
they
fourth.
really did. We still see the Big East guys up there. Oh, shoot,
How
Sean
about
Torrente. He just popped up. Him and Jaminski are up in second, and Allied, yeah.
That's a 3:42.041. The top speed or top time so far, Wozencraft, the 3:39.870.
That's the nice thing about Superstock racing is all these teams are so good, and it's so competitive, and it's just great to see this. When you get these guys all out here together and you watch a race, it's going to be unlike anything you've ever seen.
It's going to be a spectacular race tomorrow.
Oh, it's going to be mind-blowing.
So our Superstock qualifying is wrapping up. Pro Watercraft getting underway. We're going to take a quick break here on Speed Sport 1. We'll come right back to the Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix with Pro Watercraft Racing.
Take a look at this. Sugar white sand, glistening Gulf Coast waters, and record-breaking sunshine. No wonder the beaches of St. Pete-Clearwater have been named some of the best in the world. And if we stopped there, you might miss the best parts, like world-class museums and murals that fill the streets, Michelin-recognized dining, and ancient mangrove adventures, live music, and so much more. Come explore at visitspc.com.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
The Monster Energy St. Pete IHRA Grand Prix is brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast, and Progressive. Fast boats, smart coverage, Progressive Insurance. And visit St. Pete-Clearwater, America's best beaches. Welcome back to St. Petersburg, Florida, everybody. Ralph Shaheen, Shane Landis, Tristan Garner, and Taylor Snyder here with us as we're bringing you the season opening 2026 round, the new IHRA Water Championships with the Pro Watercraft competition going on right here. This is Ski GP in their race here today. And also we have the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Championship. Just completing our Superstock qualifying efforts there.
This looks like a pretty stacked field of riders right here. This is going to be the
category.
This will be a stand-up version versus the first race we were privileged to watch.
Yeah, which was an endurance race. Yeah, This is the Ski GP. Coy Curtis, his timing and scoring pops up now on the 155. Is your race leader out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. TC Freerider, Frederico Demolition, Chase Mechanical, all sponsoring his efforts. Amongst a host of other sponsors. We'll be in Lake Havasu City later this year for Desert Storm, our Offshore Powerboat Championship. Stuff going on out there with performance boats activities. And then we'll also be out there for our World Finals with Pro Watercraft. So Coy Curtis is leading. Revan Harris, what a great name for a racer.
Oh, man.
Revan Harris.
I guarantee you there's some racing lineage in that family tree, right?
They knew he was going racing. Revan is on the 100 boat out of Gilbert, Arizona. My guess is he spent quite a bit of time on Lake Havasu as well. Fast Powers Boat sponsoring his, as well as Lone Star Trucking and Jet Trim. Dustin Matsouris has been a part of this racing for years. Watched Dustin call a lot of his races over the years. Dustin out of Phoenix, Arizona. He's been one of the top racers in the U.S. for many, many years. River Crawford, another perfectly named racer for Pro Watercraft competition. River runs in fourth on the 177.
I'll tell you what, as the wind conditions increase, that's looking a little rougher out there. I don't know if it's because this is a stand-up versus sit-down, but I'll tell you, it's looking like it's getting a little rougher.
Well, these are definitely lighter machines. They're going to bounce around a lot more. River out of Arizona as well. That Lake Havasu contingent of racers pretty strong when it comes to this form of competition. Here's the 177.
Yep, that's
River.
You know, Ralph,
Rockstar Energy sponsoring the effort.
We can almost feel the spray over here on the pier with the wind picking up like that.
Yeah. And again, as they come along the pier here, if you're just joining our broadcast from here in St. Petersburg with the Pro Watercraft Championship, you get a good look at the 27 here, Davi Prado. David had on the Kawasaki, had issues yesterday, had a mechanical problem with that boat, blew the cowling off of it, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think that was him during practice.
David, I believe, out of Brazil, if I'm not mistaken. There's Coy Curtis, your race leader on the 155. Just ran a personal best through the split lanes with a 7:39.5. Revan Harris ran a personal best through the splits as well, holding down second. Look at that.
Man, he was close to stuffing it there, but he held on to it.
That's Scott Champion out of Fort Worth, Texas. Former motocross, supercross racer Scott Champion on that fast boat. Called a lot of Scott's races on 2 wheels and on the water. Comes from a great racing family.
I think as the conditions change, I think that split course design is going to really come in paramount for these guys when they try to find some clean water, get out of the spray, and be able to try to focus on trying to gain some position.
This Pro Ski GP category, if you're new to this form of racing, these are the go fast guys and gals right here. These are the real rippers. And boy, is it a whole different technique riding one of these stand-ups and riding it fast than it is to riding one of the sit-downs.
Yeah, I think your balance and your positioning in the ski itself is definitely going to play big going through corners and versus the straights and trying to hold on to it.
And as you can see, they're constantly moving, adjusting their leg positions to whether they're going inside to the left or to a right corner, making sure they get their placement inside the boat right where they want it to maximize the ability of the boat to turn the way they need it to go.
Man, he really stuck that, didn't he?
It's a very aggressive form of racing here as well in this Pro GP category. There's the 88 machine right there. Hugo Pastorello from Toulouse, Arizona on a Kawasaki boat racing back. Camden Powell out of Syracuse, Indiana, who ran the endurance race earlier on a Commander.
He didn't have a whole lot of rest, did he?
No, sir.
These guys look all pretty young, like they don't need a lot of recuperation time. They're probably just ready for the next one.
David Cabrera right there out of Miramar, Florida. Ignite Fuel, Broward Motorsport, and Farthing Racing sponsoring his efforts. David's a long-time tuner in the series.
There's your leader again, Coy Curtis.
Yep.
He looks pretty comfortable up front, doesn't he?
Well, we've seen that out of both race leaders here so far today, haven't we? Get out front, changes the level of everything.
I think that's the name of the game. Get cleaner water, get up front, try to stay there. Keep an eye over your shoulder, watch out for second place, and keep after it. There's a good replay there. Ooh, he about ate it. That was a good job of holding on to that one. Yeah, with this Grand Prix style course, these guys are constantly switching positions with their weights like you had mentioned earlier.
So it's Coy Curtis, Revin Harris, Hugo Pastorello, Ryder Wildeboer, Quentin Bosch, Lucas Cervera, and River Crawford. That's your top 7 as we see it on our timing and scoring. Then Camden Powell, Davi Prado, Rick Shirker, and then Scott Champion back there in 11th. Champion out of Fort Worth, Texas on that Partzilla Champion Racing entry. Again, professional motocross and supercross racer for some 12 years. Transitioned over here to pro watercraft just recently. Was 5th overall at the World Finals a year ago. He was a top 10 finisher in his 2-wheel career in motocross and supercross, so a good supercross motocross racer. Family sanctioned or family developed the WXGP racing series in Texas, and that is a Texas-Oklahoma-based watercraft championship that is sanctioned by the International Hot Rod Association. Started racing stand-up jet skis just 2 years ago, and here he is battling hard with the IHRA in St. Petersburg, Florida, and having a good run out there today.
One thing you see with these guys that are true competitors, man, they can kind of move from one sport to the other, and they put their mind to it, Ralph. You've seen it many a times. These guys really, really can get dialed in, and they're competitive no matter what they're riding or driving.
Yeah. I've always felt like if you do it, for a long time in one particular form, you learn the key parts of racing. You can't win it in the first corner. You can lose a championship in the first corner, however. You got to maximize your worst days, those sorts of things, right? But then it's just seat time after that. If you can figure out all the strategy stuff in the early days, then you can adjust to the rest of it with seat time.
Yep.
And a racer like Scott Champion can certainly do that.
One thing when we walked through the pits yesterday and we were talking to all the GP guys, and it's amazing to see that, you know, their teams aren't as big as some of these offshore crews, but man, they've got a lot of guys with them. They still have the mechanics, they still have the techs, you know, the computers are out. These guys are really in there. There's no rest for the wicked there. They're always working, always doing something and making it happen in the pits.
No, and a lot of them are younger too, so a lot of them have mom and dad working with them as well.
But
Very
you know,
family-oriented sport.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, it's just so nice to be able to keep it in a family and enjoy that. You know, this is a big time consumption for them. It's a big pastime, big hobby, sport for them to be a part of, and what better way to do it than to have your family in the pits with you?
Well, the clocks have gone to zero. This is a sprint race, so when they come back around, they'll get the white flag for 1 to go. So it's timed plus 1 lap. Coy Curtis here has led every lap so far in our Ski GP event. Should be seeing the white flag next time by.
Looks like he's taking the long section on the S's.
You can really hear them working those throttles, on and off the throttle. These machines sound so good, just ripping around this course. Just digging as they go in and out of the water.
Oh, he is. Between the two-stroke, the salty misted air, man, you know we're at a heck of a race site. St. Pete is an amazing place to be, and this city's been pretty accommodating and grateful, and we're just happy to be here in St. Pete.
Yeah, there's definitely a buzz here in the downtown area.
The culture here is good. The people are great. Everybody's is accommodating and nice, and it's just great to be able to show up to a city with an event such as this and be welcomed with open arms.
Well, and traditionally the racing season for all motorsports kicks off in Florida. NASCAR over in Daytona, IMSA in Daytona and Sebring going on, and then IndyCar was right here in St. Petersburg just a couple of weeks ago, just over on the airport, a few hundred yards from where we're sitting right here.
Yeah, part of that track went right through the pits.
It's right through the pit area, it sure is. You can see the red and white painted on the curbing. And then here we are kicking off the 2026 IHRA Pro Watercraft and Offshore Powerboat Series Championships. Look at this action here. Getting tossed around, Scott Champion, former Supercross motocross racer, getting a little more wet out here. His Pro Watercraft debut for 2026.
That was one heck of a ride.
Tavi Prado in the 27. Sitting back in 9th, Camden Powell's in 8th, Cervera 7th, Crawford is 6th, Bosch 5th, Wildeboer 4th, Pastorello 3rd, Harris 2nd, and everybody chasing Coy Curtis. And the checkered flag has waved for Coy Curtis. And here's the 84 machine, a champion. Scott trying to get across the line as quick as he can, see if he can hang on to that 12th place championship point standing position. He was running up in 11th and then just had that bobble there and lost the spot. And that's Cabrera. Cabrera, I should say. Field works its way, everybody taking the checkered, and this one coming to a close for Ski GP. Here's a look at the results. Coy Curtis over Revan Harris and Ryder Vildemore. They'll finish up the top 3 on the podium. Hugo Pastorello, Quentin Bosch, and River Crawford, along with Lucas Cervera, Camden Powell, and Davi Prado, and Rick Shirker complete the top 10 here. David Cabrera is 11th. Scott Champion across the line in 12th. Devin Farthing and Jake Pierce complete the top 14. And Dustin Matsuras finishes 15th. That's it for Ski GP today. They'll head to the beach. And up next here in St. Pete at the Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix will be qualifying for Supercat. The big boat's about to come out, Shane.
I'll tell you what, these are some pretty big boats. You're going to hear a lot of difference between this next class. You talk about bringing the thunder, they have brought it.
Going to sound a little different than those pro watercraft. Just
Absolutely.
a little bit different. We'll have all that action for you from right here at the Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix, coming your way live on Speed Sport 1.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Supercat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Take a look at this. Sugar white sand, glistening Gulf Coast waters, and record-breaking sunshine. No wonder the beaches of St. Pete-Clearwater have been named some of the best in the world. And if we stopped there, you might miss the best parts, like world-class museums and murals that fill the streets, Michelin-recognized dining, and ancient mangrove adventures, live music, and so much more. Come explore at visitspc.com.
The Monster Energy IHRA St. Pete Grand Prix is brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast. Progressive, fast boats, smart coverage, Progressive Insurance. And by Visit St. Pete Clearwater, America's best beaches. Well, we just wrapped up the checkered flag on Ski GP with our IHRA Pro Watercraft Championship, their season opening race. Great one for Coy Curtis, leading all the laps on boat 155. Taking a look at the highlights here. Things getting turned up pretty good. That was Hugo Pastorello on the 88. There's the 84 machine. Scott Champion, former motocross, supercross top 10 racer, getting active out here at the IHRA Pro Watercraft Championship. Look at how physical that is as they fight their way around the course. Super fast Pro GP category. Ski GP racers. There's Champion. That's where he got almost bucked off the machine, both sides, and that cost him a spot.
Yep. They'll probably have to get back and do some nut and bolt checks and make sure the machines are tied together well after that rough run.
Moto, they'd have called that a huckabuck. And coming up, Supercat Qualifying, and we can't do that just yet because we need the helicopter up above. And that's important, not just for us to see what's going on, but for the racer's safety.
Yep, there's divers in the helicopter, and that way they can keep with the boats. They can stay throughout the course. Typically when a race is underway, they'll fly with a group that's concentrated. In case there's some kind of incident within that group, they'll be ready to deploy at a moment's notice. We also have multiple other divers throughout the whole course, so you're not just having a diver in a helicopter. And it's not always the diver in the helicopter that gets there first. Sometimes it's going to be one of the boats that's on patrol or a safety boat inside the perimeter that might be closer to that action. But they'll deploy multiple assets as needed.
Yeah, it just depends on where the incident takes place. Beautiful cigarette rolling out.
Look at some of our support boats there. It's a good looking, looks like a 38 Top Gun.
Boy, that IHRA logo is everywhere around St. Pete this weekend, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I'll tell you what. The branding department, I feel like they did a pretty good job. Everybody knows we're here. They know who we are, and we're here to stay. And I'll tell you what. Get on board. It's going to be a fun ride.
Yeah, Ashley is all over the branding.
Yep,
she got it figured out.
I got to give her props. And I'll tell you what, we had a bunch of other gals out putting that stuff out, and I'll be honest with you, when I wasn't working with you and I was helping them, I was trying to get some banners out as well. So try to help out wherever we can, but they did a great job.
You better give her props. You're married to her.
I tell you. I can tell you, when the season's over, towards the end of the year, I'll be excited to maybe go on a vacation with her. I haven't seen her much in the last couple of weeks. We've been pretty busy getting everything ready to go.
I don't know about you, but I can tell you this much: she has earned it.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm sure she does too. She's the kind of gal that likes to not take the limelight and stay off in the sidelines, but she has worked her tail off, as everybody else has too. We got Tommy Thomasy, who's running the Powerboat division. We've got a lot of valuable people that are part of this group. It is definitely not a one-man wolf pack.
If you can't work with multiple hats on, this is not the organization for you to be a part of. If you're a part of IHRA, you are doing multiple things.
I'll tell you, it's a neat experience to be part of, though, especially if you love motorsports. Yeah, there's just not a better group to get involved with.
Yeah, we owe it all to Daryl Cuttle, who is here, the man who owns the IHRA, whose vision this is, and is giving us all the opportunity to enjoy all these incredible forms of motorsports. How about that 007 boat parked right there? That was a beautiful machine,
it was
wasn't
amazing. It looks like the infield there on the backside of the tiki is filling up good. Everybody's got the lounge furniture out. There's some guys playing bag toss down there, cornhole, and got the golf carts parked in there. Everybody's moving around and milling. Now that's going to be right positioned in front of us, kind of facing towards the
watercraft
division and their course. The other side of the pier is going to be facing more the offshore side.
That's a pretty good-looking infield. I'm just thinking when you said infield, I'm thinking about all the other racetracks around the world I've been to. I was like, you know what? It's a pretty good-looking infield. That looks like downtown Tampa off in the distance.
Got a little bit of haze, a little bit of humidity.
Yeah.
One interesting thing a lot of our viewers at home might not understand about offshore racing, the PWC, any form, even our F1 series, is these guys don't show up to a racetrack. They build a racetrack.
Yeah.
They build the infrastructure. So it creates a lot of work. We don't just get to show up, drop, prep a track, and get on the track itself. There's a lot of work to be done behind the scenes, a lot of moving parts that have to come together, and there's a lot of stuff happening that the viewer at home may never see.
And that's not just the buoys that mark the turns and so forth around the course, but for example, on the PWC side, maybe we can get a shot of it later, there's a scaffold that was actually built out in the water, which is where the flagman stands.
Yep. Yeah, everything has to be put together, built, and then disassembled in a pretty quick fashion to get out of here and get everything packed back up and ready for the next race and get down the road.
That's the airport here in St. Petersburg, which is where the IndyCar Series kicks off its season, and it's where our pit area is at for our offshore competitors. And then you can see Tampa off in the distance again.
It looks like we got a lot of spectator fleet out there starting to kind of gather and moor up. I'm not sure what the water depth is right where they're at. I know there's a lot of sandbar-ish areas around here that people hang out on, and I'm sure this weekend's going to be packed full of it.
There's some of the pits over there where the pro watercraft competitors are at.
I just love seeing that. See how we're family friendly? I mean, we've got kids, we've got infants, we've got retired folks. I mean, this is a sport that's for all ages, whether they're participating, spectating, turning a wrench, just here to have fun. Everybody is here having a great time.
On top of the seawall, water on both sides, pretty nice spot.
Yeah, it looks like the tide must be down a little bit. There's a lot of barnacle action there on the side of the seawall. So
this is what we have coming up. We're going to see the cats out here, and we're also going to see some of the bracket racers, 600, 700.
As well as Cat 300 will be in that group as well.
Yeah. And then we got more bracket competitors after that, 200, 300, 400, 500. We've got more pro watercraft competition, and then we're going to actually have the first race of the day with our offshore competitors, and then we wrap it up with pro watercraft and another enduro at the end of the afternoon.
Yep, we're chock full of activity today,
and that's going to go fast. Just waiting on the helicopter to get in position and all of that. We can't do it without it. Supercat Qualifying is what we have scheduled up next. As we reach the noon portion of the day here in St. Petersburg, Florida, a little after 12 on the East Coast. And it's been just an absolutely gorgeous day. Temperature's supposed to hit about mid-80s. So that breeze here on the water is temperature under our tent here is beautiful.
Oh, it's amazing.
Just get rid of that wind a little bit, we'd be all right.
We've got more paperweights on this desk than I've ever seen before,
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I got all my Monster water cans holding everything down.
Yeah.
Thanks to Casey and the crew for bringing all that stuff out and being part of this.
Yeah. Great to have our friends at Monster part of this. They're going to be with us in all of our offshore powerboat championship stuff and pro watercraft competition throughout the course of the season. Great to have Monster on board with us. Well, while we wait for the helicopter to get in position, we'll take care of a little more business here on Speed Sport 1. Stay with us. You're not going to miss a thing, we promise. Be here all day. Settle in and enjoy the racing from St. Pete.
SMX 250 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on. This is the time to show that I got that dog in here, right?
Hey, dig and win. The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross Super US #1 plate.
Take a look at this. Sugar white sand, glistening Gulf Coast waters, and record-breaking sunshine. No wonder the beaches of St. Pete-Clearwater have been named some of the best in the world. And if we stopped there, you might miss the best parts, like world-class museums and murals that fill the streets, Michelin-recognized dining, and ancient mangrove adventures, live music, and so much more. Come explore at visitspc.com.
Back here in St. Petersburg, Florida, it's the IHRA's Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix 2026 season opener for all of our racing on the water with the IHRA Pro Watercraft and IHRA Offshore Powerboat Championships. Ralph Shaheen, Shane Landis, Tristan Garvin, Taylor Snyder all here with you. So we're having a great day in this beautiful sunshine, enjoying the racing on the water. Speaking of Taylor, she has our winner from our last race, Ski GP. Should be Coy Curtis, Taylor.
Talking about the young guns in here coming to make a stand, and the one that's done it today is Coy Curtis. Coy, I knew you had something, and you guys, this is a stacked field for Ski GP. What is it like out there? Lots of stamina is needed to get the win.
Yeah, for sure. It's a long moto. I think it's like 15 plus 2. But yeah, it was good. It was pretty rough. I think it'll continue to get rougher throughout the day, but no, super pumped on how it went and ready for the next one.
And you guys are going to do back-to-backs right now. So you're going to take 1 minute, take a little bit of breath, and then you're headed right back out there. What do you think that has to do with age to give you a little advantage?
Yeah, for sure. I'm only 16, so I think some of the guys I'm racing are like in their 20s and 30s. So yeah, it's definitely a big advantage.
Those sound like some fighting words.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, well, we're ready to give it another go. Congratulations on your win, and we've got another race coming up soon.
All right, Taylor, how do you feel about that, Shane? Here he is, 16, saying the guys that are 20 and 30 are old guys. What does that make us?
I'll tell you
dinosaurs, pal.
I'll tell you what. He needs to stay down there, and I'll stay up here. I'm gonna stay in my lane, and I'm gonna let him stay in his. But apparently, he's in the fast lane.
Yeah,
so.
A little old age and treachery still has something on that young buck, huh?
Uh-huh. Give him a few more years of beating and banging around like that, and we'll see what.
We'll see how he's feeling.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Man, the beach looks great.
Sure does.
Well, that's a rig, isn't it?
Yeah, man.
What is that, a 660? Is that what that says on the side of it?
Your eyes are better than mine. I'm in that way old dinosaur category.
I'm more in the dinghy category on the back. You know, that's a little more my pace at this stage in life. Maybe throw a fishing rod on the back.
Be okay with that?
Be good to go.
There you go. Get you out there. I'll tell you what, after watching these watercraft races, I can't wait to get back home to Lake Norman and break out that wave runner. It's time. Temperatures going up, lake's getting warmer, ready to go.
Is everybody starting to de-winterize everything and get on the lake in your hometown?
Yeah, there are people out on Lake Norman. I live in Charlotte, Mooresville area, Race City, USA, and there's people out on the water on that lake all year long. Not necessarily on their wave runners. The splash, it gets a little chilly. But out on their boats enjoying, whether it's a pontoon or whatever it might be. We don't get frigid temperatures like they do in the Northeast. This year was a little bit colder than we've seen in recent years, but had a little ice on the pool, but that didn't last long. But the rest of it's been pretty good, and with the sun breaking out, we've seen some temperatures in the 80s. Everybody's been twitchy. You see everybody rolling around, loading their boats and their skis back into the lake, getting ready to go, getting them out to their docks, and putting them in the slips and ready to go.
Everybody in our hometown's doing the same thing. We're from Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri, kind of the Midwest playground.
Yeah.
And we get a lot of guys that'll boat year-round if it's not too frigid. They do some like Christmas get-togethers and rafts up some things. But, once we hit St. Patrick's Day, we've had some pretty cold snaps, though. But I'll tell you what, they're always on the water. Seen a lot of video footage of everybody out there starting to enjoy it. It's kind of odd to see everybody out in sweaters and jackets. But you know what? These guys are diehards, and they're out there all the time. What a beautiful city, isn't it?
Oh, it really is. And like we said, next stop for us will be in April. We're headed over to Lake Pontchartrain up in the New Orleans, Louisiana area. That's going to be interesting.
Yep, such a beautiful area. We're pretty excited to be there. The city is just like St. Pete. They're very welcoming and accommodating, and they're helping us with some of this infrastructure we had mentioned earlier and get put in place. And it's going to be a great course and something new and interesting to see. So
be very different than racing here on the open water.
Yep.
And then we're headed over to Desert Storm out in Lake Havasu, as we're going to have some of our performance boat action out there. That's going to be a whole bunch of fun.
Yep, they're going to have a shootout set up, so that's going to be some, just top speed runs, in a 3/4 of a mile distance. Last year they had some chaos out there. The Team Freedom won. kind of had a blow over 200 mile an hour, and those guys had a heck of a ride. But you know what? The safety gear and everything that we have put in place and they require, I think maybe one guy maybe broke a collarbone, something minor from a belt, which kind of can happen. But those guys all walked away from a pretty bad wreck.
When you talk about speed records, our own Daryl Cuddle, the man in charge of the IHRA, the Lake of the Ozarks shootout last August, 242 miles an hour in the Durana boat in 3/4 of a mile.
Yep,
Incredible.
I couldn't imagine Daryl's knuckles were as white as they could be probably. But, knowing him, he's pretty calm and collected, and I bet he was just along for the ride, and he was enjoying every bit of it.
Well, I know what he said to me off camera when he climbed out of the boat. I said, "You got more in it?" He goes, "Oh, yeah, I got 2 more engines I can put on, increase the horsepower. We can go even faster." So who knows? He might be out of Desert Storm with his boat. We'll certainly see him, I would think, at Lake of the Ozarks come on August when we head back out there. And then after we get done with Desert Storm, then we're coming back here to Florida. One event I'm really looking forward to, Cocoa Beach.
Yeah, Cocoa Beach is a racer favorite. Everybody's always loved Cocoa Beach. I think they just love the area. They love the actual beach. The spectating is fantastic. I mean, there's a lot of sand area to kind of hang out on and spread out, and you can really set yourself up for just a great weekend of watching some great racing, hanging out with your family, beach activity. You can do it all at once. It's a fantastic spot.
Well, and with all of our incredible IHRA offshore powerboat competition, at each one of those events will be the IHRA Pro Watercraft as well. So you get to see the watercraft and you get to see the offshore powerboats every time you come to one of our events throughout 2026, except for the performance boats events. Those will be just I believe,
the shootout stuff.
The shootout stuff. But then we will have our own IHRA Pro Watercraft event out at Lake Havasu later in the year.
Yeah, that's a big finale out there.
It'll be a huge event. And fingers crossed, I don't know, I'm just going to tell you this. Talking with Tim Siebold yesterday, Tim said there's a real good chance we're going to see the IHRA's F1 powerboats run in conjunction with the IHRA offshore powerboats at one of the events later in the summer.
So I've heard the rumor to that too, and I don't want to, let anything slip.
I don't want to say exactly
yet.
where.
Yeah, we got to kind of keep a little bit of stuff
but that's
under wrap.
exciting.
That's going to
really
be great because
exciting.
if I can have the F1 guys, if I can have the PWC, the offshore all together,
what a weekend!
That is going to be an outstanding show. And I love the structure so far of what we've got going on right now with bouncing back and forth between the PWCs and the offshore. It kind of keeps the action running and keeps everybody on the edge of their seat.
Let me ask you a little bit, because powerboat racing has been your life, whether it's the performance boat side or the offshore stuff. It's a big part of your life. You've been immersed in that world. IHRA, under the leadership of Daryl Cuddle, has started to bring all of this together. Huge conversations about this during the off season. Everybody has been talking about it because offshore powerboat racing has been splintered and factioned off in a lot of different ways over the years, and Daryl really helped kind of unite a lot of it. Not all of it yet, but a lot of it. What's the general consensus within the offshore community of that? Is everybody happy about that?
I think everybody's pretty excited. The more and more that we dive through the pits, talk to our teams, everybody's really excited for what this brings to the table. Offshore has always kind of lacked like good production. I mean, that's what we're here to do today, is try to let our viewers at home know what this is really about. It's a hard thing to watch, and so this is a great thing for it. The teams are excited. Everybody is really happy. We've got a great purse set up for the season. That's something new for these guys.
Higher than it's been.
In years past, there's really not been much of a purse out there. A lot of these guys are just doing this on their own accord.
Racing for a trophy and bragging rights.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is going to bring something else to the table. Help these guys cover some costs. We've got a little bit of tow money for these guys, and it's really going to make an impact on these teams.
All right. It's fantastic. Dirty Money rolling out.
So that's going to be Bill Pyburn and Britt Lilly. Those guys also run another team as well. This is their Supercat. Looks like they're getting her up on plane and getting her running. These guys had some struggles yesterday in practice, Ralph. This was one of the teams I was mentioning earlier they had an engine they had to replace last night during the pit party. So they were kind of the highlight of the pit party, not for probably the reasons they wanted to be, but they had some work ahead of them last night, and I'm sure those techs were up late turning some wrenches, getting this machine ready to rock
There's
today.
a Canadian Graydale boat.
Yep, that's
Be
good.
one of the top boats you'll see racing out here in this category.
Yep, that's Chris Grant and Jay Mueller. Jay Mueller is who I mentioned earlier. This is the super stock team that he races with.
There's the 08 boat as well. That's Rob Understall Racing. Rob is the driver. Casey Boaz is your throttle man. CR Racing out of Missouri.
Yep, that's another Lake of the Ozarks hometown favorite right there. Those guys are running some a new engine builder, I believe, this year, and I think they're here to show you what's up.
So Havasu, kind of the epicenter, if you will, for the watercraft racers, it seems like, and then Lake of the Ozarks, kind of the epicenter for the Supercat guys.
It's just everybody has their different genre or preference, but both places are just powerboat meccas, and they're both bucket list places for everybody in the boating industry.
Is that EWB there?
That's Graydale. Chris and Jay looks like they have that boat laid out pretty good right now.
Yeah, they're going pretty good. Chris is the driver. Chris Grant. Jay Mueller is your throttle man.
So this boat, just to give you a little background on what a Supercat is, this boat, the qualifications, you're in that 34 to 42 foot of length. A lot of these boats, like that one right there, I believe that's a 388 Skater, is what Rob Understall has. These boats are big block, naturally aspirated, 510 cubic inch maximum limits. They have a 495 or 496 minimum cubic inch length. I think everybody's running around that 510. But they're reasonable compression. They're only a 9.5 to 1 compression ratio engine, but man, they lay out a lot of power.
Well, Taylor, in his Moto days, Scott Champion had to deal with a lot of triple jumps. But here today, he didn't have any triples, but he sure did have a fair amount of whoops. In fact, there was one bit of rough water that almost took him out.
There absolutely was. And Scott Champion, you got to live up to the name, right? Obviously, you have that background in motorcycles. What is that transition like moving into the water?
Oh, man, a lot does transfer over. There's 24 on the line, and you got to get a good start. But, man, it is rough out there in the ocean. This is my first time racing in the ocean, so a little bit different than dirt and motocross and supercross, but I'm having a blast.
Absolutely. The field is stacked out here, too. It's huge. You just came off Moto 1. You guys are going to go directly into Moto 2. What is that like? What does it take? Attrition, endurance? What do you need out there?
Oh, yeah. We're going straight to recovery right now to try to get a good Moto 2 in. And, it's quite a bit different from motocross and supercross. We don't get much rest out there on the track. So when we come off, we're trying to rest as much as we can and get ready for battle again.
Awesome. Well, he's resting, but all smiles. Make sure you guys watch out for Scott Champion in Moto 2.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Yeah, he'll be right up there. And boats starting to get up to speed and up on plane here as this qualifying session gets underway for the Supercats.
This qualifying session is going to be just like the super stock guys, where they're going to get 3 laps to go out there and lay down a hero lap to try to better their position and start for the race so they can try to get a better lane.
Boy, just loved it. You can really hear these Supercats thundering as they come up to speed as we watch the Graydale machine out of Canada.
Yeah, that's one thing that people love about these Supercats. That big block, they are loud, they are proud, and they are thumping down the course. Looks like he's carrying the nose pretty good. Got a little bit of bobble to it. He's probably on the edge of that trim. Jay's probably in there working that trim right now, trying to find the sweet spot.
Hey, don't forget the Pro Pulling Series is debuting tonight on Speed Sport 2 and IHRA TV. That's tonight, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Live, you'll be able to see all of that. Pro Pulling Series debuting with the IHRA on Speed Sport 2 and IHRA TV tonight, 5 p.m. Eastern, after we're done here at the Monster Energy IHRA St. Pete Grand Prix.
Well, it looks like Dirty Money. They're one of their first laps. They laid down a pretty good one. Looks like, 3-minute 12-second lap? Is that what I'm seeing there?
Yeah, Britt Lilly, Billy Pyburn from here in Florida. Dirty Money, 3:12.799, number 1 on the board right now. Graydale is second, EWB third, CR Racing, then Wicked, and How to Live Offshore.
Looks like those guys are coming up.
Yeah, they'll be in the next group. I saw How to Live out there already in the water. I thought they were in this group.
Yep, I'm definitely excited about that new team as well. Mike Howe and Kate Wilson of Sterling and How to Live. You definitely got to check those guys out. They have a really big presence with Powerboat.
There they are.
Yeah, there we go. They had some in-camera footage when they were sitting off the crane. But, yeah, Mike Howe, him and Cade, they partnered up with Sterling and put together one heck of a team this year. They bought a great boat. That actually boat got rigged in Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri, and they drug it down here for some testing. And it looks like they've got it lined out. There's my Havasu guys. We got Kelly and Ron in the boat. That's probably one of the smaller Supercats out here, but depending on water conditions, you really got to watch those guys because they are bringing the heat. They have stepped up their program for this year. Last year was their first season of kind of breaking into it, get their feet wet, learn a lot, take a lot of notes, make some data, make some changes, and they are here and ready to go. Man, I can hear them over my headset.
Sounds fantastic, doesn't it?
When they all get out there together, that's when it really happens. We were talking about weight minimums earlier in the the super stock series. The Supercats, these are a bigger boat. You know, they can be up to a 12-foot wide beam, and they're a 9,500-pound minimum on their weight that they have to come out of the water and on the scales. So we're definitely dealing with a lot larger craft.
There's Graydell, which is a skater. They run the IHRA racing engines. 2025 National Supercat Champions, been racing since 2019. Jay Muller is a multiple national and world championship, been racing for 35 years. Got it figured out. Mike DeLapo is the crew chief on that boat. Chris out of Toronto, Jay out of New Jersey. Dirty Money still atop the board with a 3:11.090 in their last lap. They've done two. They should have one more. Graydell is second with 3:11.768.
Man, that's close.
Yeah, they've got 2 laps in. They should have another one. EWB, CR Racing, all should have 2 more laps.
Usually that first lap, these guys are getting out there. They're getting up to speed. They're kind of feeling the course out.
You don't have a whole lot of time to waste, though, do you?
No, you don't. You got to get after it. You got to get there pretty quick and be aggressive with it. This is the Team Wicked boat. Actually, I believe this boat's owned by Jay Muller, who's throttling for Chris Grant in Graydell. There's Mike Howe and Cade. That's a good-looking wrap they put on that boat.
Mike has an identical twin named Jeff, and together they founded Howe and Howe Tech. Cade Wilson, graduate of the Naval Academy in 2000. 25 years of autosport experience. 5 very proud kids of dad. Cade comes out of Howell, Michigan, and Mike comes from Waterboro, Maine.
I think those two are going to be a really, really good team as they start, getting together in the boat. They've done a lot of practicing with that boat. Like I said, it got rigged at Lake of the Ozarks, and they drug it down here to Florida somewhere for all their testing after it got wrapped. I remember the first time they put that boat in the water at Lake of the Ozarks. It was interesting video footage. They pulled that boat off the water, and there was just ice all down the side of it from the spray just froze on it because it was pretty cold. So they decided they better get south into some warmer water.
There's the Wicked boat right there.
Yep, that's, like I said, owned by Jay. I believe that's owned by Jay, but we've got Chase and Jax Muller both in the boat.
Dirty Money at the top of the board with a 3:12.369 on their last lap. Their best is a 3:11.090, which is not very not a whole lot quicker, I should say, than Graydell, which ran a 3:11.768. So they're just a few tenths off.
Yeah, they are pretty close.
There
That's
they are
gonna
right there.
I'll tell you what, last year that they battled every race last year, so it's going to be great going into this season to see that again.
And Dirty Money has run 3 laps, so they should be done. Graydell still
has one more.
2. They're on their last lap here. I think they're in the middle of that lap now.
So it looked like Dirty Money was about a second off of their best lap on that last one, but we'll see if Graydell can.
Yeah, Graydell just completed their third and final. They got down to a 3:11.4. Just not enough. They picked up a couple of tenths, about 3 to 4 tenths, but not enough to overtake Dirty Money. EWB should have another lap. CR should have another lap.
Yep.
How to Live and Wicked showing 1 lap completed, 2 to go.
Looking at the Havasu guys rounding the corner.
And if that wind picks up the way we're told by the local weatherman it's gonna tomorrow, as tight as this field is under qualifying on smooth water, man, tomorrow should be spectacular racing.
Action-packed. These guys are going to be deck to deck. As you can tell from this view, the course is pretty big. You know, it's hard to envision what a over 5 mile course looks like. But once you get them all together and get them bunched up, it makes it pretty exciting.
Going to feel awful tight to these guys behind the wheels.
Yep. There we got Chase and Jax looking like they're having a pretty good little run out there. That's a great looking boat. Love the colors.
Sure is. That's Wicked. Here comes How to Live.
Yep, they're coming on the inside. Looks like they're running a little bit faster on their qualifying
That's
run.
what we expect a ton of tomorrow, right there. Great side-by-side, deck-to-deck racing. Speeds reaching 160 miles an hour down the long straightaway here in St. Petersburg. And those waves tomorrow, if the wind does what we're hearing the wind does, what are you thinking? Up to 6 feet?
Man, if it gets that big, these guys are really, really going to have their hands full. That's probably going to change their setups completely. They're probably going to have to, make some prop adjustments. We won't see the speeds, but you'll probably see more intense acceleration if they make those adjustments. If the waves get a little bit bigger
and incredible side-by-side action.
Absolutely.
But 6 feet is possible.
I think it could be.
Really going to change things up tomorrow.
It'll be interesting because it'll play. The wind will also play in the front stretch versus the back stretch.
Yeah,
they're going to have to run each course, or they have to break it down into sections and run each piece of this race a lot differently. Looks like he's hooked up on the back there running. That's going to be Rob Understall, Casey Boaz. That is a great team. Those guys have been running together for quite a while, and I think they make a really good pair. Great families, good business folks, too. They got some new engine packages in there this year, so I think they're, I believe they're running Sterlings, I think. Man, that boat looks good going down the backstretch. That is an amazing boat. I believe that is the exact same boat that holds 4 national titles in a row in previous years.
Here's a good look at How to Live. That boat looks nice and planted. Keeping the nose down. Shane, that How to Live boat seems to have a much bigger, more bulbous shape to the canopy area on that boat. And a lot of openness to it, a lot of window.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a difference in that canopy on that particular skater or not, or I don't know if it's the wrap, it's the color, but it does look like they got a little bit more
appears that way,
there.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Wicked. So Wicked right now, 6th quickest. Last lap at 3:31.625. CR Racing still top of the board, 3:19.042. Dirty Money drops to 2nd. Cradell to 3rd. EWB to 4th. How to Live is 5th with 3:20.607. Then Wicked with that 3:34.
I'll tell you what, that's an outstanding run. What was that lap time that the CR Racing team put down?
I got a 3:19.042. 3:08. 3:95 is their quickest.
There we go. That's what I was looking for.
That was their heater.
That is a real heater, because that's what, 2 to 3 seconds faster than
it's 3 seconds quicker than Dirty Money.
Wow.
Who was shocked by that, I'm sure, because they were on it for quite a while.
Yep. I'll tell you what, though, Michael, he's I think he's the main crew chief for the CR team. He's been thrashing behind the scenes, and that's what I keep talking about. These teams and the people that drive these guys, they really make the difference. And he's got a go fast business there in Lake of the Ozarks, and he does a great job with all performance boats. But I know he puts the effort into this team.
Rob Undersall and Casey Boas, top of the board for Supercat, and we're coming back for more action from St. Pete. Stay with us.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
Take a look at this. Sugar white sand, glistening Gulf Coast waters, and record-breaking sunshine. No wonder the beaches of St. Pete-Clearwater have been named some of the best in the world. And if we stopped there, you might miss the best parts, like world-class museums and murals that fill the streets, Michelin-recognized dining, and ancient mangrove adventures, live music, and so much more. Come explore at visitspc.com.
As you can see, it looks like the wind is laid down just a little bit. The bay there where the PWC racing is happening is calmed down. They're getting ready for their next race, and then we got some more boats coming out. They look like the Braca boats are getting ready to come out now. There's a whole lot going on in the pits. The boats that are crane, some of them are launched in the boat ramp, so those guys are running around everywhere. They're a little split in the pits, and they've all got a different place to go and a different place to be at a different time. So there's a lot of moving parts going on there. That VIP looks like it's filling up out there on the end of the pier. Hopefully everybody's enjoying their great front row seat to the action today. Looks like we've completed all of our Supercat qualifications. Looks like we've got CR Racing in the first position. We got Dirty Money Racing sitting in number 2. Graydale, CJ Grant Racing sitting in 3rd. EWB, the Havasu guys, sitting in 4th. How to Live Offshore sitting in 5th. And we got Wicked rounding out the top 6. These cranes are going to be a real busy spot back there. As the day moves forward, it seems like there's a lot of people running out here behind us and getting out here on this pier. But this is the place to watch it. You just can't beat beautiful sand beaches, palm trees, blue water, blue skies. Doesn't get any better than this, guys. Even the airport's got some activity going on. We've had a lot of planes flying overhead today, so I think some people are flying in to watch the race. Man, that upper deck looks really, really fun up there. Hopefully we can sneak up there and grab some of that food later today. There we go. There's some people enjoying the racing. That looks like the best seat in the house. Looks like that tent out there at the end of the VIP is pretty packed from what I can tell. It's a little shade under there, but it looks like they got quite a few folks there. I know they're doing a little split deal with the VIP. I would suggest anybody that wants great accommodations, good service, good food, good drinks, definitely spring for the VIP. I think it's going to be a good spot to watch the race. And as the races we get a little bit busier and the action gets a little more packed, so do the people. So I would say spring for the VIP. Go enjoy that. Get some food, get some drink, get a good seat, great accommodations, good hosts. You just can't beat it. IHRA really brings the customer service and the racer experience and the fan experience that no other organization ever has that I've ever seen. There's our big Jumbotron there, so that's showing all the live stream action for all of our fans out there in the on the pier. You can see people huddled up underneath in that shade line. I think as the day changes, there might be a little more shade on the backside of that grass. Be a good spot to watch the PWC stuff from. All right, guys, as everybody's milling around here getting ready for some more offshore action, we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back soon with some more offshore action here in St. Pete, Florida.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
Welcome back to the IHRA Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix, brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Progressive Fast Boats, Smart Coverage, Progressive Insurance. And by Visit St. Pete-Clearwater, America's best beaches. And one of their coolest piers, too, because that is the St. Pete Pier. And on top of that is Pier Tiki, which you've had a chance to visit. I have not been up there yet.
The views are amazing, and like I said, that's where part of the VIP experience is going on this weekend.
Yeah,
and
that tent there.
Anybody out there should definitely go up and take a peek at that. It is worth it. The fan experience is off the hook up there.
Buddy, we're changing up the boats. We're getting rid of the canopies. What are we looking at?
So right now we're looking at some bracket boats. We've got, I see some bracket 700s out there. There's Brad in the Dirt Legal boat. I can't see quite who else we got. We've got a lot of good guys out here running this bracket 700. And they're going to mix multiple classes in one start, so you'll see different types of boats out there. These guys, the basic function of the bracket racing is they have a top-end speed that they can't exceed. So they try to lay right on that line for the entire time without breaking out. So every time they go over that speed, they're electronically monitored. They have to turn in their data afterwards to figure out how many times they did or did not break out, and then that can adjust their finish position at the end of the race. So sometimes who we might see that's what appears to be leading this race, they may have broke out and they might actually not finish in that position. So there's a lot to be determined after the race is over, with these guys on how they run and what their rules packages look like.
And this is going to be two different classes, 600 and 700, correct?
Yes, but they're going to be running together at the same time. So when you get your bracket 700 or your class 700 boats out there, that's a 60-mile-an-hour top speed that they can't exceed. And then when you get the class 600 boats out there, class 6 boats, as we discussed, that are going to race together, as you mentioned, that's going to be a 70-mile-an-hour top speed breakout that they can't exceed. So you're going to see them kind of separate once the start happens. There we got that big Renegade pace boat. I believe that's Mike Hudson doing the pace boat duty.
I would be really good at riding along in the pace boat.
I'll tell you what,
I think that would be a spot for me.
That is a great job, I'll tell you what. Those guys are going to get them lined up so they can get the fairest, best start possible.
I'd be good at holding the flag.
You know what?
Know your limits.
When you're running 50, 60 mile an hour, you might change your mind. Hold those flags and trying to keep them upright. That's a whole other job, too.
It looks like a good time, I can tell you that.
Yep, we got Scott McCormick with Velocity Power Boats out there. I see him running up front, getting lined up and ready to go.
Those three big engines hanging off the back of those pace boats, you're going to get there quick, I can tell you that.
In these particular classes, honestly, that pace boat might, from a top speed perspective, might
probably
be able to
run with
outrun
them,
them,
yeah.
I'll tell you.
There's another X Insurance boat. You're going to see, as we said, a lot of those out here. And these things are going to get tossed around pretty good out there as the water gets rough, especially tomorrow if it does what we think it's going to do.
Yep. Especially these little 700 boats. I think they're around 22 feet long. I mean, as far as their sizing goes, yet they're a V-hole design and 20 to 22 foot length, so you can't exceed 22 feet to make class rules for class 700 or class 700 boats.
Class 700s, we're going to find our buddies at Piston Broke out of Canada.
Yep.
Scotty Young Racing.
Those guys crack me up, and they put some time into it, some effort into it, and I love seeing this class. There's been some changes in this class, too, as far as the some of the drivers and the throttlemen, too, with Class 700. Right now we were looking at, that looks like Class 600 right there.
Now, the 700 boats are fairly small.
Yes, they are.
What would you say about
They're
22?
20 to 22 feet in length, and then the Class 6 boats, they're up to 26-foot length is actually what theirs is. Yep.
helicopter hovering overhead.
These guys can get all the same great safety that we do with the bigger, faster boats. You know, that's a cornerstone of our foundation here, is to make sure that all of our drivers and stuff are safe. These open canopy boats are a little bit different, Ralph, because they're not necessarily strapped into the boat like you see when we did all the in-cockpit shots of some of the boats previously. These guys actually, if they need to get out of this boat, they need to be able to get out of this boat. But they've got to hold on pretty tight. They definitely don't want to go through a corner, hit a wave wrong, and get tossed either. So that's some things we've seen in the past, and we don't want to see anybody skipping across the water today. Got the IHRA start crew out there getting ready to turn them loose.
Good look at the 688 boat.
That's going to be bad attitude racing.
Yeah, Dwight Farr and Dwight Farr Jr. And everybody's milling up here.
Yep, this is going to be the 700 start here. We got Team Red Drum. Those guys drove quite a ways. I think they're up in the northeastern part of the country. Those are some great-looking boats, though, aren't they?
Oh, they
I'll
sure
tell you
are.
what, this class is absolutely fun to watch, and the rougher it gets, the wilder these guys get. These guys will spend a lot of time in the air, much like some of the personal watercraft we were watching earlier, Ralph.
Yeah, you could see that as they were just out there warming up. Boats are really moving around. Now we get them racing, and it's going to really increase the action in a hurry.
So these guys have a little area, what they call milling in the offshore world for our fans at home. So that's kind of like a staging spot for these guys to sit and kind of get blown around and idle around, get the boats up to temperature, get prepped and ready to go before the pace boat will come pick them up and take them onto the course.
And keeping an eye on the pace boat is incredibly important to getting a good start, because what the pace boat does will indicate when you are ready to go racing.
Yep, so the who controls the starts on the pace boat, they're typically in radio contact with the boats, so they'll bring them up, line them up, and make sure they're all lined up well before they turn them loose, because they want everybody to have a fair start and as equal of a start as possible.
Justin Martin is our official race starter with the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Championship Series. Everybody is under his control.
We got a view of 628 there. That's going to be Don Jackson Racing. We got Hammerhead Jackson in the boat.
Mm-hmm. They're out of Florida.
They drew the short straw on trip length on this one, but you know what? If they run the series with us, which I think they will, they'll have some drive time ahead of them, have a little windshield time like a few of these other guys did.
Yeah.
And as you'll notice, our viewers at home, if you look at their number designation on the side of the boat, their class designation is the first number in their race number. So the Class 700 boats will be a 3-digit number starting with a 7. 600 boats will follow suit, as well as the other bracket classes that you'll see. So that when you're looking at home and you're watching on the live stream here, you're going to be able to tell which class you're watching by looking at their number real quick as a reference. That kind of gives you an idea of who's racing who and who's in the same race, because you might see different classes together or bunched up, but that doesn't mean they're necessarily in racing one another. But they also have to kind of share the water and pick a line and make that work for everybody out there too.
Tristan, what can you tell us about Demon Bikini here today?
Okay, I'm down here. We just got this boat out of the water, and unfortunately we've got some damage down here. So either something failed or they hit something while they were qualifying, and unfortunately Leanna's telling us that they're done for the weekend. So Demon Bikini will 99.9% sure be out for this race.
Well, that's a shame because she was running good during qualifying. She had one of the
Yes, she was.
top
That was
times there.
Yep, that was a great qualifying run they had. So I'm not sure that. I wonder if that happened before or after they went back out.
Yeah. That was the boat where we saw one of the engines kind of hanging off to the side, was it?
No, that was a different super stock.
A different machine?
Yeah, no, they didn't break anything that we could see out there. But I don't know if something come apart, if there's a delamination thing, or if they hit something in the water. It'll be interesting to talk to them after the race and see what they feel happened. But hopefully, they can get that thing put back together. And if they can't be for this weekend, well, those guys are going to be strong contenders through the season. So I know we'll see them in New Orleans.
Great look at the beautiful water here in St. Pete. See how clear it is? Getting ready for the start. Here we go. Now everybody again under the direction of that pace boat.
Man, it looks like they're heading down the road. Look at the air they're already getting on the start, guys.
We are off and racing here at St. Pete with the IHRA Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix.
Just look how close those Class 700 boats get. Man, those guys aren't afraid to go deck to deck. They're going to catch some air. It's going to be a wild ride for them.
Class 600 and 700 off and racing here. Headed towards the first turn.
These guys will have to hold their line through the first buoy. So that's one thing in offshore racing. You have to maintain your lane until you're past the first turn buoy. That helps keep everybody in line and prevent some accidents running down in turn one. It's a good look at Bad Attitude Racing right there.
Yeah, that's the Bad Attitude boat of Dwight Farr and Dwight Farr Jr. One of our 600 class boats.
That looks like Scott McCormick with Team Velocity right there. We got Scott and Scotty in the boat, it looks like. I think for these guys, the bracket racing and not breaking out is a big thing for them. They really have to be careful and watch the water. The guy on the throttle really has to anticipate the wave conditions because it's pretty easy. If they come out of the water, they'll actually gain some speed typically. So they can't break out, so they really have to read that water well. It's a good look in the hood scoop on that boat, isn't it, Ralph?
It sure is.
Kind of makes me feel like we're back at the drag strip. I love that.
Pulling in some good air.
Absolutely.
See the nose of that boat really starting to pop up out of the water a little bit here as things get a little bit rougher, a little bit choppier.
Look like they're making a good little slide around that corner. It's a great looking boat. Good lines on that Velocity.
Coming at you, boat 611 out of the 600 category. That's that Scott McCormick Racing entry. Team Velocity, ride legal. Name of the boat?
I'm not sure exactly what kind of big block's in that boat, but I'll tell you what, it sounds pretty
good sounding
good
one,
out
I can
there.
tell you
Man,
that.
It does.
There's a good look at the field. Boy, look at further back as things get a lot choppier to the far inside of the race course. Boats really getting bounced around back there.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier, man, watch those 700 boats. Those guys live in the air. It's hard to believe we're boat racing when you're watching a 700 boat. They take a lot of flight. There's Brad Christopher in the Dirt Legal. His throttleman's Connor Langham. He also runs some other classes here today. Ooh, we got the X Insurance boat here. I believe that's Scott Jobin and Jerry Hartman, I think. Yep, that's what we got. It's a good-looking boat.
They're out of Pennsylvania, I believe. Look at this. Look at the deck-to-deck racing going on here.
Is that a piston
little
broke?
contact there?
Yeah, boy, I don't know. That's
got pretty
piston
darn broke
close.
right there. The white boat.
Uh-huh.
It's our friends from Canada. I asked them as they spent 36 to 38 hours driving down there how many Buc-ee's they stopped at, and they said every one.
I bet you that was a lot of pit stops. But you know what? For that kind of drive, you're going to have them.
Oh, yes, sir. That's Class 700 action you were watching back there. A piston broke.
Yep, now we're back to some 600. There's Bad Attitude. Here's
that side-by-side racing. Piston broke on the outside, and look at 769, the legal boat there, 789, getting way up out of the water.
Connor did a pretty good job there pulling the throttle back.
Brad Christopher and Connor Langheim.
Looks like they've kind of surpassed him just a little bit, but you know what? One wrong wave, you're in the air, you're back behind them again.
That's going to be a good race.
I tell you what, there's a lot of people that love stepping into the 700 boats. If you had every 700 boat out there all in one shot, you would have the most amazing show in the world if you had, 20 of these guys out there at the same time.
Well, we don't have any timing and scoring for this category, these two classes right now, so trying to guess a little bit here as to who's out front. I believe it's Bad Attitude in our 600 category.
I believe that is right, yes. And like I said, the only thing, for the viewers at home, it's hard to tell, right? Because if the person that looks like they're leading the race has broke out more times than what the person who's running second, that doesn't mean that's where the final position is going to end up.
Let's just say first on course right now should be Bad Attitude.
That's a good way to put it, yes, sir. But you know what? They're staying pretty close, and that tells me that they're all running right on that line. And the cornering is what's going to make or break some of these bracket guys. You got to be careful coming out of the water, but they got to be able to try to maintain that speed running through the corner as best as they can. The water conditions look pretty good out there right now, though.
Sure do. But you can see how quickly that can change and how much those boats can get tossed around. Looking at Islandscape here, boat 605.
Looks like that's Jamie
Island
Trujillo.
Escapes. Yep, Jamie Trujillo out of Florida. Tough to read the side of the boat as it's bouncing around in the water.
There's Brad and Connor again. That is an all-carbon fiber boat, I believe is what Brad told me. So that boat's pretty light. So he's told me in previous interviews that they really have to be careful and they have to work together real well because when that boat comes out of the water, man, it just wants to take flight. It just wants to gain some speed. So they really, really have to make sure they're working the throttle correctly to keep that boat under that 60-mile-an-hour max speed limit.
There's McCormick, Team Velocity. Oh, that's Bad Attitude there. We had just seen McCormick.
I do love me some bracket racing. I'll tell you, it's great to see these guys out here in these open canopy boats. We just want to. That's another nice thing about keeping them in the bracket class, keeping them safe, keeping that speed down a little bit without having a canopy and belts in there. Some of these guys, like this boat right here, this is the Team Dirt Legal Velocity. You know, that boat's got some suspension seats in it, so that really helps them kind of stay planted while they're out there bouncing around. Man, this is a close race right here. These guys are really neck and neck, so I bet their speed, their time is really, really on it. It almost looks like McCormick's trying to take a run on it.
Looking at 6:05, that's Island Scapes, Jamie Trujillo.
One thing to notice is there's an outboard boat mixed in with, stern drive boats in this class.
And unfortunately, with no timing and scoring, we don't know how many laps are left.
And I believe these guys are running the short course as well. So they're not running the full 5.7 miles. They're running something a little bit shorter, something in that 4-mile range, I believe.
There's Island Scapes, Jamie.
Yep, that's a great color combination on that boat, man. That blue and orange kind of reminds me of the old Gulf livery.
Yeah, it sure does. It pops. A little different look than a Porsche 917 or a GT40,
but I bet you it drives just as fun.
But going a little bit quicker on water than either one of those machines would.
There's Brad and Connor again. Those guys were the national champions in the bracket 700 class last year, and I believe they're also world champions too, I believe. And that was a new team they put together last year, so they really gelled well and became at one in that boat.
Some good air right there.
Yep. There we got Scott Jobin racing again. We got Scott and Jerry in there. They are getting after it. We've got a lot of good competitors in this class, and some of the guys, they, you don't have to be the first boat on course like you had mentioned to take the win in this category. Some of the difficulties in racing in bracket classes, you always want to run the guy down in front of you, but you got to pay attention to your speedometer a little bit closer than what you are trying to run the guy down ahead of you. You sure can't tell when they get close to our position, don't you, Ralph? You can start hearing them, feeling the thunder of them stern drives. They're really getting it.
Mm-hmm. Trujillo really getting bounced around out there now.
He's running in some rough. I mean, that's one thing about these V-bottoms, too. They really, really always got to be focused about trying to stay out of somebody else's wash. Kind of wallers the boat around, messes with the speeds a little bit. Looks like McCormick is there we go. Having trouble seeing the number on that boat, Ralph. What is
yep. It? Class 700 boat here.
Oop, there's Bobby and Red Drum. Those guys had an outstanding season, too. I think they finished second in national points last year. They're from up in the Northeast somewhere. Connecticut, I believe it was.
About 727, is that right?
Yeah.
730. 777? Well, we don't have a 737 on our short entry list here, and we know timing and scoring can't confirm who's who.
There's Team Bad Attitude again. Who's in front of them? Can we tell?
Well, it shows Dwight Farr as driver and Dwight Farr Jr. as throttle man. The bit of information we do have.
Man, he's got that thing trimmed up. He's carrying that nose. Hopefully he's running his number. These guys really, really try to run that 59.8, 59.9, and really, really hit that right on that number so they don't have to worry about breakouts.
Sounds simple, but when you're bouncing around out there, not so easy.
Yeah, there's no cruise control in a boat, and I'll tell you what, even if there was, it wouldn't be accurate. These guys really, really have to pay attention, like I said, and read that water. Because when these boats do come out of the water, as you're seeing, sometimes that actually increases their speed. And so then once they're in the air, they can't slow it down.
No, you got to anticipate what's coming.
Yep.
And no 2 laps are the same, right? Because that water is ever changing.
Oop, there we got Bobby and Red Drum. He's got a new throttleman in there with him this year to start the season. But like I said, those guys were real competitive last year. Is he running with Piston Broke, I believe?
Yep, sure is. Piston Broke on the inside in the white.
A couple northern boys there running together. Brad and Connor up there. I can't remember what he told me that boat weighs, but I think it's an entire carbon fiber layup. That is one lightweight boat.
I can imagine.
Extremely strong, though. That's a Velocity team boat as well.
There's Piston Broke.
Man, those guys are just deck to deck. They seem like they're probably 6 inches, or they could give each other a high five. It looks like they're that close.
And at the end of this, they're going to load Piston Broke back up, and it's 38 hours back north into the cold.
Yep.
So hopefully they are enjoying this right now, because it's going to get long after this. Yeah, they sure are. Red Rum and Piston Broke, deck to deck here. Class 700 action.
I think if I was both these guys up north, I think I'd probably just drag my stuff over to New Orleans, leave it, and fly home.
Leave it, yeah,
I think that's what I'd try to do.
There's a Buc-ee's nearby. Robert Barneshi's Red Rum. They're from Connecticut. It's going to seem like a short ride for them compared to what Piston Broke's got to do.
Yep.
Piston Broke out front here. Got through that last corner, cut across, took over the spot. Wish we knew what it was for.
All right, we got a checkered flag on the boat here.
There we go, and I can tell you that battle between Red Rum and Piston Broke is definitely for somewhere in the top 5, because there was 5 boats entered in that category. Now, we got to see how they did, whether or not anybody broke out.
Absolutely. When their process is once they pull these boats back out of the water and they hit the boat ramp, they have to go back to tech and report to them, and they turn in it's like an SD card if it's not actually an SD card, and then they go in and they run a program on it to figure out what the like the telemetry and stuff showed as far as what their actual speeds were throughout the entirety of the event, and then they'll count how many times they broke out or didn't, and then that's how they're going to stack the finish order. The biggest key is as fast as you can go without being too fast. And, as a racer, that's a tough thing to do, because these guys, a lot of them, they're not wide open here.
Yeah. And the temptation is just
absolutely
hammer down.
It's hard to not, especially if there's that guy in front of you. You get that itch to want to pass him, but that might not be the way the best plan for the way this game is played on bracket racing. as these guys, you can kind of see them going around the corner. They don't hug the buoys, right? You know, they don't really try to stick that pin. They'll make a big sweeper out of it, because again, at the end of the event, it's about maintaining as much consistent speed as possible. So you don't see these guys really diving and dodging for position as much as what you will see some of the other classes where finishing orders everything. We've got number 727 Yacht Management right here coming down the back. Those guys are holding on in there, aren't they?
Sure are. Not a very yacht-like ride out there today for these guys.
Not today. Got the Islandscape guys again, Class 600. They're hailing Portis, Florida. So they, like I said, we didn't have to drive as long to get here, but they're going to have some trips coming up. Ooh, look how a little squirrely. Probably caught the wash of somebody's wake there.
That's that battle between Piston Brook and Red Rum.
A lot of water out there, isn't it, Ralph?
Sure is.
Looks pretty close coming around the corner. We got some 600s battling out for position on the course, don't we? Man, they keep trading spots is what it seems to be.
Yeah.
All right, we got Scott Jobin and Jerry Hartman here.
And it looks like checkered flag wave there, and everybody's completed their last lap, and they're all starting to slow down as they come across the line.
I bet you some of these guys are sweating. Maybe need a little ibuprofen afterwards. It's kind of like some of the PWC racing.
Well, hopefully our boys at Piston Brook can swing by the monster trailer before they head home, grab a couple cans to keep them awake, and they're going to need it. They'll get home sometime Monday.
I think we've got some remaining 600 boats on the course trying to finish things up. It's interesting to watch their line right there. They're both running towards the same point, but you can see, you know, the boat here on the outside is making a lot bigger, longer sweeper coming around that corner, trying to maintain that speed. Anytime you can take a checker flag at an offshore race, that is something to be proud of. That's something that's very important to these guys too. They love having that checker flag. It's always got the event on it, and that's something that those guys cherish. Man, they're getting some air.
Look at that ride.
Oh.
And that's your cool down lap. Supposedly, right?
They are.
Or they're just coming to the checkers, finishing their run off. There's that checkered flag.
Looks like we got Connor grabbing the flag there.
Good look inside the cockpit.
Yep. That's the Islandscapes that we're looking at right now. You know, I bet that boat's is balanced pretty well. It doesn't run real bow high, but that outboard on the back of it probably gives a good balance. And we got the IHRA rescue boat out here, making sure everything's handled and safe on the course. Look at that big rib. Probably checking in with some other support boats. We've got some divers out there. Luckily, those guys haven't had to get wet yet. I told those guys at the driver meeting this morning, I said, I hope all you guys stay dry all day long.
That's right.
Best case scenario.
Well, we should have more bracket racing coming your way from the Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix. Coming up here shortly when we return back here to the Sunshine State on this beautiful 80-degree day here on the west coast of Florida. IHRA in action with their new Offshore Powerboat Championship. We'll have more action live right here on Speed Sport 1 after this.
Take a look at this. Sugar white sand, glistening Gulf Coast waters, and record-breaking sunshine. No wonder the beaches of St. Pete-Clearwater have been named some of the best in the world. And if we stopped there, you might miss the best parts, like world-class museums and murals that fill the streets, Michelin-recognized dining, and ancient mangrove adventures, live music, and so much more. Come explore at visitspc.com.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Supercat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
The IHRA Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Progressive, fast boats, smart coverage, Progressive Insurance. And by Visit St. Pete Clearwater, America's best beaches. Great look at St. Petersburg, Florida, where some of the pleasure boats are anchored out there watching the races take place in front of them. Just wrapped up Class 600 and 700. And we're going to have, 200, 300, 400, 500 coming up next?
Yep. We'll have some more action-packed bracket racing. This next set, they're going to be a little bit quicker. They run some different speeds. You know, as we progress into the other bracket classes, they start progressing on speed as well. So you're going to see a little more action out of them, too. Oh, this is their famous little wheelie they like to do after they do it.
That is really cool.
That looks like we got on the 600. Looks like he took first position. Scott McCormick with Team Velocity.
That would be our 600 winner.
Yep. Yeah, he builds those Velocity powerboats. And actually, I believe they just had an acquisition of another powerboat company called Checkmate. I believe that's accurate.
That's great.
I'm glad those guys don't have to go very far once they pop the wheelie like that after holding that flag.
I think that is really cool. All right, we're going to head back down into the pits for a second. Let's check in with Tristan.
Hey everyone, I'm here with Offshore World Champion Billy Moff. How many years have you been racing, Billy?
Only 49.
Only 49. So you've raced a couple classes. In the last few years, you've transitioned. What class are you racing in this year?
We started out with an A boat. We went to a B boat. We went to a C boat. We ran D. We ran modified. We ran outboard stock. We ran open. We ran superboat. We went back to open. Then I created Supercat, and now we're doing 1100s.
You raced Supercat for a long time. You've got a lot of world champions with Supercat. What do you think about the transition into Pro Class 1?
It's exciting, with coming off of 18 world titles, 9 national titles, racing in Europe, doing what we did. It's been pretty interesting.
Well, if anybody has anything to say about it, pretty interesting is one way to put it. We're so glad you're here, Billy. Good luck today when your Pro Class 1 race. We can't wait to see you guys out there. Thank you.
I call it ancient. Pretty ancient.
Pretty ancient, he says.
Pretty ancient.
I'll tell you what, Tristan, what I would call him is pretty legendary.
Absolutely. Billy Moff, if you've been around offshore racing forever, you know Billy, and everybody knows him. He's a great guy. He's a great supporter of this industry and the sport, and there's just not a better competitor out there. He is amazing. Actually, and I heard rumor he's got a new boat possibly, maybe for next year yet. I think he's got a new Pro Class 1 on order.
And Shane, there are guys in every form of motorsport that are just that guy, right?
Yeah.
It's Richard Petty in NASCAR, Mario Andretti in IndyCar. It's Billy when you're talking about offshore.
I'll tell you what, Billy's been around, as he said, for a while. I think the number of years, I feel like that's a stretch. I don't think he's that old, but, man, he has been doing it forever, and he's seen it all. He's been through all kinds of organizations. And, that brings up a good point because I talked to him in the pit the other day, and he's very, very excited for this IHRA transition and to really take this thing to the next level. And we're glad to have him support us and be part of our racing. And we're just happy that he's here. WHM is a staple in the offshore industry.
Yeah, Billy, boy, you could say in a lot of ways that up until now, and Daryl Cuddle has gotten involved, you could say that up until now, it's been Billy that has really helped prop up, pardon the pun, in a lot of ways, offshore powerboat racing. Here we go with our next group.
We're going to get a little bit louder and a little prouder as we go through the day. Right now we're going to have our bigger bracket boats. These are bigger horsepower V-bottoms, twin engine boats. A lot of different configurations going out here today. A lot of different manufacturers represented.
Variety of categories.
Yep.
So tell us a little bit more about what we're looking at here with these different groups.
Well, you've got different speeds for this different group. As they progress, they start stepping up in 5 to 10 mile an hour increments. So I'm not sure because I can't see the numbers right now which class we're watching, but you've got guys that'll run up to 95 mile an hour and 90 mile an hour in this run group. We're going to have a couple starts here.
Well, it's supposed to be groups class 200, 300, 400, and 500.
Okay. Yep, so we're going to run up to 100 mile an hour on the class 2s. 90 mile an hour on 300. 400 boats are 85 mile an hour max speed. They're getting them all lined up. Looks like Justin down there is going to get us a good start. Mike's doing a good job of driving that pace boat. He's keeping them where they need to be. Looks like we got a guy getting caught up here. I believe that's our 200s up front. So these guys will run up to 100 mile an hour and no more. Same concept we saw earlier. We're just going to see faster speeds overall. Things are going to be a little bit louder. These boats are a little bit bigger. Helicopters doing like they're They're doing a good job staying elevated, staying up. You know, when the catamarans and stuff get out there, if those helicopters get a little low, they feel that air pressure off those rotors. You know, and that kind of messes with their balance a little bit. So the helicopter pilot has to be mindful of what impact they might be having on the race course. So they have to kind of stay on the inside and stay above them.
Some of these boats in this category canopy boats, some of them open cockpits.
Yeah, you're going to have both. If they are a closed canopy boat, then they will have had to go through that dunker training that we had talked about earlier.
Look like the 577 there in the 500 category. That'd be one of my favorite names, Team Yabba Dabba Doo.
Yep. Talk to those guys when they're driving me.
Out of Florida. Seen a lot of great names in racing. Team Yabba Dabba Doo, that's right up there. Of course, you have to be the right age to think that's pretty cool.
I'm on that cut.
Yeah. 269 Victory Racing, Alex Bumgardner. Team LM.
Right now we're looking at some of the Class 400 boats. 407, that looks like James Norville. He's from the United Kingdom. Traveled a long way to run our boat race this year. It's a good-looking boat, too. 2, 3, 4, and 500. We got a lot of boats out here getting ready to start. And you'll see some separation quick because of that top end speed in which they are allowed to run up to and try not to exceed. So you'll see them split up. But that's going to create a lot of rougher activity for the boats that are falling in behind.
Well, I would say for Norville coming all the way from England, no matter how he does here today, it was well worth the trip because I guarantee you the weather here better than it is back home.
Absolutely. I don't think he probably didn't stop as many buckies as our Pistonbrook buddies did they?
No. You see boat 221, that's Joey Oliveira.
The OG Racing guys are out of Florida.
Great looking field here.
Yep. The 5 boat in there, 588. We got Damon.
What I like about these 4 classes out here together, wide variety of looks.
Yes.
As you said, the open cockpit boats, canopy boats, different boat lengths.
And there a minute ago, you had 576 with Jimmy Jensen with the back in action crew. We get a lot of noise with this group, man. All those stern drives are just bellowing out there. A lot of big rooster tails. There's the DSK guys. That typically boat will run in Super Boat actually, or Super V. I'm sorry, but they're running in the bracket series today. I can hear them out there. We're getting close.
Oh, yeah. RPM starting to come up a little bit.
Everybody's getting their trims right. They're getting their mind right, and they're getting ready to go racing.
Again, first race of the 2026 IHRA Offshore Powerboat Championship for these categories. Class 200, Class 300, Class 400, and Class 500. Set to get their year underway. You've been thinking about it all off season, working on your boat, working on yourself. Now it's time to find out what you got.
They're rounding the corner looking real good. Want to make sure they don't pull up on behind each other too bad.
Yeah, you can
They're
see that
stacking
right
them
there.
up, trying to bring them down a little.
Olivieri having to move out of the way. That big dome you see off in the background, that big white roof, that's Tropicana Field, home of the Tampa Bay Devil Rays.
Yep.
Major League Baseball.
We saw that coming in. That is a big structure.
Yeah, it is.
Looks like they brought him off plane right now. They're trying to get him all squared away. There's a lot of boats out there to get sorted out.
Yeah.
Those guys have their hands full down there, getting everybody in their appropriate position.
Some 15 or so boats between the 4 different groups here in these 4 classes. What are we looking at price-wise here if I wanted to go racing, Shane, as we move up the board now from when we were looking at 600, 700, what smaller 700s would run me what?
I mean, it depends if you're buying a new boat and having one laid up and built for you, a new 300. You know, I mean, you could probably get into that class, buy something that's nice and used and, well loved and break into that class maybe in that $30,000, $40,000 range.
So you and I still need that dinghy.
Yes, we're still going to be on the back of that yacht, hanging out, attending to that rib on the
Not
back
owning
of the
yacht, just hanging out.
Oh no, we're definitely first mates and crew on that one.
Yeah.
You know, some of these bigger boats, you get bigger engines, you get bigger packages. I mean, some of these guys can be up in the 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 range, but potentially depending on what the year of the boat is, what avenue they decided to go to build this boat to run that type of number. Most of these boats are way, way more capable of running that top-end speed. You want to be able to have the versatility to run that number, but not be on the wide-open throttle edge of it, because depending on conditions, then if the fastest you can run is your top number, that could really put you out of contingency, depending on conditions. Like I said, that DSK boat, they typically run on super V.
There we go. We're going green, going racing. Everybody hard into the throttles. Look at the spray come off the back of these boats, too, as they get up to plane and on to speed.
They really shoot some rooster tails, don't they?
Love it. Great action here.
All right. We got OG right there in the middle. DSK, what looks to be on the inside, far from us. Trying to read that number. Oh, we got 208 right there. That's Don Urfer Racing right there. Not really sure where their hailing port is and where they're out of.
No, it doesn't say. We go 4 deck to deck here.
On the outside there, we saw the orange fountain of Billy Shipley with Team Woody Racing.
Spread across as they head towards that first turn. And again, you can't be moving out across the nose of the guy next to you until we get through that first corner.
Yep.
You can pull up alongside, but you can't cut across it.
This is true. A far boat, like I said, that's Billy Shipley. Oh, we got 517 here. That's going to be Randy Moore Racing. So you've got Randy and you've got Nelson Sawyer. They're out of Tennessee. It's crazy to think when you think offshore racing, there's a lot of these guys that aren't from the coasts.
No. They got some big lakes to practice on.
Their reach is far, and these guys aren't afraid to travel to run with the circuit.
They got big passion.
There we go. We see the pace boat pulling off, and they are underway.
And if you're wondering about the different sounds, you're going to hear some two-strokes going as well, as another one of the IHRA Pro Watercraft races has gotten underway at the exact same time off to our left. I'm sure we'll catch a view of that as well. Lots to keep up with here today.
Looks like we got, is that Team OG right there? DSK
His
on the
DSK
inside.
screaming up the inside.
Man, he hit that. He stuck that corner buoy pretty tight,
Sure
didn't
did.
he? His driver wanted to be laying on that corner, make the shortest work around that course possible. He's probably trying to stretch a little bit of a lead out without exceeding the speed limit.
Well, you could be helping out your throttle man there too, right? If you can get out in front of everybody, get in that clean water, then he can go to work on those throttles.
Yep.
And not have to worry about that bracket number as badly. Look at this. 4 boats in Class 500.
You got your Team Yabba Dabba Doo right there in the center, trying to navigate all that wash. Man, those big V-bottoms look good coming down the lake, don't they?
Sure do. That look good going across Lake Norman back home. I'll drive, you throttle.
1 week I'll come out and we'll be on Norman. You come out and we'll hang out Lake of the Ozarks.
Buddy, I'm with you. Let's do it. Not that you and I are ever going to get a free weekend to do that.
This is very true. There's Joey Oliveira and OG Racing. You know, these big V-bottoms, they just really, really tame that, tame that water. It's not terribly rough. Conditions aren't terrible today, but, man, they've just got them laid down flat, and they're grinding away.
Very different look to the attitude of the boat.
Yep. So these two boats are going to have like a staggered engine package, so that means the engines aren't directly side by side. They're kind of in front of one another, so they can keep the weight to the center of that V-bottom. Makes it a little bit faster. Gives the boat a little bit better balance. Turns a little bit better. You know, he's putting some gap on him. He's hopefully he's on his number. He's putting a stretch out there.
Sure is. That's at 221 of Joey Oliveira.
Those guys have been running together for quite a while. I think they're pretty comfortable in the boat together.
Guess they feel like they know what they're doing, right?
Yep. Either that or they got great communication between the two of them. You know, it's interesting. I've talked to all these teams. Some talk a lot, some joke around, some are yelling at each other, and some don't talk at all. They just get after it. So
yeah.
we got Class 300, 313 wee-haul boats. That is Nick Fennell, and we got Mike Ogden in there. Here's James Norville again from the UK. That boat looked pretty good. I mean, he looked like he wasn't chine walking or anything too bad. He's just flat and running down the lake. Some of these guys, they get their trim up a little high. They start walking back and forth a little bit, especially if they're in some wash.
Got the Union Jack out there on the nose of the boat.
Yep.
Hopefully he's going to leave that over here and fly back and forth over the bigger pond. Here's the 588. Good looking boat there.
That's going to be Damon Morata.
Yeah, from
with
here
Fuel
in Florida,
One
fuel1team.com. .568 is that Eddie Simmons in the Agora Day Spa boat. Superboat name of the team. One of our Class 500 entries.
Like I said, these Class 500 boats that you're seeing, they're going to have to run, their numbers in that 75 mile an hour range. It's the top speed. And we got the XC Insurance boat here on course. That's going to be Jerry Hartman. Looks like he put new livery on that boat since last year. Maybe had it rewrapped. That's a great looking boat.
We were talking about Randy Moore and Nelson Sawyer, the two out of Tennessee.
Yep.
Running that Randy Moore Racing entry. This is his first race for Randy Moore, his first powerboat race. They started 150 feet back behind everybody because it was his first ever race. So
being a rookie, you got to start a little behind.
Yep, just make it safe. But he's got a great background in racing. Spent the majority of his time drag racing. He also drove the War Wizard monster truck.
Yeah, that's quite a change, isn't it? I guess these guys are getting some air, so maybe it's not that much different.
Boy, what those guys and gals are doing in monster trucks these days, not just the back flips, but the front flips and everything else, really something to watch, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Boy, when these big boats come by, they just drown out the sound of our pro watercraft entries over here to our left, don't they?
You can even feel the vibration coming off the water.
You sure can.
I'll tell you what, I've been in a lot of fast boats around, but, these guys that are running, 90, 95, 100 mile an hour, different run groups, some of the viewers at home might think that might not be sounding like a lot of speed, but I'll tell you what, when you're on the water, everything feels like you're about double the speed on land. You get into that type of speed range, you are really, really flying.
That's Alex Baumgartner in that Victory Racing 269. Let's check back in with Tristan, has another story for us from the pits.
All right.
Hey guys, I'm down here at the crane with Out of Pocket Racing. I got, world champion, right? Billy Moore, with a new driver in the boat. This is a proven boat. How do you guys feel going into today's race?
Feel pretty good. Biggest thing, we got to start a little bit behind on the outside of everybody with Kevin being first time racing in offshore. But that's part of it. We're just going to try and go out and not get caught up in any unnecessary ruckus in the first turn and stay out of the way, and then see if we can pick some people off and just go have a good time.
Kevin, what do you think going into your first offshore race ever?
A little bit nervous, but I feel good. The boat ran real good yesterday, so I feel good.
Good luck, guys. Can't wait to see you out on the race course.
Yeah, anytime you do your first race, I don't care what it is, any race, period, the nerves, the tension is so high. There's something different about doing it on water, right?
Yep.
You just feel, I don't think
there's a lot more variables.
Yeah, variable is a great word. I was going to say isolated isn't the word, but the variable level is so incredibly high, and I think you just feel more exposed. Maybe that's the right.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing that
vulnerable
Kevin, with that interview that was right there, Kevin, he's in great hands with Billy Moore on the throttles. That man is amazing. I mean, he is one heck of a throttleman, and he is known in the industry for being at the top of his game. So as long as they start to communicate well and gel well, and he can get Kevin to point the boat in the right direction, he's definitely going to get it propelled in the right direction.
Getting a good look at Justin Snook and Whiskey Throttle Racing.
Man, that's a great looking boat. Is that silver?
Silver, really pretty.
That's a good looking boat.
So classes 200, 300, 400, and 500 underway in their bracket racing action here with the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Grand Prix. And we're coming back for more from St. Pete on Speed Sport 1. The action continuing here with our bracket class. This will be our final bracket race of the day, correct?
That's correct.
We're done with everybody after this.
I think the last offshore race of the day is going to be
Supercat,
Pro.
right?
Is it Pro Class 1, I believe. That's what's on the deck.
We haven't seen Supercat yet.
I thought they were going to run
we did.
tomorrow. We saw them qualify today.
We saw them qualify. They race tomorrow.
Yep, yesterday afternoon was the Pro Class 1 qualifying for the stack up on the race today. Yes, sir.
Hard to believe the day's winding down already. Olivieri still out front. Comes boat 562. Don't have that one on our entry list.
MarineEngineSurplus.com. That's entry number 269. That's going to be Victory Racing USA. That's Alan Baumgart again.
The water here just beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, it's gorgeous.
And 269 just missed a buoy, we're told.
Oh, did they really?
Mm-hmm. Tough break for Baumgartner in that Victory Racing entry.
That's definitely going to hurt him. There's Damon Morata with the Fuel One team again. Those guys are really consistent.
Welcome back to live coverage here on Speed Sport 1 of the International Hot Rod Association, the IHRA, kicking off the 2026 season here on the water. IHRA Pro Watercrafting Competition, as well as these guys and gals, the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Championship. Now, we just had this happen during the break. Boat 269 in Class 200, that's the Victory Racing entry. Alex Bumgardner, they missed a buoy, Shane. What do they do when you do? You can't just double back.
No, you can't double back. They address that in driver's meeting. You miss the buoy, you just have to deal with the penalty that's going to be incurred from that.
And that penalty is, do you know?
It's a little bit different in bracket racing than some of the other classes. Let me try to get that answer for you here, Ralph.
And we caught a glimpse of James Norville in Class 400 out of the United Kingdom, running the Union Jack on the nose of that boat. We got Class 200, 300, 400, and 500 in action here. This is the 576 entry. That's back in action with Jimmy Jensen.
That's going to be up to that 75-mile-an-hour class. That Class 5, they're limited to 30-foot boats and under also. But they can run a single or twin engine configuration in their setup.
Damon Murata and Damon Murata Sr., Fuel1Team.com out of Florida. Boat 588 right here. Getting bounced around a little bit.
They look like they're running pretty fast, though. They're a hard charger.
And DSK we're not sure. We think DSK had a mechanical problem. There they are, boat 52.
Yeah, that's going to be, like I said, typically that's a Super B entry, but they're running brackets this weekend.
Yeah, they had an issue in turn 3, we're told.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Joey Oliveira with OG. Or OC Racing. Those guys they've been pretty consistent this whole race. The boat's been flat. They've been running up front. They've been working their way through traffic. Hopefully they're having a good race ahead of them. Like I said, that's a class that can run up to 100 mile an hour. The rules are a little bit more open. It's just really, really restricted by speed. Oh, here's our DSK replay. Not sure what happened to him there. Hopefully they didn't hurt the drive or something.
Oh, they came off power in a hurry, though, didn't they? An open cockpit, but separated dual windscreens on this boat.
It's got a little older feel. The old F-16 quarter canopies on it.
Are you an open cockpit or canopy kind of guy?
You know, that's a difficult one. If I was going to go race one, my wife would probably prefer I be in a cockpit if I had to be in one at all. But I think...
just aesthetically, what do you like?
Man, it's tough. I've always been a powerboat pleasure boater. When it comes to racing, I love the way that enclosed canopy looks, though. The boats just look sleek. There's Jerry Hartman there in the X Insurance entry in Class 400. That is a good-looking V-bottom as well.
I would think most traditionalists probably like that open cockpit look, right?
There is a lot of guys out there that still love that. I think it's a good, viable option. I mean, this bracket racing's great because if you and I had a boat at home, we were good buddies, and then we said, hey, let's throw our hand in the ring here. As long as we brought the appropriate safety equipment, the right lifeline type of vest, get the right type of helmet with the right ratings, and we want to go through all the safety inspections. You know, we can bring our boats out that. And that's a cool thing that, you know, the viewers at home need to know. There's a lot of people that they have a power boat as a pleasure boat, and they come and can enter into a race, try to come out and have a little fun, and then next weekend they're back to bar hopping or poker running.
So speaking of that, it's an interesting thing to bring up as we watch this race winding down here, Class 200, 300, 400, and 500 in action. If somebody wanted to start boat racing, how do you do that today if you wanted to go offshore powerboat racing?
You know, I really figured you just got to get the rule book out and read through it, right? Figure out what class you're interested in running, or if you're watching at home and you've picked a class that you just love to follow. You know, you really want to try to read through what the rules of that criteria is outlaid, so that way you can try to get into a boat. You want to try to find a boat. Some of these boats aren't all the same. A lot of these canopied boats, like you were just asking me about earlier, these are special purpose-built race boats that are laid up. Some of these open canopy boats, they're more coming out of the pleasure boat, powerboat side of the world, and so they're probably built a little bit differently. So you have to really decide what you like and which class you want to run in. Like that boat right there, that's not going to be a pleasure boat. This one could be a pleasure boat. You can take your family, load them in there, run a poker run, go eat dinner, load her back up, next week go racing.
Well, and the thing about it is, obviously with the International Hot Rod Association, we're doing national championship, world championship level competition.
Yes.
There are plenty of regional events out there all across the country, all around the world, that if you want to get started in racing, there's plenty of opportunity to do so without putting yourself out there against this level of competition at the very beginning of your career.
And actually, that's an interesting thing you brought up as well. I don't want to give a little teaser or a tidbit, but I think you might see some regional series, non-national series announcements that aren't too far away for some of these guys who, especially in this bracket world, that might not want to travel as far, but they're more interested in staying in that 3 to 4 hour from home range. I think the options might be increasing as the season unwinds.
Well, we have that with IHRA drag racing. We have that with IHRA pro watercraft competition. No reason to believe we can't have that with IHRA offshore powerboat racing.
I think as this thing grows and the model continues to build, I think you're going to see a lot more of this regional stuff and maybe even divisional stuff, you know, like we do in the drag racing world. So, which I'm excited to see, because all that does is just bring a bunch of different diversity into the sport, and allows everybody to try to come run these world-class events, you know, once they qualify for points. Getting a little spread out there on the back stretch.
Whoa.
Yep. I like that one hurt a little bit.
No, we're getting bounced around there a little bit. I got to tell you, Shane, you know, there's a lot of beautiful things in motorsports, but one of the most beautiful shots is one of these big offshore powerboats at speed blasting across open water. When you just watch it, man, it's just, you can feel the power, you can hear the engine in your mind, and it's just beautiful to see in action.
You know, the offshore powerboat world started long time ago with just kind of distance runs and, you know, point to point. So that's been kind of honed back in to create a safer, more safer place that we can control and set up an environment for these guys to race in instead of running, you know, 25, 35, 40 miles point to point.
It is just beautiful to see them.
Yep.
There's some forms of motorsport that are just prettier, maybe, to watch the action.
Two people in a boat out there. There's just something that's freeing about that, right?
Oh yeah.
We got Hartman there. Oh, we got our
Yabba Dabba Doo. There we go.
It's JD, and they're from Florida.
That's the team shirt I need right there. Yabba Dabba Doo.
Like we said earlier, it's interesting because you'll see these guys take these real wide sweeping corners, You know, when you get into the more deck-to-deck, like non-speed limited classes, you don't see these guys taking as wide of a corner. A lot of them really stick hard into the buoys because they want to create the shortest running surface that they can, or shortest linear length of that course, and they want to shorten it up as much as possible. Just trying to gain that competitive advantage. And these guys, it's a little different. This would be a great way to start offshore racing. And this is where a lot of these people, just like when they interviewed Billy a little bit ago when Tristan was talking to him, you know, he's done it all.
Well, that's the same thing in bracket drag racing, right?
Yep.
Cost-effective way to get started before you start getting all the exotic fuels and everything else, right?
Yep.
Comes on the edge, or on edge. Number 500 category boats. Shane, for those viewers at home that are new to the sport, we know we have a bunch of you out there today. As you're watching these racers, probably thinking at home, boy, they don't have a lot of variety in the color of their helmets. Well, that's on purpose.
Yes, that is true. That's definitely one of the safety concerns. It's in the safety rules. If these guys ever get ejected from a boat or come out of the boat, we want to be able to easily identify them from the safety standpoint or from the divers, but also the other boaters are always looking for those orange helmets. They're following them in the boat. They look for them in the water. Nobody wants to, get in that situation. Looks like a pretty competitive little race there in Class 400. We got Hartman and Norvis just kind of deck to deck battling it out.
Yeah, a bit of a squabble there over position on the course. Well, they battle over there. That pro watercraft race that was going on as this one got started has wrapped up, and Taylor is standing by with the winner. What happened over there, Taylor?
That's right. You guys missed a pretty darn good race. I'm down here on Spa Beach for Moto 2 of the Ski GP race. And Coy Curtis, you have done it again. An incredible race out there. You've got some big shots behind you. They were coming for you, but if you didn't watch that race, you pulled away. There was absolutely a huge gap between you and second place. How'd you do that?
I don't know. I just hit my marks every lap, and just stay consistent, stay smooth, and I think that's how I got it done.
Easy breezy. He is calm and collected down here after that battle out there of attrition. You still have one more moto to go. You're the guy to beat right now. What are these guys coming for you? What do they have?
I don't know. It's going to be tough, I think. I'm pretty fired up to do it again in Moto 3, so let's go.
All right, we're going to watch some more offshore, but we've got much more from Pro Watercraft down here on Spa Beach.
I don't know about you, Shane, but I am not surprised at all that our good friend Taylor would find herself on Spa Beach.
Absolutely. She looks like she's very at home down there.
She worked that out just perfectly, didn't she? The X-Insurance boat is done.
Looks like Jerry and John there are off playing.
Guessing that means the checkered has come out. Looks like Norville is done. Saw him floating over there, I thought.
Class 5 making their last corner here at the piers. That's 576 back in action. That's Jimmy Jensen again.
There's the OC boat.
These guys are making their sponsors proud today. Boy, they got great billboards, and there's look at that. I mean, that's great. Those guys are excited. They're already celebrating the boat, hands up, fist pumping. They feel like they had a pretty good run. There's Fuel One team again. Damon Murata.
Sometimes it's just nice to listen to the engine, isn't it?
Yep. I will have to say, though, Ralph, it's a little bit better to hear it from the cockpit of that boat.
I can imagine. That's our Whiskey Throttle, guys.
That's Justin Snook Racing. He is on, I believe he's the driver. I'm not sure who's on the throttles in that boat. But they are out of Michigan. So they're a long way from home. But you know what? They've got a lot of racing up in that area of the country, and we'll be up there later this year.
Yeah. St. Clair and Sheboygan on our schedule. St. Clair, Michigan, Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
When the summer heat sets in, we go north.
Yeah, right.
We're kind of the opposite of the snowbirds, aren't we?
That's right.
That's the best place to go in the summertime.
Chase the sun. What do we have here? Look out. Look out.
That's why those guys are there, to keep them guys where they need to be. Looks like we had a follow the leader situation going on there, trying to race that next buoy.
Boy, that could have been a real problem there.
Thank God those safety guys and our turnboat guys are on their toes.
Yeah.
Keeping our races where they need to be. Safe and out of harm's way for everybody involved.
They had to be a few feet / yards off course to be
That's what I was wondering.
In that zone like that.
I'd like to see the bird's eye view on that particular setup.
There's our boat out of the UK.
I'd like to have some more information on it, but I'm not sure what kind of boat that is. But that is it's got great lines on it.
Sure does.
Big flat deck on it. Sweeping cockpit.
There's your checkered flag. So we'll get an idea here as we see who gets the checkered flags as to.
I love that camera vantage point so that we can see which one at least showed up first, until they go through
first
tech.
on water, yeah.
Yep.
Again, we had no timing and scoring for this category as well, unfortunately. So we're guessing like you folks at home.
Looks like everybody's finishing up their last laps to get back off course. Those guys look like they're just absolutely having the blast. Time of their life. A little sidestep there coming around that corner.
Oh, there we go. Back in action, getting a checkered flag. Good for them.
It's going to be our series, our Class 5 winners.
Unofficially.
Yep. Jimmy Jensen's got to be pretty happy about that performance. Hopefully the data looks good once they go to tech.
Yeah. And they should have an idea based on what they saw on the dash. But they don't know how their competitors did.
Yeah, so they can't break out, but there's a very short window if they do break out a little bit where it doesn't count as a breakout. But those guys can't really ride that line because it's you're kind of dancing with the devil a little bit.
Yeah.
See Jerry Hartman floating around right there. Marvel in the background. That should be the wrap-up of our 300, I believe. That's Justin Snook again. Looks like he's taking his last lap.
Whiskey Throttle. That silver on there?
Yep.
Sharp.
It definitely stands out on the course.
It does. Like the red on top. I'd get across the lake pretty quick on that thing.
Might be a little bit quicker than your wave runner.
Yeah,
right?
Might be. Might be.
Hopefully a little drier ride, though, too.
Yeah, it should be. Tell you what, though, that wave runner comes up out of the hole pretty quick.
Yes, it does. That's Nick and Mike in there. The Weehall Boats Class 300 boat.
I think they might have been first across the line in that group. The other one was Chad Woody and Billy Shipley, Team Woody.
Yeah, those guys are from Texas. That's a great team, too. They're definitely planning on running the National Series with it this year. I talked to them in the pits the other day.
Not sure where our UK boat finished, but I'm hoping Norval had a great time. He looked like he did.
Yep. Looked like he had a good run, though.
Yeah.
Boat stayed planted.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here as classes 200, 300, 400, and 500 have wrapped up their event. But we'll be right back here to St. Petersburg for a lot more action live here on Speed Sport 1, the IHRA Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix. Stay with us. Coming right back.
Take a look at this. Sugar white sand, glistening Gulf Coast waters, and record-breaking sunshine. No wonder the beaches of St. Pete-Clearwater have been named some of the best in the world. And if we stopped there, you might miss the best parts, like world-class museums and murals that fill the streets, Michelin-recognized dining, and ancient mangrove adventures, live music, and so much more. Come explore at visitspc.com.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
Welcome back to St. Petersburg, Florida. Ralph Shaheen, Shane Landis with you. Taylor Snyder over in the pro watercraft pit areas, and Tristan Garvin covering the action over in our Offshore Powerboat Championship pit area where these guys will be headed, but they'll be headed there with, a checkered flag. Taking the checkers in Class 300. Back in action gets the one for Class 500.
I'll tell you what, it's been a long winter. These guys got to be extremely happy with their performances.
Great way to start the year, right?
Absolutely.
Speaking of Tristan Garvin, let's introduce you to her if you haven't met her yet. She's down over in the Offshore Powerboat pit area. Hey, Tristan.
Hey, guys. I'm down here with JJ and Nick. They're with X Insurance North Pro Class 1 team. You guys got a little bit time before your next race. This is your first of 2 Pro Class 1 races. How are your nerves?
Nervous. First time back in the boat since November, so we're looking forward to get some seat time and get some data and move on from there.
About the same. A little nervous. We tried to do some qualifying yesterday. Had some problem with the boat. Stuff happens after the season. So get back into it, get a feel for it. The course was a little tough to see. It was very hazy yesterday, so we're having a problem finding the markers and so on and so forth. But go out there today and see what happens.
Good luck, guys. Can't wait to see you out on the course.
Thank you.
Shani mentioned the haze. It is definitely hazy as we look off in the distance towards downtown Tampa Bay to our left, to the north of us. From buoy to buoy, you could be talking in some sections of the race course a mile in length.
Yeah, typically they're actually going to be further than that. I think this course was around 5.7 miles. if I remember correctly from reading the driver's packet. But, like part of the run-up into Turn 1, the way the rules state, you've got to have about 1.5 miles at least before your first buoy. So, in some situations, these can be 2 and 2.5 miles total in length, which is a long way. And when you're out in offshore like this, the tough part is finding markers, as what JJ and Nick were saying there a minute ago, is, when we're running on a lake, you can pick a tree or a landmark or a building. But when you're out in the offshore, especially if you're turning out towards the bay with your, back at land, it's a little bit harder to kind of, navigate where you're going sometimes. So picking a good point is important, and hopefully our clearer conditions today will prove a little bit better for those guys.
And that's why those buoys are brightly colored, and some of them, as you said, as high as 10 feet in the air.
Yep. Yeah, those big cylindrical ones you see on TV, you guys wouldn't think it's much bigger than just a life jacket floating around out there. But, man, that is one big buoy. And contend with those guys when they go out and set them, they can usually only do like maybe 1 or 2 at a time because they're just so large.
Well, we checked in on the offshore powerboat pit area. Now let's venture over to the pro watercraft side of the race course. Here's Taylor Snyder.
I found Revan Harris. You are our second-place finisher in Ski GP in both Moto 1 and Moto 2. But first I need to ask your name. It could not be more perfect. Was it after Revan?
I don't know. My aunt, she actually found it in a children's name book. It's pretty funny. I don't know how it worked out that way, but yeah.
All right, let's talk about racing now. Let's get back to the serious stuff. You were Revan out there on the track, but what's it like? What's it going to take to make up that gap to get to Coy?
I don't know. He's flying today, man. That kid is so talented. I mean, he's hard to chase, but yeah, we got to put a little bit more work and see if we can get there.
You're another one of our young guns. We've got some veterans out there. We're not going to talk about ages because it's such a wide gap, but what do you think that really takes into account when you're out there? Is it more about endurance? Is it more about mentality? What does that age mean for you?
I feel like I'm getting old compared to some of these kids, but I train with a lot of older guys. Dustin Matsuris, I ride with him every week, and it seems like he's always right there, and he's in good shape. But I think these 15-minute motos and doing more than one a day, I think being young, it pays off.
You've got one more moto left to go. What do you have to give?
I'm ready to go back and rest and give it my all tomorrow.
All right, thanks for chatting with me.
Thank you.
I can tell you right now, my son Lucas, had I known the name Revan was out there, would not be a Lucas. Not sure my wife would have gone for that, but he would not have been a Lucas if I had anything to say about it.
No, that is definitely a great name, and he is he's going down the great road of motorsports, so it's definitely very fitting for him. And I'll tell you what, that young kid looks like he's got a lot of talent and got a lot of experience and a lot of time to go yet in this sport.
Needless to say, Lucas is a great name, and we're very proud of him.
He's probably watching you at home, and he's thinking, when you're talking about getting that ride on back out and on the water when you get home, he's probably ready to turn it into a race machine.
Oh, it wouldn't be the first time I've heard that. Yeah. Well, of course, like any good dad would do, coming to the racetrack like this and knowing there's all kinds of other wave runners over there on the other side of the pit area over there, just got to figure out who I need to talk to over there about making mine a little bit quicker when I get back home so I can beat all my buddies, right?
Yep, exactly. I'll tell you what, there's the knowledge in that pit, man, seeing the computers and the things those guys are doing. And, man, if there's anybody that's anybody, I promise you they're in those pits and they are at this race and they're going to run this series.
Yeah, and like all forms of racing, a lot of it is power you're going to find is going to be gained through the electronic side of what you do to these things.
Yep. And the experience of, finding speed on a course, how to navigate that buoy and, how to slide around it, just hit it just right. There's a lot to it.
That's where the road racing side comes into play, as we say, very similar to what you see in professional forms of road racing, whether it's motorcycles or cars.
Another good view of the beautiful St. Pete skyline. Got our VIP, looks packed over there on the end of the pier.
Tell you what, some good eating in this town. We've found some great restaurants so far this weekend. Been very enjoyable downtown.
Yes, we have.
And all of it in walking distance.
Yes, that's even better, especially for us limited by golf cart usage down here, I think, right now for the weekend. So.
Yeah, and our lead foodie on all of it has been Taylor Snyder, and she's back over there in the pro watercraft pit area.
I've found the man that I wanted to speak to all weekend long, Quentin Bosch. You've made your way all the way from Belgium to be with us here in St. Pete, Florida, and you are the one that everybody's been talking about. They said, watch out for Quentin out there, and you've put up a heck of a fight out there. What's it like battling with these guys in the U.S.?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy to be here, very grateful that, people make these kind of events. It's my job to race, so I love coming here, love racing here, and I'm looking forward to the next one.
Absolutely, and the venue that we have here is absolutely stunning. I haven't been fortunate to make my way to Belgium, but what an incredible backdrop here at St. Pete.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally different from Europe. Everything is much smaller in Europe, and here everything's open. They have so much possibilities to race here with the boats, jet skis. It's so nice. We don't really get to race in the ocean because, it's prohibited. But, overall, I'm just happy to be here. I'm still a bit tired. I only flew in yesterday, so I'm just here quickly do the race and then go back home. But, just looking forward for tomorrow.
Tomorrow's going to be great. Let's talk a little bit about your competition. Coy Curtis, young gun coming in. We talked about him passing you. Tell me about his talent.
Yeah, he's very talented. He's still very young, so he has a lot of time to grow and to evolve. I'm twice his age. I'm 32 this year, so one day he'll beat me. For the moment, I'm just here on the loaner boat from Fast Power Sports, which I'm very grateful for. At the end of the year in Havasu, I'm gonna bring my own boat, and we can battle with equal weapons, and then we'll see.
I like it. Here comes the competition. There's something to be said for experience, but we're happy to have you here, Quentin. Thank you for talking to me.
Thank you very much. Later.
Ever been to Belgium?
I have not.
I haven't either, but I'd love to go to Spa someday, see that racetrack.
There's a lot of good sights to see over there. My bucket list is Nürburgring.
The Nürburgring?
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
Love to go run around there, even if it's not at a super high speed, just to say you've been on it.
No, it's got to be at a high speed. Come on.
That'd be better.
Well, we have another Go Fast gal down in the pit area covering everything for us. Tristan has stories for us from the Offshore Powerboat pits.
Hey guys, I'm down here with one of our Class 300 racers. This is Billy Shipley with Team Woody Racing. You guys got out on the course. What happened out there?
Well, I mean, I don't know. We had that lap. We took the parade lap first. Everything was great. Got into the start. We were ahead in the start. Took off really good. Boat was running strong today. Almost said the F word. Boat was running great. Anyway, went out to around turn one, and then in turn two, something let loose in the front motor. I think we broke a rod or a crankshaft in there. And so it was still running, but it was shaking so violently we had to shut it down and just kind of coasted back on one motor back to the pits. But it was awesome. The water was great. The boat was fast today. It's already fast with this new color, but it was running great, so we're proud of it. And it was a good day. It breaks. That's what happens in racing. We'll fix it and be back in New Orleans.
Yeah, so we got 2 weeks between races, and you make it sound like it's no big deal. We're just going to throw another motor in here. What does that look like for your team and your crew to put a new motor in this boat?
Well, we got real jobs at home, and so we'll work at night when we get off work and stuff, and we'll have it running next weekend. I've got some spare engines sitting in the shop, and so it'll take an hour to get this one out, redress the next one, a couple hours to get it back in there and get it running, and then we'll be testing it next week at home.
Well, boys, let's take a look. I don't see why we shouldn't just see some carnage, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead. There's a lot of oil in there.
He says there's a lot of oil in here. That's not a good sign in offshore racing.
No, it is not, and I hate to see that for him. Well, you can see it puddling up down there.
That build is definitely a little bit dirtier than I promise you. Knowing him, that boat's normally just spick and span. So
yeah.
he's got some little bit of work ahead of him. But I'll tell you what, he's got some good buddies, good crew to get that thing back in the water and where it needs to be for New Orleans.
Yeah, they got some work to do just to get it on the trailer.
Yes, this is true.
Hate to hear that for them.
Especially with the all orange livery this year. The boat was gray last year with some orange accents, and it's really striking with the new paint job or wrap or whatever it was that Billy put on that boat.
It'll be good by the time they get to New Orleans. Lake Pontchartrain, that'll be our next stop. That's coming up in April. We look forward to having you there with us, but we'll be right back after these words.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
The IHRA Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix is brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast. Progressive, fast boats, smart coverage, Progressive Insurance. Visit St. Pete-Clearwater, America's best beaches. Yamaha Wave Runners, built for power, performance, and the water ahead. And VP Racing Fuels, powering champions on land and water. Back here, St. Pete. Getting ready for more action on the water. We got more of our IHRA Offshore Powerboat Championship and the IHRA Pro Watercraft to complete before the day is done. Been a pretty smooth day so far on the water, though, Shane.
I'll tell you what, it's been great. And I know we're sitting here in the booth. My phone's just blowing up for about the broadcast. I think everybody's really enjoying it out there. I've got a lot of other racers and stuff that didn't make it to this race or weren't quite ready yet. One of my buddies, Michael Knobloch from American Custom Marine up north, he's been texting me saying, hey, this feed's great. The views are good, and he's pretty excited to hit us at a race this season. So we'll be excited to have him with us. But it's nice to get good feedback from the fans at home.
Always. Big thanks to our production crew at Defy for helping to bring the coverage to you, and of course everybody at Speed Sport 1. Getting it to you through your TV or whatever connected device you're watching on. Wherever you're watching from, glad to have you with us. Wish you were here, though. It's been a beautiful day down here in St. Petersburg, Florida. Gonna hate to go home on Monday.
I know it. I feel bad for everybody that's up north or in these, snowy or still cold conditions or getting freeze warnings. I'm glad to be here.
They keep talking about the best beaches, and we haven't gotten there yet. We've just been sitting over here on the pier.
I'll tell you what, there's not a better spot to be, though. The pier, the VIP, is packed.
It's popping over there, isn't it?
Oh, my gosh. I just got a picture from over there, and it looks like they are just cranking over there. We're going to have to try to sneak over there, Ralph, once this thing concludes and see if we can't get some leftovers out of VIP.
My guess is there ain't going to be a whole lot left.
Oh, man, with the number of people that are in there, I bet you are right. The whole hospitality team with IHRA does a great job. All the other venues and disciplines and stuff across the board, fan experience is a top priority. Racer experience and safety is important. So they're doing a pretty good job everywhere making that happen.
They sure are. It is a full team effort here with the International Hot Rod Association. Thank you to everybody out there watching live on Speed Sport 2 and IHRA TV. These broadcasts are brought to you free courtesy of the IHRA and our official media partner, Speed Sport. Speed Sport 2, Speed Sport 1, and IHRA TV extended live coverage all weekend long from here in St. Petersburg, Florida. Hey, IHRA fans, if you're watching live on IHRA.tv right now, go ahead and hit that subscribe button and give us a thumbs up. If you're enjoying today's live IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series broadcast, thank you for watching today's broadcast and for supporting. Boy, I'm struggling on this one. sporting the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. It's only been a 9-hour day so far, Shane. The IHRA action is hot in April. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series heads to Virginia Motorsports Park. That is going to be really exciting. Brand new racetrack for the IHRA. Really looking forward to seeing how that comes along. It will be the site for round 2 of the series, kicking off with live coverage on IHRA TV Thursday, April 9th, and live coverage on Speed Sport 1 both Friday and Saturday. And the action keeps rolling with IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series action from New Orleans with live coverage on IHRA TV and, of course, right here on Speed Sport 1 all weekend long. The following weekend, the brand new IHRA Stock Car Series is at Cordell, Georgia for round 2 of this season. It's all free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. I can't tell you how great the season opener was for the IHRA Stock Car Series. That is really going to be something with the pro late models and the late models.
I was happy to be there. I'll tell you what, I wish I had more weekends in the year because I'd love to go catch more of those races. That stock car race was just flat out amazing, and I think the car counts were exceptional. And just like you said, all these firsts, there's still a few of those people that want to get involved that are sitting back watching. And I'll tell you what, there's going to be more and more as the season unwinds.
Quite a few. Hey, SpeedSport.com is America's motorsports authority. We started back in 1934. Speed Sport has been the go-to source for racing news and information, from NASCAR to Formula One, drag racing to sports car. SpeedSport.com has you covered 24/7. While you're there, subscribe for the Speed Sport Daily to get America's most popular racing newsletter, delivered, of course, as we do with everything at Speed Sport, free every morning. SpeedSport.com. Check it out. And let's go down pit side. Here's Taylor once again.
Hey guys, we're ready for Pro Class 1 racing. They race today, they race tomorrow, so 2 races, 2 opportunities to get out there on the course and shine. I'm pretty sure we have 7 Pro Class 1 boats. It's going to be an awesome race. Turn 1, don't take your eyes off the screen. You're going to love what happens out there. These are the professionals, the big boys, the horsepower. This is where you want to go get a drink now and get your butt back to your seat. This is going to be an awesome race, guys.
Sure is, Tristan. I had a 50-50 shot with tees, and I went Taylor instead of Tristan, and it was Tristan. I apologize, Tristan. Well, here comes Billy's WHM machine out onto the course.
That big skater's been around a while, and that it used to be a Supercat boat. So then he put the new Pro Class 1 engines in it last year, and so they had a lot of shakedown, a lot of learning last year with the new engine package. But I'll tell you what, I think they did well, and they're here to compete this year again and take it to the next level.
Here's a look at the lineup.
Looks like first we got Billy Pyburn Racing and Britt Lilly. We got Monster Energy MCon with Tyler Miller.
Great field of entries. WHM here, of course. And that discreet offshore boat, we've been hoping they'd get that running right. Tell me a little bit about these Pro Class 1 boats. Tristan was bringing us up to speed. These are the big guys. What are we looking at here?
Well, as far as the sizing and everything goes, this is going to be our biggest catamaran class that's out here. These boats can go from around 40 feet, it's like 39.5 or so, all the way up to about 47 foot in length. You've got a big beam. This is a factory spec class. So these are a Mercury Racing 1100 engine, which is a turbocharged motor. And one interesting fact I'd love the viewers at home to know about these is this is a pump fuel class. So in the rules, these guys can't run anything greater than 93 octane. And if
it's not even race gas, really.
No, it's not even race gas. This is just stuff we can get out of the pump, at any gas station essentially. So that's the really interesting part about this is, most racing you run high octane fuel, you get the smells. Man, these guys are just running standard old, daily commute fuel in these, but they're making that kind of power and they're doing it extremely reliably.
And producing big power.
Yep.
One thing we haven't had a chance to talk about is the marine life and how important it is to the racers and, of course, the IHRA to make sure that we keep all the marine life safe. Yesterday, before anybody turned a prop anywhere around the course, saw dolphins out in the bay. It was fantastic, right? But we have people keeping an eye constantly on the water, making sure that we don't have any marine life in any dangerous area where the racing is going on. If we do, we stop the racing, get the marine life out of the way, and then continue on.
Yep, they're going to have a helicopter that's going to be basically their sole purpose and job for while we're racing is to look out for the manatees, the dolphins, the sea turtles, anything out there that we, we definitely want to harm their ecosystem. We appreciate being able to race with them. We just don't want to hit them, or we don't want to harm them in any way, shape, or form. So, not to mention to the wildlife itself, but that wouldn't be good on an outdrive or prop for anybody involved. So, they do a good job of keeping everybody safe and everything out of harm's way.
Just one of those things you might have been thinking about if you were back home, wondering how that takes place, what's done about that. Some of the beautiful shots here in St. Pete, out onto our race course. Nothing like walking out onto your race site in the morning and it happens to be a stunning bay like this.
I know it. I'm seeing a little bit of clouds forming in the distance. I wonder if that's going to be some of that weather system that might be rolling in tomorrow. I'm not sure which direction that's supposed to come from.
It's supposed to come from the northeast, which would be to our left. And I believe that's where the clouds are a little bit more straight out east. But northeast is where we would be headed. As you take a look back towards Spa Beach, where Taylor's hanging out with the pro watercraft racers. St. Pete Pier coming up next. And we're going to come back with more action here shortly. Stay with us.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
The IHRA Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix is brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast. Progressive, fast boats, smart coverage, Progressive Insurance. And by Visit St. Pete-Clearwater, America's best beaches. Well, the sound has definitely changed engine tone here as we get ready for this next race, Pro Class 1.
They are getting everything lined up. Getting these guys to all, pump the brakes a bit to get in line. Sometimes can take a minute, but Justin does a pretty good job of getting these guys lined up and ready.
Taking a look at our course map here once again as we get these guys all lined up and ready to go racing. Let's show that to you. And our Pro Class 1 guys are the ones that are going to take the inside and the outside,
Yep,
right?
they have a short and a long course here.
As you'll see when we put that up on the screen. Here it comes. There it is. And also you'll see the Monster Mile here, right through here. The longest straightaway on the circuit, on the course. And there's that inside-outside you can see. And then the far south end of the course down there as they make their way back up in front of St. Pete Pier.
So their first lap's going to be on the short course, but then any time after the first lap's completed, they have the ability to take that long lap. But they are required to take 2 long laps in this race. But they can take it at their discretion. That is a fleet of boats, and those boats are very big.
They are.
Unless you can stand next to them, you just don't have a good idea of how large these boats are.
They are absolutely massive.
Yep, and you're talking up to 47 feet, big beams, heavy boats. I mean, these things, they weigh in around 11,800 pounds as their minimum weight. And if they're running a tunnel tab, then they have to take a weight penalty and add 250 pounds of weight to the boat.
There's the MCon Monster Energy boat.
And we got DMR Performance there on the inside.
X Insurance on the outside. Man, they're impressive.
Yep, this is a stacked field. There's Willa Cabiza pulling up in the mix there. We got Billy Moff there. I see him pulling up in the spot. We got Adam Carpenter and Reese Langham in the new Discreet Mystic.
Better bring your A game if you're going to be behind the wheel or the throttles on one of these, because you are going to be challenged every way possible.
Absolutely. These guys don't play. That looks like Billy Moore and in the back there trying to get lined up, brought it up to speed.
And that's not just racing it, that's just operating it.
Oh, yeah. Just to drive one of these, it takes a lot. You really got to have that knowledge. You're really going to have the background and the depth to handle a boat like this, and then to handle it at the highest levels like these guys perform at. It's a remarkable feat.
7 of them out there on the water right now. Actually, 8. There's an 8th boat. Yeah, 8 of them. I had to get my other shoe off there for a second to make sure I was
counting
right on that. Yeah.
So again, what some of the fans at home aren't seeing is the person who's going to control, releasing them and throwing the green flag. And that's going to be Justin there from the pace boat. He's in communication with those guys on radio. So if somebody needs to pull up a little bit or push back a little bit, he'll kind of call them out and say, hey, I need, so-and-so to come up a bit. Because what happens is we don't want these guys to lag behind, and we don't want them to try to shoot to start.
Here we go.
There we go. There's Tyler Miller and Myrick in there.
But look at how they accelerate.
2,200 horsepower on pump gas, Ralph. I'm telling you.
There's on board the MCon Monster Energy boat.
That's some great footage of Tyler and Myrick. I like that position. We can see their faces, see them communicate.
X Insurance, WHM. And a fleet of helicopters giving chase, as you can hear. Gets the heart racing, hearing those big engines and seeing those big sprays coming off the back. Look at that shot.
Oh, man. That is a fleet of boats right there.
It's my kind of Navy right there. Scheduled for 13 laps.
And they're rocking and rolling.
Look at WHM accelerate. They timed that absolutely perfectly, didn't they?
That was a good start.
That was an absolutely beautiful start for WHM. Here comes MCon, the Monster Energy back black boat. Up into second and already challenging for the lead.
So these guys are going to have to hold their line all the way through the first buoy. So they can't really.
Yeah, but I can close up on you, right?
You can, but you can't encroach another lane. So you have to maintain your lane, your start lane, through the first turn. Then you can start crossing lanes of traffic at that point.
Yeah, but you can see that MCon boat did just that. He inched out, not over, as that first buoy starts to come up here.
I'll tell you what, they you got Billy Moore and Kevin out there and out of pocket. They had to start on the outside along with Discreet because we've got some rookies out there to start the season. That means they have to start on the far outside.
Tyler Miller in that Monster Energy MCon boat. They took a nice tight line around that buoy, and I think they have really edged out a bit of a lead here coming onto the back straightaway.
Man, those guys look like they are close. And these guys are going to get up to that, 160 mile an hour potential depending on weather and conditions.
We could see easily 160 miles an hour here today. Smoother seas, we should get that. Tomorrow with the rougher water we are expecting, might be a whole nother ball game.
Yes, sir. That is a battle right there. The way those boats accelerate, gosh, they're just, they must have the props and the setups just right. Both those teams are running.
Looks like Monster Energy losing a little ground here as we scream down the Monster Mile. Actually, the Monster Mile is on the front side of the racetrack. The race course.
So these boats are going to be set up a little different. Like
DMR?
Those two boats right there, for example, that DMR boat, that's going to have a surface drive on it. And the Monster Energy boat's going to have more of a traditional stern drive, the M6, M8 style drives. Whereas they use the out drive to turn the boat in the Monster boat. And in the DMR boat, they're going to have a rudder, actually, because the props are going to be a fixed straight shaft.
There's our Monster Energy MCon boat. Tyler Miller in there working the throttles on that boat. Talking with Tyler yesterday. He owns the boat. I asked him how old the boat was. 23 years old.
Yep, that boat has been a proven boat for them. It's been a great boat for him, but I'll tell you what, he's got a brand new one back home in the shop.
He's got one on the way.
Well, that's for another class.
Yeah,
so he's going to step back into
right.
two classes.
Said it took 2.5 years to get the new one built.
Yep.
And we should see that at New Orleans, Lake Pontchartrain.
I think they're going to bring it out then. I think they'll have it ready. They just didn't want to rush this first race, so they're running the old boat while Myrick gets the rest of the new boat rigged. That's, of course, going to be another skater. I believe that boat's going to be called a 398. So that new boat actually is going to be a little bit smaller, Ralph, than this current boat, which is a 438. We got Willie Cabiza there. We can kind of see him through the spray. Beautiful MTI. There's another MTI right there. X Insurance. It's JJ and Nick.
Willie would have the legendary Johnny Tomlinson on board working the throttles with him, correct?
Yep, with Willie. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. John has been with many of the top organizations and outfits in this form of motorsport. Has won incredible amount of world and national championships. One of the most sought-after throttlemen in the business.
Yep, everybody would love to have him in the boat. We've got some other racers and other classes that joke around, and, when they're out there running around, they always joke about how they wish they were Johnny Tomlinson.
You hear that a lot, don't you?
Yeah. Man, that boat looks good. Charging.
If you were to say, I want my boat to look like this when it's on the water, that's exactly the picture you would draw, right?
Yep, that boat's got a really good stance.
Supposed to.
Yes, it does.
That's our Monster Energy MCon. 23 years old and still ripping.
When these guys lay up a race boat, they're very different than how they lay up like a pleasure type boat. as far as how they're built and the materials and the lamination schedules in which they do. So at this level, you can't just take any boat and go out and race it at this level.
And I was talking with Tyler about that. I said, when does a boat age out? And he says, man, as long as there's no damage to it and you keep putting new engines on it,
yep,
you can go.
Yeah, you can keep a boat and it'll run for a long time. You just don't want to see a lot of damage over the years because sometimes they'll add a little weight when they get patched and fixed.
Yeah. And the reason why it takes 2.5 years to build one of these is not because there's a massive long waiting list of names of people ahead of you in line. It's just everything is handcrafted. Everything is handmade. And it just, the process, the craftsmanship that goes into building one of these machines is very time consuming.
Yes, when they laminate these boats will sit in the mold for, sometimes weeks. Whereas like a family production boat, that's a high mass produced boat.
Slap it out in
that
days.
Thing's still hot when they pop that bad boy out of the mold. And some of these manufacturers can complete a boat from start to finish in, a 48-hour period.
Yeah.
That is nothing like what we're looking at here. Every meticulous little detail is taken care of. There's Willie and
Johnny.
Johnny right there. I think that's one of the bigger boats in the class, actually, right now. It's that MTI, but they did a lot of testing. That was who we were talking about earlier that burned about 650 gallons of fuel doing some testing this week to try to get things dialed in.
Buddy, I'd hate to pay that bill.
There's Adam Carpenter and Reese Langham. Reese is also a factory stock racer. He's
doesn't-
throttling that boat.
It doesn't look to me like Discreet has gotten everything figured out mechanically. That boat
Well-
just doesn't seem like it's up to speed where it needs to be
I'd
to be
give-
competitive with the rest
I'll
of the
tell you what, I give those guys a little grace. Adam's he's got a bunch of power boating background, but they had to start on the outside as a rookie. They just got that boat together, and I don't know that they've had a lot of seat time or shakedown time together. I think that's why they had some struggles yesterday in testing. But for them, they're out there just getting some data, earning some points,
Yeah.
and trying to make this happen.
How did we not get on the cruise ship?
Yeah, I don't even know where that floated in from. I don't know how I missed that.
It looks like it's headed out, going somewhere, and going without us. Now it looks a little bit better. Sounds a lot better as
Yes,
it comes
it
by
does.
us here. It did, though, look in that other shot like it was just not up to pace. But I know they've been working on it, so maybe they're still tweaking with it. And
The water conditions seem pretty good right now. I
Sure
hate
do.
to say that the wind's less than what it was earlier, but
Oh, it is.
I'm not feeling it whip through here. So
no,
I
my
don't know if
papers
these,
are all staying in place.
I don't know if these guys planned for that or if they were planning for something a little rougher. Some of that setup stuff. I don't know who hit the mark or missed it. But
Look at the Monster Energy M-Con getting
man, he's pulling.
right up there. Is he catching WHM there? Yeah, just inside WHM. Got him. Oh, it was on the too far. He missed the buoy.
I think he went back. I think he was
missed the
headed
buoy.
to miss it, but I think he pulled back and maybe made it. But that's going to hurt his.
Turned hard left and lost a lot of ground because
Oh,
these two
yeah.
took away from him.
Yep, I think that I believe that should put the
There he
DMR
is.
back up front then.
That was a huge mistake.
Like we were talking earlier, it's hard to see sometimes on that.
Watch
but,
it again. Here they come, and right in here they realize they're not going to make it.
Yep. But I'll tell you what, they made that buoy. They
Yeah.
went back. I don't think they're going to take any. I don't know if they'll take a penalty or anything on that or not. But I'll
I
tell you,
don't
it looks
think
like they
so.
went back around it to where it would be official.
But they definitely lost a lot of water position. I was going to
Yes,
say
they
track
did.
position, but let's just say course position. How's that?
Yep, I can tell you. I bet if I was in that boat right now, they're having a conversation and they're digging.
It was heated for a second, wasn't it?
I do some open road racing with a buddy of mine, and when one of us fouls up, we tell each other we might not be friends for 37 minutes, but I'll catch back up with you after a while. That big MTI looks so stable out there.
Man, it's beautiful. Just beautiful.
It's going to be Billy Pyburn and Britt Lilly. I'll tell you what, they've had a lot of work on that boat this year so far. They only got that boat about 3 weeks ago, Ralph. So they stripped that thing down, completely re-rigged it. And what everybody at home needs to know is that means they stripped every single wire harness, every hose, every bolt. Everything came out of that boat, and they put it all back together with all brand new hardware, brand new wires, brand new equipment. brand new engines.
But
everything is new.
If you want to win the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Championship, that's the kind of dedication and work ethic you're going to have.
It does.
Because you look at the names that are out here, this is the top level in offshore powerboat racing. These are the big names. These are the ones everybody else fears when they see them on the entry list, and they're all here.
Absolutely.
And they're going to be here all season long.
This is a stacked field, and there's some other boats out there I think are going to start showing up too. So it's only going to grow.
Might be a few guys that went, you know what, we were going to go, and then we saw everybody who's here. I don't know if we can run with those guys.
This is true.
Might have to do a little more work before we consider this group.
Yep. Well, it looks like they're digging, trying to make up some ground.
That is a big Monster M on the side. The claw looks great. What a view it must have been off that cruise ship as they were heading out.
Or the thought of them pulling into harbor and seeing that. I guarantee nobody on that cruise ship knew something like this was happening.
No.
They're getting a heck of a show with a heck of a view. They look like they have the boat pretty dialed in.
The cruise ship or this one?
Well, this one. Man, you see those steps aerating the way they're supposed to, packing there. That thing is riding right. I don't know where our leaderboard looks at right now because they've got that long lap, that monster mile they've got to take. Remember, they have to take 2 long laps.
For those that don't know, that are new to the sport, you talked about the steps, packing air. Tell us a little bit about what you mean for those that are learning the sport.
Well, so the catamaran design, if you looked at it from the front, it's like a big U shape or
looks like 2 big pontoons.
2 big sponsons is what we'll call it, right? So this essentially rides on air. So the deck's flat between it, and that's going to pack that air in between that. And I mentioned earlier about the weight minimums that they have to be at 11,800. Well, some of these guys will even put a tunnel tab on it. So depending on the situation, they can use that tab to actually create more air pressure in that tunnel to create more lift. As you look on the bottom side of the sponson, sometimes when they ride real high, you'll be able to see like a little step configuration as the boat goes from front to back. That's going to decrease the running surface and resistance to the water as they're taking down the lake, and that helps. There's Billy Moore, Adam Carpenter.
You can see that spray and how
Kevin
high
Burrell,
it can get as we have that shot as they were going tails away from us.
Yep.
When you're behind it, you have no idea. I mean, you know the boat's in the front of that spray, but you don't know exactly where because the spray is so high it just takes the visibility of the boat right out of the picture.
Yep, they if you get in that wash, they call them getting washed down. So these guys definitely want to try to stay out of that so they don't lose visibility from a safety standpoint to potentially missing a buoy or hitting a pin wrong. Getting in and out of the corners is paramount with this game. And anybody can be fast in the straight line, but it's all about how much speed these guys can carry through the corners.
Tell you, one of the things I loved about Tyler Miller's boat here, this Monster Energy M-Con boat, was walking through the pit party last night, which is a really cool thing that takes place at the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Races early in the weekend. Let all the fans come down tonight, see all the vendors, all the boats, meet the teams, the racers, get a good look at these machines up close. He's got clear engine cover.
Yeah.
So you can actually see the power plant inside, and it is impressive.
I'll tell you, when we go to all these pit parties and street parties, these they want to show off the equipment. They want to keep it protected as well. They don't want anybody's hands in there touching that stuff, and they do a pretty good job. They put a different hatch on it completely just for those parties. They light it up. I think they have some red underlighting and stuff. It's a
monster green.
Yeah, is that what it is?
It's monster green for these guys.
They've got TVs on their toters and stereo systems and all these teams, man. They don't play when it comes to a party. They know how to get it done.
If you can afford a boat like that, you can afford a pretty good sized stereo too.
Yes, you can.
Here comes DMR, working lap 8 of what was it scheduled for 12 or 13?
I think it was 13 laps. There's Billy Moff and Jay Muller,
WHM. So our timing and scoring not working with this category either, so we have no idea exactly who was leading. It was Monster Energy MCon.
And then
it changed when they made that mistake.
Yeah, we've got DMR up in the top, I believe, right now. But again, that Monster Mile could change some things.
Yeah,
Because
sure
two of
could.
these 13 laps, they've got to run that extra mile and a quarter, whatever that extra distance is.
And that's
as
going to be
part of
coming
their,
up here.
Yep. Now, these teams get to make the decision at their discretion of when they want to take that. So some of that's going to be strategy. Some of them might take the shortcut to try to jump in front of somebody, but, or if they got some dirty water ahead of them and somebody else takes the short, they may utilize that longer straight stretch to carry more speed and try to pick it back up through the longer route.
If you haven't done it, you're running out of time.
Yep.
You're going to have to do it soon.
There's that Monster Energy boat again. That's going to be a skater as the manufacturer of that hull. On the race course today in Pro Class 1, we're going to have other manufacturers represented from Victory to MTI, as well as Mystic.
And just in case you're sitting on the couch and you're thinking, you know what, this Pro Class 1 category, I think I want to do that. If you're looking at one of these Monster Energy MCon boats right here and you're thinking, I could afford that, bring a couple of commas and a whole bunch of zeros with you.
Yeah, you're definitely going to break your checkbook. I'd hate to even really speculate what it takes to get in a team, but I can tell you if you're in the pits, these guys have stacker trailers, semis, sport chassis to tow the boat, big tilt trailers. These boats and engines aren't a cheap thing. I think the Mercury 1100 spec motor, I think that thing's around $170,000 or something a motor.
And the props, just the props for a boat like this in this category, you're looking at around $30,000 for a pair of props.
Yeah, you could probably get there pretty easily. And a lot of these guys have multiple sets of props.
Oh, yeah. You don't do it with just one.
Which is also interesting. Another thing that we can kind of talk about and tell viewers at home is, these guys have a limited number of set of props that they will utilize through a race season. And they have to go through a special tech inspection process to be checked and mic'd to make sure that they're not too thin, make sure they're not within or without of a spec, so that way they, can adhere to all the rules. And they have to register those props with the tech department.
And you and I got a peek behind the scenes of the tech department in action on Friday.
Yep.
Watching them tech some props, and I can't tell you what we saw. Because they don't want the competitor, and it's very smart. They don't want the competitors to know what they're looking at, right? But a couple of things. Every prop is like a snowflake or a zebra. They're all different markings, different everything on them, and they take notes on all of that, right? And it's all put down so that they know which props are which that they're looking at. And it is a very highly technical process that they go through, making sure that the prop you start the race with is the prop you finish the race with.
Yes, that brings up a good point, because they can only have a limited number set of props, and they have to be registered with tech. So as these guys will get pulled out of the water and craned out when they're done, not only do they get weighed, there's going to be a technician at the crane that's going to initial those props. The rules say they have to cover the props up for safety, but once they go back to a post-race inspection, they are going to look at those props in detail to make sure they've not been altered or changed before they got back to tech, to make sure they're running a prop that's within specification.
And many of you watching out there today, of course, have watched many NASCAR races or other stock car events. You're used to seeing templates going across the bodies, making sure that the bodies of that stock car match the templates. Well, they do the same thing with props. There's a wide variety of templates that are used, measuring a lot of different things on those props.
Yeah, there's definitely a science to it, and those guys know a whole lot more about numbers and micrometers than I do, but I'm glad that they're doing a job that's a hard one to do, and they're doing it well. Well, that boat looks like he's doing well. That's Willie, isn't it? Yep.
Willie and Johnny. Now we're back on MCon. Some hand signals going on there. Not sure what they were talking about.
Looks like Meyer's trying to tighten up in there. I bet it looks like it might be getting rough out there the way they're digging. Yeah.
Closing in on somebody in front of them. Maybe they're planning an attack here. Those props, too, Shane. What are they? 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, I believe.
Well, as far as pitch, most of these guys, I think, in this class are running probably that 30 to 35 pitch.
Yeah, but every time you change a prop, you're either basically loosening up the boat or tightening up the boat the way the performance is going to come with that prop.
Well, and a lot of it has to do with the acceleration. On flatter water, they're going to run a different set of props than in a rougher set of water.
Yeah.
Because they're going to want more acceleration because they know the top speed's not going to be there if the water's really rough. So they want to get through a corner quicker, out of a corner faster, so they can get, make their way down the front of the back straightaway here.
It's their own version of loose and tight, depending. You would be talking about handling in a race car, but in a race boat, it's, as you're saying. But then look at this one here. Nice and flat.
Yep.
Cabeza, Tomlinson, just right down on the water. That's exactly how you want your boat to look.
I'll tell you what's really neat about that particular crew is that's a marine technology boat. And if you want to go racing, they have a neat concierge program to where you can go buy a boat. And if you don't have enough friends that are good technicians to do it, you can be part of their concierge program, and they will build the team for you. Fly in, let's race, have a good time, go home, go back to work, let those guys take the boat back to the shop and get it done and set up for the next race.
Bring your helmet and your life jacket, you're good to go.
Yep, I'll tell you what, it's a great program. One of these days, I hope I hit it right, and maybe I could do it with
5 numbers in a Powerball short.
Oh, yeah.
Don't forget your old buddy Ralph when you get there.
Maybe you and I should just do it together.
Yeah.
Maybe by the end of the season, they'll let us go out and test one of these boats,
You
and we
think?
can do some in-cockpit stuff from the actual course. Wouldn't that be fun?
I'd be all about that. I got to get upside down that dunk tank, though, don't I? Here's a look at where we think the scoring is. Billy Pyburn out front. Monster Energy MCon sitting back in second, and the X Insurance boat holding down third. So that means as we work our way towards the finish of this, we could have a pretty good battle, and that might be why the guys in Monster Energy MCon were tightening up the belts. They might be feeling like we're catching Pyburn.
Yep. I think the pressure is on these guys. Even if you're out front, I don't think anybody's ever safe there.
Well, we saw already what a small bobble can do to turn this race upside down. They're not lifting, that's for sure. They're still digging hard. Look at the water coming out of the back of that boat, and they are just after it.
They said the X Insurance boat was in third place. We have 2 X Insurance sponsored boats here, and I was curious if they had. There's
I think
the X.
it's this one.
Okay, this is going to be Nick and JJ.
Because behind that is Tomlinson and the MTI boat, and there's the other X Insurance boat back behind Tomlinson, the one with the red canopy.
Yep, that would have been Billy.
This boat
and
here
Kevin.
is in third.
One nice thing about the season opener is everybody's aggressive, everybody's coming out, they're ready to go out guns blazing. But, we got a long season ahead of us. There's a lot of points to be earned, and we're going to see a lot of different people in different positions throughout the season.
What I love about this championship tour is the wide variety of water that we're going to be racing on.
Oh, yeah.
Every one of these events brings a different style of race course to it.
Well, you heard him talking about some currents and stuff earlier in practice. We're going to get through where we're racing offshore, different conditions. We're running some lake stuff. That's going to be completely different. We're even running a big river race, right?
Yeah.
So then going one direction would be conceivably faster than going the other because of the current. So,
Which that's St. Clair.
yes, sir. That's going to be a great race as well.
Just the difference from racing on the west coast of Florida, which we're doing this week, to what we're going to see in a month, 2 months from now, when we get over to Cocoa Beach in May, middle of May.
Yep, I think you'll probably see rougher conditions in Cocoa, but I guess time will tell, and we'll see what the weather looks like when we get there.
Boy, they got that boat running good, don't they?
Yep.
Sitting pretty on the water.
Yep. So we got X Insurance North sitting there in third.
Well, according to the timing and scoring in the corner here, they're putting Monster Energy MCon back to the lead.
I wonder if that has anything to do with the long lap thing. I don't know when they decided to take that.
I'm told by the folks in our TV truck that's not 100% correct. So
Okay.
let's not,
Okay.
I think they're still in second.
Okay.
And, of course, as everything is in racing, everything's unofficial till everybody's through tech.
This is true. That's what I was getting ready to say a second ago. When they pull boats, the top 3 will get tech, but they'll also tech the boat that's sitting in position number 4.
Just in case.
Just in case there's a situation, they'll already have them teched and ready to go and move positions if there's an issue with the top 3 boats.
And we talked about them teching the props, but there's more to it than just the prop that gets looked at.
Oh man, they'll dive deep into these guys. Since this is a stock class, I mean, they're, in pre-race inspections, they were pulling sealed valve covers and resealing them, checking camshaft, journals and things, making sure that nothing's been fouled with there. The computer can be unaltered. Now they can run systems in here for data logging purposes, but none of those systems are allowed to interface with the factory computer to alter any of that programming.
Yeah.
And they are definitely looking for that. It's a pretty good showing there for that MTI of X.
This is our last IHRA offshore powerboat race of this Saturday afternoon here in St. Petersburg. Plenty more action with the big boats tomorrow here, which you'll see live all day long on Speed Sport 1, but we are not done with the IHRA Pro Watercraft. We still have one more race to go over there.
It's another good-looking skater there. It'll be interesting next year if he gets that new boat done he's got on order. So that'll be more on the bigger end. I think that's about a 5 or 6 foot bigger boat that he has ordered.
Hard to believe he could get any bigger, right?
I'm telling you.
There's Tyler.
And
working those throttles.
Those guys are stone cold in there, aren't they? I love this in-cockpit video. We really get to see them.
So, Shane, let me take you back inside this boat here on Monster Energy M-Con. Just waiting for the shot to come back, and we'll pull it back up here. I want to show you, I want to ask you a question for those folks watching them. Okay. See Tyler there working the throttles. That's with his right hand.
Yep.
But his left hand has got a fair amount of controls, too, and he's more active over there, actually, right now than he seems to be with the throttles. What's he controlling over there?
Well, he's probably messing with some of the trims, trying to get the trim angles right. I'm not sure if he's messing with any tab. You can see him kind of manipulating a switch right there, it appears, unless he's just on a handhold. But, those guys are always tweaking that, trying to find that sweet spot, they don't want it to porpoise, but they want enough lift, and they really want to get the setup just right. But in an ever-changing setup, and with ever-changing conditions, no lap is the same.
That's right. Very similar to dirt track racing. Every time you come around, things have changed.
Yep. Well, that sounds good out there, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Now, that boat is a little different as far as their setup. So they're running a rudder and they're running the stern drive, but they've got them in a fixed position. So rather than running a standard Arneson or a surface drive type setup, they are running a fixed out drive. But typically they would cut the bottom skags off because they don't need them for turning. They're just using it as the propulsion side, and then they're still running a rudder on the back.
And why would you do that? What's the theory behind it?
Just a different setup. It's going to handle a little bit different. A lot of these boats with rudders will turn a little bit harder. So, but then some folks, we got Billy here. He doesn't feel that's probably needed for his setup here. I think that's really a comfort thing, and maybe what they're used to, what they're going after. He looks like he is rolling.
They have all day, haven't they?
Yep. I thought I saw one boat out of it there a little bit ago with one of the screens. I thought maybe...
I couldn't tell if that was one of our Pro Class 1 boats coming back to the dock or if it was one of the boats from earlier still out there floating around, because I don't see like we're missing anybody that I could tell.
Yeah, it looks like we got 2 boats that are out.
Maybe?
Yeah, it was discreet. I saw a big black boat, and I thought it was them, but the screen was so quick I didn't get a good chance to look at it. And I'm being informed right now that I think that Adam and Reese are out of the race.
Has to be, because we only had 2 black boats out there, right?
Yep.
This one and the discreet boat, which is black and pink.
We're getting word here that looks like Out of Pocket Racing which is Kevin and Billy Moore. Looks like they might be out as well, maybe some kind of mechanical. Luckily, these are the guys with big teams that can get stuff done, and they'll be back and ready to go tomorrow.
TMR having a good run here today.
Yes, they are.
I believe that's our race leader, right? I think they are the race leader with the monster boat sitting in second.
I believe that's correct.
And then I believe it's X Insurance, and then this boat.
Yep, I think.
I believe running in fourth.
I believe they are sitting in fourth.
Which would put WHM in fifth. The other two boats having suffered mechanicals.
Yes.
Love the big haunches on the back of that boat, where the big X sits.
Yeah, you can see it's kind of an MTI trait, right? See how they kind of raise that deck. I think it keeps the deck maybe a little bit lower overall, but then they still have enough room for, engine compartment and room to grow in there.
Good look at the underside of a cat as that WHM boat comes towards you. See the light at the other end of the tunnel, as they say.
Yep.
Literally and figuratively. What I love about this WHM boat, when you talk to the crew, they call it the big yellow canoe.
Yep.
Which that is the world's fastest canoe, if it is a canoe.
That it is.
Boy, I'd love to see them. They don't want to paddle that one, that's for sure. But you get the motor running on that canoe, and she can really scoot.
Yeah, they've been doing a lot of testing and stuff with that boat and moving weight around, and they're really trying to get it dialed in. Like I said, last year they did every race was something new for them, trying to figure out this new engine package, stepping up into this class.
That just cracked me up, the big yellow canoe.
Yeah.
Pretty expensive canoe.
It's a little different than the old aluminum rig we grew up floating the rivers in, right?
Yeah, you're not going to find that at your local sporting goods store.
That boat's got a pretty good stance on it right there.
Sure does. We'll see if it mimics that tomorrow, depending on the weather. We will be back here live all day tomorrow on Speed Sport 1 with coverage from here at the Monster Energy IHRA St. Pete Grand Prix. We are being told by the weather folks in the area that the wind is going to pick up tomorrow. We are expecting rougher water, which is going to change everything.
We're going to have to put a strap on our desk and get more paperweights than what we got today. I'm not sure how that's going to fare for us as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge.
Put a couple extra weights on our tent here.
I don't need any more weight on me, I can tell you that. Johnny Tomlinson still hard into the throttles here in this MTI.
One of the funniest interactions I have with Willie, this is going back a couple years ago. It's like, Willie, what's it like driving? What's it like when you're in there with him? And he's like, I just hold on that wheel, and it's just like screaming going down the highway, man. It's just like constant screaming. He's like, it is so fast in there. And that was in the factory stock boat, which he still has, but he didn't bring it out this weekend. I think he will, maybe on some future races. But
well, if you're a little intimidated by speed, you don't want Johnny Tomlinson working your throttles. He's going to get everything out of the throttle he can, that's for sure.
I think that's going to be a good new partnership for this
year
moving
shot.
forward.
Wow, how cool was that?
Yeah.
That looks like checker flag, maybe?
I still hear him.
Or they have an issue because WHM is pulling away from him. They might have had an issue.
Well, it looks like GC's looks like he's popped up in the rankings, and I don't know if they had some kind of mechanical, if they're falling back, or what's going on there.
Well, WHM is still flat out.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall on that boat listening to Billy and Jay.
Huh.
I think that'd be hilarious.
Oh yeah.
Knowing Billy, though, I don't know if I could put him on camera.
We can't broadcast any of it. FCC would get on us pretty quick. Yeah, everybody else seems to be charging pretty hard, so
maybe we'll get a little information after the race, figure out what happened down there.
Yeah. That is a cool shot. There's a checkered flag. Hard to tell from where we're sitting who that was. We think it was Billy Piver. We believe this is second place. And that ex-insurance boat is still slowly...
Looks like it's a falling off plane.
Cruising along. She's 23 years old, but she's going up on the podium here today, that Monster Energy MCon boat.
Yep. I think a lot of these boats they might be older than you think. I think one of the newest boats in the fleet's actually the new MTI, Willie Cabezas.
Well, that's what he said. He said, believe it or not, at 23 years old, he's young.
Yep.
Like we said, as long as you don't have any significant damage to the boat itself, you keep freshening up the engine, putting a new power plant on the back end, they'll run.
Here's a replay. What happened? It looks like they might have spun out. I don't know if that means they. I don't know if they maybe
was right on him.
I don't know if they might have hurt a drive or something, or if
the
that
rear
just
end really
it stepped out
came
on
around, didn't it? Powering all the way to the line will be John Tomlinson, no doubt about that.
Typically, if they spin a big boat like that, a lot of times they're going to break a drive or something. That's a lot of weight. That's a lot of pressure
really
on
is,
them.
isn't it?
Looks like everybody's off plane now. And then that was a good race. Gosh, those guys were charging. Looks like we got Billy racing back to the line now.
As we were doing the scoring in our heads, we had WHM in fifth, didn't we?
Yeah, I don't know if that changed after the X boat had some kind of mechanical after that slide situation.
Yes, it would have.
I don't know if there was a position change there.
Yeah, it should move WHM up one. The reason why I bring that up is this should be the last boat to the checkered flag.
That's correct. I don't know if he was on that same lap. I just don't know how that'll shake loose once it gets done.
We will see the Pro Class 1 boats back in action again tomorrow live right here on Speed Sport 1. You don't want to miss that. That will be the final checkered flag on this Saturday for the brand new International Hot Rod Association Offshore Powerboat Championship. They'll be back in action all day tomorrow, but we have plenty more IHRA Pro Watercraft action for you yet to go here live on Speed Sport 1. And coming up shortly on Speed Sport 2, you're going to see the Pro Pulling League debut here as well today.
I'm pretty excited for that. I'll tell you what, those guys wild.
Oh yeah.
I cannot wait to get back to the hotel and tune
5 p.m.
in.
Eastern, you'll get to see that. All right, we'll be right back.
Take a look at this. Sugar white sand, glistening Gulf Coast waters, and record-breaking sunshine. No wonder the beaches of St. Pete-Clearwater have been named some of the best in the world. And if we stopped there, you might miss the best parts, like world-class museums and murals that fill the streets, Michelin-recognized dining, and ancient mangrove adventures, live music, and so much more. Come explore at visitsbc.com.
Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with a cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Beat in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
Offshore Powerboat Championship. More IHRA Pro Watercraft action for you. We're live on Speed Sport 1. Coming up shortly on Speed Sport 2, we're going to see a full lead. I'm pretty excited for that. I'll tell you what those guys got tomorrow. Oh, yeah. I need to get back to that. All right, we'll be right back.
All right, everybody, we are back to the beautiful St. Pete, and we've got some more PWC action here. Right now, we've got the Ski GP3 underway. Looks like they are on the course, and they are hard charging out there. Get some replay action of the Pro Class 1 race. Man, that start looked pretty good. Everybody's out there running hard. Sliding around the corners. We got MCon. Some good in-cam footage. This was one heck of a race. That little bobble there by Tyler and Myrick, they had to divert and go back around that buoy. That kind of hurt them a little bit, but they made up some ground. You got JJ and Nick. Those guys were running really good in the X Insurance boat until they had some kind of mechanical. I'm not sure what happened. Then you got Bill Piper and you got Britt Lilly. Boy, those guys ran good all day, and you've got to really, really think a good team behind them. They had Bobby and TJ and the boys the last 3 weeks with all the re-rig and setting that boat up. They've got to be really, really happy with their performance, and I hope those guys sleep well tonight, knowing that they came out and did it today and got it done. We're going to have another Pro Class 1 race tomorrow right here. It's going to be excellent. All these guys are going to get their boats back together. We're going to be ready to go. Yeah, that slide right there, I think, is what hurt them. I'm not sure if they broke something on that. Could have hurt a drive. And there's the replay of our checker. Those guys had to be fist bumping in there as they were crossing that start finish. Yeah, they're happy with that. All right, here we are. We're back at the Ski GP3 class, ready to go racing. Yep. We are rocking. I think the race is underway. We just went through some replay highlights for everybody at home. Yep.
Another great round of Ski GP competition, right?
Yep.
GP3.
Yep. Looks like number 851. That's Britton Reinhardt there.
Yeah, Britton comes out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, as do so many of our competitors, riding on a Yamaha. Sponsored by Free Ride, Fast Power Sports, Jet Trim.
That looks like boat number 9. That's Stephen Hayden.
Stevens from nearby Naples, Florida, on his Yamaha. Sponsored by Cloud9 Claims, 3-6 Racing. That's a good-looking race course right there, huh?
It really is. They took some time and really laid it out. I'm not sure who did. I think it was Dustin that laid this course design out.
Dustin Farthing.
Yep. That's a guy with a lot of experience, and I'm really, really glad that he's part of this IHRA crew.
He's taking over what is happening with all of our pro watercraft competition, as he should. Multi-time champion racer in his own right. Has his sons out here racing with us. Has a big team that he brings out every week to compete with us.
Extremely professional. The guy knows his stuff.
Oh, yeah. Watching Reinhardt here.
Yep, looks like he's sitting in second position right now, right behind Brad Adams.
This is, of course, one of the stand-up categories, getting these GP classes. Well, as we mentioned, the MCON Monster Energy boat came in second place, Pro Class 1. Let's hear from them as they stand by with Tristan.
Hey guys, I'm down here at the pits. We just finished our Pro Class 1 race. I'm here with Tyler and Myrick, MCON, and Monster Energy. How was your race?
It was awesome. The course is super, super cool. A lot of fan engagement with the short lap, long lap. Really had a good time out there. That's a great thing to add to offshore racing. Had the boat today, Just had a hiccup down here in probably turn 5 or 6-ish, I would guess. Got a little inside, had to come back and, make things up. But boat was running flawlessly. Got to be here on Sunday to win. So get on the podium, keep moving along with those points, and be here on Sunday to win.
Myrick?
Yeah, I mean, we did the long lap, short lap thing, and it was cool. And our plan worked. We got ahead of Dirty Money. Billy Moff just got lost and went on the inside and pushed us way in. And then at that time, we just had to, lose so much speed going into that turn. And, yeah, it was the difference. But then we just held off and had that clean water with the short laps. And hopefully we were picking up enough, but it wasn't enough.
You guys got a good bit of points today. Tomorrow's another race. Good luck tomorrow. Thank you guys so much.
I know they're frustrated by that problem there at that one corner, but they got great points here today. You got to maximize your bad days. They certainly did that, and they can come back out here tomorrow and maybe win the whole thing.
I'll tell you what, if you take a second place as a bad performance, I know you always want for better, but I'll tell you what, those guys are they're there to show up and make it happen. They're always consistent. They're always extremely competitive. But this whole field is just stacked.
And here in Ski GP3, it's a timed race. We are inside of 6 minutes plus 1 lap once the clocks go to 0. It is Britton Reinhardt right here on this 851, the white machine, that is leading over Gary Holbein Jr. and Emmy Garcia, who's holding down third right now.
Yeah, it looks like the water conditions are definitely a little bit rougher. I think all those interviews and everybody, all their information was pretty accurate that things are going to get rougher as the day unfolds.
Gary Holbein running in second from Fairhope, Alabama on a Yamaha. Our race leader, Reinhardt, is on a Yamaha as well, and Emmy Garcia is on a Yamaha as well. So a good day for the Blue Crew.
Well, looks like somebody went off of one.
Yeah.
Wasn't sure who that was. I didn't get a number on that one.
Safety team right there to help pull them up out of the water.
Those guys do a good job. Makes those guys protected to where they don't get hit.
Yeah, one will go for the rider, one will go for the boat. Get everything and everyone safely out of harm's way as quick as they can so the racing can continue. And this race course broken down into sectors. There's a north side and east side, the split lanes, and the beach side. That's what they call the different sectors. Reinhardt just ran a personal best in the north side with an 8:41.8. Holbein did the same, 8:44.6. Well, Reinhardt's really on a flyer right now. His personal best through the east side as well with a 9:11.1. And he did it again in the split lane.
He is moving.
Yeah, he's cooking right now. Navigating those big waves. You can see he has that lanyard pull all the way up around his bicep. Come off that boat, that lanyard comes out.
He wants it to shut down pretty quick.
Yeah.
Probably needs it out of his way, too. It's probably a good spot.
Yeah.
I've noticed that all of these guys are carrying that pretty high compared to when you and I might go out for a little Saturday cruise. We tie it around our wrist or hook it to a life jacket,
Yeah, it's what you're used to doing, right? Might have to try that. You know, us racers.
Yeah, exactly. Be my luck, I just get bounced around a little bit and cut my ski off. Yeah.
You go flying off. My buddies will be, what are you doing? You're landing all the way up there, you dummy. I'm like, well, I'm trying to be cool like the racers.
Yeah, you turn it into a necklace over there, Ralph, or what?
Probably where I need to put it. And Reinhardt was quickest personally through the beachside section with an 11.48. Putting together a good lap here on a heater. I like this section. Now it comes back to the left here and comes back in towards the pier and then down right around the beachfront. Spa Beach, as they call it here.
Yeah, it looks like Gary Holbein in second place that last lap. He looks like he had about a second quicker lap than our leader. So I don't know if he's going to gain some ground on that one or what.
Here's the 201. That's Massimo Casarini. Massimo holding down 6th place. Coming up on 2 minutes and 1 lap remaining here.
Man, I would think when it's rough out there, Ralph, these guys are they're counting that time down a little quicker than what the clock's actually going. They're probably ready to hold their position and get that done, especially for Britton Reinhardt there in first place.
Yeah. Look how much he has to move around in that tray in there.
Yeah.
Switching which leg goes to the front. The corners left or right. Bracing himself and pushing that ski through the corner. Whole different animal than the sit down.
I don't know if I can hang in either class, but I think a sit down would be more my style, right?
Well, there is an amateur category. As we saw the 9 coming a little bit off pace. That was Stephen Hayden out of Naples, Florida on his Yamaha. There is amateur categories that we'll be seeing in action here this weekend as well. You might have a shot in tagging the tail end of the field in that.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Are we going to see? See your personal?
It's not a race leader, is it? No, but he was on a white boat.
I was going to say we might see your personal watercraft brought with you to New Orleans next in a couple of weeks, right?
Never know.
I'd love to see that. That'd be excellent.
Going to have to talk to the gang over there in the pit area and see if I can find a few extras, miles an hour out of it.
Yeah, need a few upgrades. We'll be ready to go.
Massimo's still rolling hard on the 201. I believe Massimo is here with us from Brazil. See what happened. Wow. Took that right in the face.
Yeah.
And then he went down.
Did he kind of stuff it on entry? Is that what it looked like?
That's what it looked like. Here's the 177. That's River Crawford out of Havasu. Coming up on 2 minutes and 1 lap remaining here. For a watercraft racer, I got to believe River's a pretty darn good name. But overall, the best name I've heard here today was Revan.
Revan, I agree with you. That's amazing. It looks like we just did our time, so we're on our +1 on our last lap. Is that right?
Yeah, we should be there. Should be seeing a white flag next time by the starters scaffolding. We would say starter stand, but they are in a scaffold. Just Massimo again. Yeah, he just
that's that replay.
Tucked the nose down in there, didn't he?
I got to give him credit. Be able to hold on to that machine at that kind of speed after an incident like that and then just stay right back on it.
That's a hit taken all the way up through your arms and everything as you just bury that. It all comes up through the handlebars, right?
Yep.
White flag has been displayed to our race leader right there, Britton Reinhardt. Ski GP3 winding down our last race of the day here at the IHRA Offshore Powerboat and Pro Watercraft Championship season opener. St. Petersburg, Florida. But we'll be back tomorrow. More great Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix racing for you live here on Speed Sport 1. Live and free. Another boat having some issues there. Move to the inside of the course. That is our race leader, though, Britton Reinhardt.
Looks like he's taking the short section of the course, too.
Yeah, took the split lane there. Must be feeling pretty comfortable about where he is on the course compared to second place Holbein, because he's not pushing too hard right now. I think he was focused more on not making a mistake than he was on outright speed through
there.
there.
I'll tell you, that short course might be the ticket for him, because that last lap was pretty fast.
Yeah. That's Stevens, Ryan Stevens on the 220. And there's a checkered flag for Britton Reinhardt. Congrats, Britton. Job well done as he drops to the knees to ease the stress on the legs on that cool down lap. Here's the number 9, Stephen Hayden, showing up in 5th. Naples, Florida rider. Even the cool down lap can be a bumpy ride back to the pit area, can't it?
Yes, it could. I would definitely want to take my cool down. I think, man, those guys' muscles have been firing for however many minutes, and they're going to need to get back on dry land and recover for a minute.
Mm-hmm. That's Emmy Garcia right there on the 11, and Emmy, we see, according to timing and scoring, fell to 4th with Cash Crawford on the 177, showing up in 3rd. Tough break for Emmy. That must have happened right at the end there. She was doing a great job. Let's meet the winner from our Pro 1 class race, which took place right before we moved over here to Pro Watercraft. Let's go to Tristan Garvin.
Hey guys, I'm here with Britt and Bill. You guys just got first place for your first Pro Class 1 race of the weekend. How was it?
It was awesome. I love St. Pete. The course is just absolutely insane. It's such a driver's course, so many tight turns, and this is the first time doing the long lap, short lap. It was hectic out there. We took a long lap. A lot of people took a short lap. We had some communications with the crew. They're telling me no. I thought they're saying go. I mean, just an awesome, awesome day out there. I hope the fans love it. Just super happy to be here, and especially on top of the podium.
Bill, what do you think?
It was a great day. I mean, super intense out there. With the short lap, long lap, you're trying to figure out what the distance that you are losing or gaining. And after we did it the first time, we got an idea of what the gain was and the loss. We probably went a lap early, and I think we'll know better tomorrow not to do that. But, all in all, super happy, with the way the boat ran for our first time racing it. The boat's a 2-time world champion. We come out of being last year's national champion and jump in that thing, and it was just phenomenal. And at the end of the day, this is the water that boat wants. Yeah. So we're real happy and fortunate to come out of here with the win. And hopefully tomorrow it gets a little bumpier and the boat will get happier.
You guys look great out there, but I do want to say the long lap, short lap kind of adds another element where you really got to stay in your game.
I would say that the fans had to love it, because every time somebody came around, there's another boat out front. There's lane changes, switches like that. I mean, it was intense from start to finish. I'm still shaking. So
I saw you guys come off that boat. I saw you last season. You kind of just, went for some boat rides. Just now, you look like you were high energy, excited to win that race. What are you going to do for tomorrow? Anything different?
We'll go back and look at the data and see what the weather's going to do. Tomorrow the wind's supposed to pick up, and with the wind picking up, that's going to build some some pretty decent chop out there. So hopefully it gets a little bumpier out there, and we'll run good in that. And we tested more in that kind of condition last week, so we're excited for tomorrow.
Good luck, guys, and congratulations. First place today.
Thank you.
And that's going to be really interesting tomorrow, Shane, because you could hear they were already rethinking their strategy on the short lap and the long lap, but then factoring in what could be weather tomorrow wind-wise and what that could do to the water conditions could change that again as to what you think short lap, long lap early on.
Absolutely. I think it's going to change some strategy stuff around for them quite a bit. It's almost interesting to think as while they're in the middle of that race, they're still thinking ahead to tomorrow, knowing the conditions are going to change, and they're probably making some mental notes as they're going through that race itself on how they're going to handle this course tomorrow with the changes that are coming.
Oh, yeah. Assessing it always, right?
Yep.
It's like we're moving a buoy or replacing a buoy, not sure which.
I'll tell you what, I've had those get away from me working on a course itself, and they're hard to catch, and they're hard to manhandle in the wind if they get away from you.
Coming up, we're going to have one more race in the day, but you're going to have to switch over to Speed Sport 2 to see that. But we will be back here for a little bit more on Speed Sport 1, so you don't have to go just yet. But you will be able to see the last endurance race of the day live and free on Speed Sport 2 if you want to see that action as well from here in St. Pete. But we're coming right back with more of the IHRA GP from St. Pete.
Good luck, guys, and congratulations. First place today.
And that's going to be really interesting tomorrow, Shane, because you can hear they're already rethinking their strategy on the short lap and the long lap, but then factoring in what could be weather tomorrow, wind-wise, and what that could do to the water conditions. Could change that again as to what you think short lap, long lap, early.
Absolutely. I think it's going to change some strategy stuff around quite a bit. You know, it's almost interesting to think that while they're in the middle of that race, they're still thinking ahead to tomorrow, knowing the conditions are going to change, and they're probably making some mental notes as they're going to do that race itself on how they're going to handle this course tomorrow when they change it up.
Assessing it all, right?
Yep.
It's like boom and boom, or replacing the boom.
I'll tell you what, I've had those get away from me working on the course itself, and they're probably handle in the wind if they get away from me.
Coming up, we're going to have one more race today, but we're going to have to switch over to Speed Sport 2 to see that. But we will be back here for a little bit more on Speed Sport 1, so you don't have to go just yet. But you will be able to see the last endurance race of the day live and free on Speed Sport 2. You want to see that action as well. So we're coming right back with more of the IHRA. Back here at the IHRA's Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix, you take a look down at Spa Beach, which is where all of our pro watercraft racers are entering and exiting the race course. Let's head down to Spa Beach. Here's Taylor with our most recent winner.
I am down here on Spa Beach, and it's a girl party down here. In case you missed that last race, you missed out because Britton Reinhardt put on a masterclass out there in Ski GP. What an incredible start. You were 14 years old, and you came here and you showed all those men what it is. You found speed. Where did you find it?
I found speed in the corners. That's my strong point. I can really dive into my turns and just like pull the throttle, and yeah, that's where I'm mostly strong at.
And I saw Gary. He was coming up on you there in the middle of the race, and I thought for a minute you guys were going to battle it out. What did you think when you saw him coming up behind you?
I was like, oh, shoot, he came out of nowhere, and I'm like, really got to pull this throttle.
Well, you absolutely did just that. Congratulations. You've got more motos to go. What's your mindset heading into the next one after taking this win?
I'm just going to go with a strong, positive mindset again, and the most important part is to have fun and know that you're going to win. You got to have the confidence.
You heard it here from Britton. Congratulations. More to come here from the Pro Watercraft.
Way to go, Britton. Congratulations. That was a strong ride she put in.
I'll tell you what, she looks like she has a super bright future ahead of her with the performances she just gave us.
And a long one if she's just 14.
Absolutely.
More racers in the water as well as some of the fans. There's a section to the beach over there that you can just enjoy the water.
Man, the pits look just packed. I tell you, we've been talking about it all day, but you know, look at all that. I mean, that's just beautifully displayed. Anybody that's near here needs to take a walk through the pits and meet these racers and look at the equipment up close. It's unreal to see the kind of stuff that they bring to a race.
Here's a good look at the water here on Spa Beach. It sure looks inviting, doesn't it?
I know it. I'd like to sit down on that scaffolding, but I don't know that I want to wade out in the water to get to it.
You need your dinghy to take you out there.
Yeah, drop me off the back of that yacht.
So assess day one of the first ever IHRA racing event on the water with Pro Watercraft and the offshore powerboats. What did you think?
Man, I'll tell you what, everybody came into this with high expectations, and I really, really feel like the team, everybody in each discipline, pulled it off and, exceeded everybody's expectations. It was a great day. Perfect weather. Everybody was safe at the end of the day. There was no injuries. There was no carnage, and that's what we really want to see. Nobody wants to see anybody getting tore up, physically or with equipment. And, what a fantastic day. I don't even know what else to say. I'm just speechless.
Well, they have another full day of racing to go tomorrow, and so everybody's going to be paying real close attention to that weather, watching it all night. It might be some sleepless nights for some of these competitors because they're not sure what they're going to get yet.
It's going to be even more interesting, I think, on this side of it. With the watercraft side, the beach is a little bit protected with those weirs that are out there. So, they're going to get some of that rougher water on the outside. And if they're calling for big seas on the off the end of that pier, that's still going to play havoc on these guys, especially in the stand-ups.
Well, our coverage will begin tomorrow here on Speed Sport 1 at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. You're not going to want to miss it. It's going to be another great full day of on-the-water competition here with our watercraft and our big offshore power boats. But we got plenty more coming your way here tonight. Coming up this evening on Speed Sport 1, F1 power boats, their 2025 Round 6 action, and an encore presentation of the opening round of the International Hot Rod Association's brand new stock car series from Pulaski, Virginia, which was last week, will be at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, or to stay on IHRA.tv for IHRA Pro Pulling, which will be coming your way tonight from Louisville, Kentucky. We wish our colleagues over there, Ken Stout and the gang, all the best as they get that one off and running. But for Tristan and Taylor and my good buddy Shane, that's going to wrap up our coverage here today on Speed Sport 1 from St. Pete. We will be back here tomorrow live and free on Speed Sport 1 at 10 a.m. Eastern Time to do it all over again with a whole new bunch of races for both the offshore powerboats and the pro watercraft. For now, good night, everybody. Welcome back here live on Speed Sport 2. Ralph Shaheen, Shane Landis, Taylor Snyder, Tristan Garvin, all here with us as we continue our live coverage from here with the IHRA Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix. We've been back and forth all day long. Hope you've been following with us from Speed Sport 2 over to Speed Sport 1. Now back over here on Speed Sport 2. As we close out the day, we are told we have 2 more events to go with the IHRA Pro Watercraft Series. It'll be 2 different endurance races, Shane.
We've got 2 different amateur races. We've got an amateur 200 and 300 coming up. Is that right?
Yeah, and then I think 1 pro endurance race after. The amateurs are going to be combined.
Gotcha.
And then we'll have the pros after that. Here's a look at the entrance in Amateur Endurance 200. All on Yamahas. And the 300s. Mixture of Yamahas, Sea-Doos, Kawasaki's.
Seems like a good split field there.
Yeah. And a large one at that.
Yes.
And with it being an endurance race, not many boats out there, it's going to really shake up that water.
What a beautiful landscape.
Look at that water. And earlier we could see the big sandbars a little further out.
Yep.
Into Tampa Bay. Boats anchored out there. Folks out in the water, hanging out on the sandbar, watching the big boats thunder by. What a great location for a race. This is just our first one of the year.
We've got a lot of good action to come this season. We've got a lot of good race sites and things coming up for us.
Well, Taylor Snyder's been actively working the pit area over there by Spa Beach. Who do you have with you now, Taylor?
It is absolutely a fun pit area. You can't go wrong, and there's so much energy down here. I found our second place finisher in the ski GP2 category, GP3, excuse me. Gary Holbein Jr. There's so many races going on today.
It's awesome. It's a pleasure to be here. I mean, it's...
That race, though. Tell me about that race really quick, because you were so close to Britain coming towards that finish.
Man, it is just a wash out there, man. But I tried my best. I tried my best to get as much strength as I could. I tried getting her on the inside. She is such a good racer. I give all the props to her because she really gave me a run for my money, and she did a very good job. I'm glad she was in front of me and not someone else.
Well, there's more chances for you to give her a run for her money. You know, you've got some time out there in these next motos. Where do you need to find the speed to get that top spot?
I think it's not mainly about speed. I think it's mainly just about me finding enough strength that I can keep myself up out there. I got really tired at those last few laps, and I just need to find enough so I can just keep going, keep driving myself.
Just keep swimming out there, just like Dory.
Hopefully not swimming. Hopefully not swimming.
No swimming. I can't believe you guys do what you do. It's absolutely incredible standing up there. What got you started in this?
Mainly my dad. My dad used to race back in late 90s, early 90s actually. He was a really good racer. He got me into it about 7 years ago, and I haven't stopped since. It's been 7 years and still counting, and I've been having a lot of fun doing it over these years. I'm glad this sport has gotten to where it's gotten this past year.
And it's hard to leave, and it's all a family affair down here, but we're going to head. I can hear those guys behind me getting those warm-ups going, so we're going to head into some AM endurance racing. Thanks, Gary.
That we are, Taylor. I like Gary rocking that jet pilot gear. Looks sharp. Well, Taylor Stone has been actively working the pit area over there by Spa Beach. What do you have with you now, Taylor? Look at the size of that field, Shane.
Man, I'll tell you what, I just hope there's no bumping and banging between this field. There's a lot of them out there.
Hard to find your own lane, isn't it?
That would be. I think pretty much everybody's going to be in a wash. Even after first few laps, whoever's leading that's going to have to deal with some traffic. And that could prevent some situations with some passing and everything else that's going to take place.
It might be after the first couple of corners.
Yeah, very much so.
Scheduled for 30 minutes. Again, this is two amateur categories put together, 200s and 300s. Chase boat out front, big Kawasaki.
Guys look like they're feeling out the water, going through their mental prep sessions probably before the green flag drops.
Really good racer. He got me into it about 7 years ago, and I haven't stopped since. It's been 7 years and still counting, and I've been having a lot of fun.
It's definitely going to be hard to find clean water out there.
Oh, buddy.
And it's hard to leave, and it's all a family affair down here, but we're going to head. I can hear those guys behind me getting those warm-ups going, so we're going to head.
We are in St. Petersburg, Florida, but if you're watching at home wondering what's the body of water, this is technically Tampa Bay. This is where they make the right after the St. Pete Pier, start making their way back towards Spa Beach, and where they have the choice of lanes that they want to take. And look how that's getting turned on.
Oh man, they're not even running hard yet.
No, this is just a warm-up.
I think in the Enduros this morning, I think they skipped the S's on the first lap, right? Because they charged back towards the beach, and then lap 2 they started the S section. Is that what we saw?
So long ago.
I know.
It was only 10 hours ago.
It feels like yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the path they take through the first lap back.
It looks like they're cutting everything right now.
Yeah.
Just headed back to the beach. Yeah, they're way inside of the split lanes right now. Get back to that start area. We are in St. Petersburg, Florida, but if you're watching at home wondering what's the body of water, this is technically Tampa Bay. And headed back out. Looked like you were enjoying some of the food vendors down there last night at the street party. Did you find one in particular that...
There was one little spot down there that had some really good, like, homemade chicken strips and some fries, and it looked pretty good.
You didn't go for that one?
No, that's what I did, but I was caught between some of the barbecue. That brisket and rib shack or whatever that trailer was,
Yeah.
it smelled amazing, and everybody that was coming out there said it was great. So I don't know if I should have made a different decision on what I had.
What'd you
but
go with?
I ended up going with the chicken strips, because that's
Chicken
kind of what I
strips,
saw
okay.
first. And
All right.
I just need something that was comfortable and quick, and, that's
Yeah.
me.
Comfortable and quick, that's you?
Yeah, well, it was definitely not on my diet, but, I figured, winning St. Pete,
Yeah.
enjoy it.
Probably not going to be much at a street party that fits anybody's diet.
This is true. I'm not sure how many of these riders have ridden earlier today in other classes, but they've got to be getting worn down. This is really gonna give them a test.
Yeah, and if you're doing these endurance races, a couple of 30-minute motos can really wear your body down. Even if you rode the one this morning and you're not going again until the afternoon, it's a long day. Well, now it looks like they're going to cut in and try out the inner loop here.
I just can't get over how turned over that water is. They're not even running hard yet.
Yeah.
This is going to make for some interesting action once that green flag drops.
Yes, it is. This time bias here on the pier much closer as they work that intersection.
Back to feeling that spray again.
Feels like we've hit the heat of the day as well. I know as the wind has died down a little bit, the breeze inside of our booth has gone away and the temperature has gone up.
Yep. I wonder what the temperature actually is right now. I know the sun's coming, falling overhead, and we're getting a little bit more sun in here too. So
Yeah, I was hearing it was supposed to get up to the mid-80s. So I'd say we're probably there based on how it feels.
yep, I'd believe that every bit of it.
I got to believe, Shane, these guys are about ready to go. They're probably like, come on, let's get this on. I'm getting worn out just doing these parade laps.
Heck yeah. They got to be warmed up enough to temp. I tell you, it's time to start racing.
I tell you, the tires are a temp by now. They've done a heat cycle. Taking a look at boat 222 here. That was Jason Seeley out of Ada, Michigan on the Sea-Doo. So many of these racers running a GoPro or another brand of helmet cam, trying to capture their moments and then go back and study the footage, see if they got it right.
It's definitely good for them to replay that action. They probably are doing a lot of social media and content cuts with that too for themselves and their sponsors.
Oh yeah, have to do that, right?
Got to take care of everybody.
Well, that's going to be choppy.
Yeah, there's a few of them jumping around already, but there's a couple guys that seem pretty comfortable on there. But when it gets going, it's going to turn wild real quick.
Now, if you're not playing on a weekend, that choppy surf like that can be fun, right?
Uh-huh.
Jumping up and out of the water, but man, when you're racing, it's a whole nother animal.
Yeah, you always look for those big boat wakes to kind of jump and play a little bit, but in this, I think you got to be in the water to get some water into that jet in order to have some propulsion. So they definitely want to try to keep it as locked down as much as possible.
Good look at that nice looking boat, the 46 there. Todd Zarsinski. I hope I said that right, Todd. He's out of Buffalo, New York, so I know he's enjoying the weather down here. His boat's a Sea-Doo, and he's sponsored by JetX and Riva Racing. He's not doing anything out on the lake up there in Buffalo just yet.
No, Yeah, he's probably been really, really chomping at the bit to get down here. If I was a racer, I'd have to make an excuse just to come early for practice or whatever you want to call it, just to get down here in this warm weather.
That's one guy that doesn't mind the surf, right?
Nope.
Temperature's got to feel pretty good.
That's a great looking boat. Good colors on that too.
Yeah, I like that. They've got to do something about this going forward. We need to be doing a lot more pit reports or something during these lengthy warm-up sessions. Well, now it looks like they're forming up finally.
That's going to be one big start line, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
If I was a racer, I'd have to make an excuse just to come over for practice or whatever you want to call it, just to get down here as long as. There's one guy that doesn't mind the surf, right? Nope. Temperature's going to feel pretty good. That's a great looking boat. Good colors on that too. Yeah, I like that.
It was an endurance race just to get to the endurance race.
Yes, it was. That looks like they're about ready to rock. I'm excited to get this underway. This one's going to be a big battle to the front. I think there's a lot of big moves that happen on the start here.
You're going to have to be aggressive.
Yes.
No doubt about it.
Even though this is an endurance race, I just don't think you can lag back. I think you really got to push it hard early because as the endurance race unwinds, you know, your body's going to get fatigued. You know, you might fall off a little, but you got to get some good laps in early.
You got to gain what you can early on in this one. Get yourself some good position out on the course, and then hang on, hope for the best ride. Hope some of the guys and gals in front of you get tired or have a mechanical. And you just start inching your way up through the field. Look at how wide that start line is going to be.
Man, those guys are going to be all racing to that first pin. Hope they can keep them all lined out and the wind doesn't blow them around or we have to do any kind of restarts.
We had that this morning in the first race of the day, the first Enduro.
That's going to be one big start line, isn't it? Oh, yeah.
Watch the water here. It churns up and we'll be underway.
This is going to be just one big wall of water once they hit the throttles.
Oh, yeah. Be careful, some of them creeping up a little bit. Trying to time that start, but here we go. Underway. Who's going to get the whole shot? Headed to turn one. And are you in the right spot with everybody spread so far across the line that you can get into turn one?
That's going to be my concern. That's a lot of guys running hard and fast right into the first corner.
Yeah, nobody's going to have a huge gap by the time they get there, even if they got the whole shot, right? There's that pretty 46 boat. Looks like he's right out near the front of this thing.
It's like a little quick check over the shoulder to make sure you're going to get run over going into the first corner.
Zarchinski out of Buffalo. Blue and orange colors. Look good out front. Saw him take a quick peek to the inside and make sure there wasn't going to be anybody coming up on the inside he needed to worry about.
That's going to help him, capitalize on that lead to start out early and get a little bit of clean water until he start catching up with the tail end of the pack. Yeah, on that first lap, looks like they're blasting towards the beach. Man, we got somebody coming in on the inside charging hard, don't we?
Sure do. There it is, right there. We got a battle for the lead early on in this one.
Yep. Yeah, he was running for that second pin, wasn't he? Pretty bad.
Yeah, they're headed towards Spa Beach, cutting across it. Yeah, look at how tight that battle for the lead is. Not sure who that second boat is just yet. We haven't gotten a look at the number. They're side by side as they come screaming out towards the far end of Tampa Bay here. Big right-hander coming up here. And we could have a change for the lead here.
Man, they are neck and neck early.
That black boat's going to have the edge as we come to the inside. Looks like he's got the speed down this long straightaway, too, to make the difference up. Yep, he's going to get him. Change for the lead as they come to the big buoy and make the right-hander start heading towards the pier. It's one of the monster back boats. It's up 502.
Man, that was one of the best passes I've seen all day. He really, really got on the inside and held it.
Sure did. That's Caden Baldwin out of Sherrills Ford, North Carolina. Caden on a Yamaha, sponsored by Monster Energy. Sherrills Ford, he spent some time on Lake Norman. That's my neck of the woods. To keep an eye out looking for him practicing out there.
He might be looking for you after all this talk about your ride.
I need some riding tips from Caden.
I'd say put your Monster sticker on there. That seems like a good start to me.
Yeah, he's on the gas, isn't he? Look at that thing go.
He's hunkered down. He's rolling.
Yeah. He's not messing around. Look at the gap he's already opened up. Watch this pass. As you pointed out, Shane, best pass of the day so far. He beat him to the buoy on pure speed and then had the line once he got there.
Yep, he was able to hold it.
You could see that aggressive riding position as he came around that big right-hander. Very similar to a jockey would be on a horse, all the way up on the front. See how that boat pivots around that buoy and then drives off the corner.
He just carries a lot of speed through the corners. You know what I mean? He really has that boat set up just right to take those corners. Most racing like this, it's never done in the straightaway. Even though he's making good runs there, it's always in the corners where the passes are made.
Looks like Sarzinski has fallen all the way back down to third, and Noah Dolly has moved up into second place on the 706. Noah from Ontario, Canada on a Sea-Doo, sponsored by JetX Racing and Riva. That's your race leader, Caden Baldwin.
The way that thing just settles down as it goes through a corner, it just dives in and turns hard.
He's turning the bars and it's responding, isn't it?
Yep. Looks like he's taking the long side.
Yep.
Must feel that's a little bit quicker.
Hopefully he gives us a wave as he comes past by our broadcast position. Just a few feet away from us.
I think he was trying to shoot the spray on us, Ralph.
Could be. There's the 114. That boat there belongs to Garrett Lofton from Auburn, Georgia. It's a Sea-Doo, sponsored by VR Racing, Victory Marine, Fly Racing, Casto Trading Company. That is one of our amateur 300 competitors. Garrett right now. Just saw him on the board. Oh, there he is in 7th. Caden with a personal best through the east side with a 442. There he is. Even at the front, things are not smooth, as you can see.
Looks like he tagged that yellow and red buoy a little bit, but it didn't seem to phase him much. Hopefully it didn't hurt the boat, and you can continue up front where he's at.
Here's the 89. James Dowen out of Perkinston, Mississippi on his Yamaha Wave Runner. Sponsored by Jet Blast, MS Green Hulk, Advanced Contracting Services. He's in our amateur 300 category. That 89 boat running back in 18th. He's got the 222 fighting alongside him. Jason Seeley, who's moved himself up from 20th. Seeley from Michigan. Look at how far that boat comes up out of the water. And that's not even technically rough water.
Yes. His head's on a swivel, too, because he's always making sure that Noah's back there. He's trying to keep him behind him. Looks like it took the short section that time through the S's.
Yeah, he had a personal best through there, through the split lane with a 5:09.8. Here's the 46. That's Sarzinski, who runs in 4th. The New York racer.
Looks like they just switched this over to the Endurance 200 leaderboard.
Yeah, I was just looking for that. Baron Murnick out of Fort Worth, Texas leads over Kevin Sullivan. Sullivan actually is one of our 300 category racers. And then you've got Martinez after that. Martinez from Miami, Florida. On the other coast, and Ian Nuschke. And Ian comes from Gulfport, Mississippi. So they would be your top 3 there in the 200 category. Did you see how he moved that boat over almost a whole lane, it seemed like, in the midair?
Yeah, it was almost like that was calculated. I don't know how he would have done that, but he definitely repositioned that thing while it was up in the air.
Already down to 20 minutes left to go in this one, plus 1 lap. Amateur endurance 200s and 300s in action here on Speed Sport 2. We'll have the completion of their race when we come back here. Stay with us. We're coming right back to the Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix.
250 world champion.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on. It's time to show that I got that dog in here, right? Hey, dig and win. For the 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross 250 West #1 plate.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Back here in St. Pete, Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix. Watching the 117, that was Andy Martinez, who we have leading our amateur endurance 200 category right now. Well, joining me in the booth now, Mike Young here with us. How you doing, Mike? You need to get on. Hit the cough button, Mike. There you go. Try that one.
There we go. Hey, I'm doing great, Ralph. They've been down there on the beach. Weather just absolutely incredible here in St. Pete. We got some great racing going on out here in our amateur 200 and 300. And we're taking a look at Caden Baldwin there on the screen. And he grew up in a racing family. Caden out of Sherrills Ford, North Carolina, sponsored by Champion Power Sports. Then behind him, it looks like we got boat number 89.
Yeah, it's James Dowen right there out of Perkinston, Mississippi on the Yamaha.
Yeah, this is Dowen's first appearance here with the Endurance Series. Been doing endurance down here in the Florida area for many, many years, but this is his first appearance. Glad to see such a huge turnout here. 38 riders, I believe 34 in the amateur 300 and 4 in the amateur 200 competing here in this one.
Yeah, we had 150 entries for the weekend here with our IHRA Pro Watercraft competition. Outstanding turnout of racers, and we expect even more as the series progresses across the country. That's boat 71 right there, Kevin Sullivan from Orange Beach, Alabama. We'll be racing there before the year is done later in the fall on the Yamaha.
Yeah, Kevin been racing in the pro class. Just aged a little bit, so he said he's going to drop back to the amateur class here for this season for Team 71.
Happens to all of us, right?
Yes, it does. But
Team 71 because they're all born in 1971.
Right. There's back out to your leader right there, Caden Baldwin. And Caden actually hit the podium last season in the amateur 300, but they decided to keep him amateur one more year to see if he can pick up that championship.
Take a look at the replay here. Here comes Team 71 at you.
Yeah.
And what do we have here?
Just able to sneak to the inside of boat number 82 there. Actually, I believe that might have been, Arthur Coutura. 77. That's Gavin Russo. Russo comes from just down the street in Sarasota, Florida, where his father, who runs in the pro class, actually runs Russo Marine. And taking a look at your top five right now, Baldwin out in front, followed by the Dolly brothers. Noah Dolly in second, Nathan Dolly in third, Gavin Russo in the fourth spot. Garen Lofton has moved up into fifth, and Cooper Caldwell, who I would have said probably would have been one of the favorites for this one, currently sitting in that sixth class. But we still have a lot of time to go. As I take up, we got about 15:35 left on the ticker. And back out to your race leader, Baldwin. Again, Baldwin's father, a former endurance racing champion, a former closed course champion, and has actually won the World Finals out at Lake Havasu before.
"15 minutes plus one lap left to go here in this first of two endurance races yet to go."
There's a great overhead shot right there by the pier. Just an absolute beautiful weekend so far down here in St. Pete.
Kevin Sullivan, the racer out of Orange Beach, coming at you in that bright yellow helmet.
Yeah, Sullivan actually talked about retiring last year, but instead of retiring, like I said, he just dropped down a class to the amateur class. He was running with the pros back in 2025.
Mike, tell me your thoughts on this opening round of IHRA Pro Watercraft competition. How do you feel about the event?
Well, I'll tell you, I think, Ralph, it's been absolutely amazing. Everything has been going off on time. Everything has been going off without a hitch. Dustin Farthing and his team down there with the watercraft side of the IHRA have just done a great job, and the branding from Monster Energy and Progressive has also been very cool. And visit St. Pete-Clearwater. They always roll out the red carpet for us, so it's always a pleasure to be back in this area.
What's been the response from the racers?
The response from the racers, they love it. I know I talked to a bunch of people last night after the races. The racers that are here are liking it because there was no drama, no nothing. It was just straight up racing, everything on time, and an awesome pit party with the offshore boating crew over there last night at Whitted Park. And today, everything has been going off without a hitch, and you can't get much better than that, especially when you're dealing with water sports, Ralph, because there's so many factors that go into it, especially the weather, and you got to make sure that Mother Nature's smiling down on you, and she's definitely been smiling down on this event right here.
Yeah, Gavin Russo having a pretty good run. The racer here on the 771, the Yamaha Wave Run out of Bradenton, Florida.
Taking a look at the 200 class, what they're looking like right now. Baron Mernick, he is out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, sponsored by Caldwell Racing and Monster Energy, and he did very well in the 200 class last year. That was Sullivan, you were talking about Orange Beach, right behind him, that was back there in second in that 200 class. Meanwhile, back to the 300, it's still Baldwin dominating right now over Noah Dolly and Nathan Dolly, the Jet X crew out of Canada.
And that was Cooper Caldwell in 193 out of Fort Worth, Texas on the Yamaha, sponsored by Caldwell Racing, Monster Energy, Commander Yamaha, and Riva Racing.
Yeah, Cooper's been one of those guys that has really come a long way in a short time. He's only been racing for about 3 years, but he's got very good equipment, and with Monster Energy behind him and the rest of the folks, Caldwell Racing, MTI Boats, also supporting him. He's really done a great job, but he tends to ride on the edge of the envelope.
Quickly getting well inside of 12 minutes and 30 seconds to go here, plus one lap, of course, as we wind down this amateur endurance 300 and 200 race.
Nice outline of the track there on the north side of the pier. Now it's taken it just had Todd Sarsinski up there, boat number 46. He's back in 11th right now, but he actually grabbed the hole shot. There's Sarsinski there. Really nice looking boat, and he is known for his Sea-Doo Museum up there in Canada. Rides out of the Jet X trailer. As we go back on board with our leader right there, Caden Baldwin. Caden, a multi-sport guy. He's just in high school right now, but plays linebacker for his local high school. Comes out here on the weekends and plays with us. And once again, just over 11:30 left to go. Baldwin, Dolly, Lofton, Russo. And you can see 9:17. That is Dolly right there. Nathan Dolly looked like he was trying to get past. That was a lapped rider, boat number 117 going a lap down. But he is battling with his brother, Noah Dolly. As we take a look at your race leader once again working his way through the chicanes, and he is really kind of dicing up the competition. As we take a look over Caden Baldwin, taking a look at his fastest lap time right now at 2:04.58. That last lap time around, Ralph, at 2:14.33. So, you can tell that these guys starting to get a little tired as they go into the latter stages of this one.
Oh, yeah. Been a 30-minute race. They've got 10 minutes left to go here on the clock, plus one lap. The only one who really doesn't seem to be having any problems is Caden. He's had a pretty smooth race up front. As you take a look at the 117 here.
Yeah.
The issues for him, Andy Martinez out of Miami, Florida.
Yeah, Andy, one of our younger riders, only 17 years old, just started his first race this year a couple of weeks ago in Lake Alfred up in Winter Haven.
Keeping an eye on Benjamin Mantle here from Hollywood, Florida on his Sea-Doo. That's number 724. WSM Performance Parts, last minute racing, helping him out.
Yeah, he says he's from Hollywood, Florida, but he spends a lot of time in the Cayman Islands.
Good spot to be.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he raced with us last week and hit the podium down at the SEWA Series.
Craig Gaddis out of Morgan City, Louisiana, brought a Sea-Doo to come racing with us.
Great.
Sponsored by Greenhold Advanced Contracting.
Gaddis' father, Jerry Gaddis, is the one that started Greenhold Performance, a big online performance shop in the personal watercraft racing industry.
There's Sarzinski, who had the lead early on, got that hole shot, beat everybody to the first buoy, and then has slipped back since then, and unfortunately has considerably dropped from where he was at the beginning of the race all the way outside of the top 10 back to 11th. This racer here, however, out of my neck of the woods in Sherrills Ford, North Carolina, up on Lake Norman, Caden Baldwin has had no problems. He has not looked back once except a peek or two over the shoulder just to see where Dolly and Dolly are at, because he knows there's competition coming up from behind, but he hasn't been challenged by anybody.
Yeah, great racer. Like I say, comes from a racing family. Spends a lot of time training up there on Lake Norman. As you can see, he just picks it up and sets it down. And that Yamaha, with the waves the way that they are, it's going to ride a little better than the Sea-Doo. And Sarsinski, who had the whole shot, was actually on a Sea-Doo. And when the water gets this rough and you got 38 different personal watercraft out there, your back end tends to sway and move around. And I think that's how my good friend Todd Sarsinski lost his lead.
Yeah, I need to find out which cove Baldwin trains and meet him out there someday, get some tips.
Oh,
Kid knows how to ride.
His dad owns Champion Power Sports there locally up in Sherrills Ford.
Arthur Katora out of Fort Lauderdale on another Yamaha, boat number 22. He sits in 7th right now. Got a glimpse of him.
Another great overhead shot of the track right there. And well, I'll tell you, if you're not here, you need to make plans to come down next year. I know that this was the first inaugural round of the Monster Energy IHRA Tour. You know, some people were a little skeptical, but I'll tell you what, the pits are packed, everybody's slammed, everybody's having a good time, and the weather is just amazing.
Well, we're hoping for more of the same when we move over to Lake Pontchartrain, Louisiana, out in the New Orleans area. Next month, we'll be over there. Then we'll be headed back over to Cocoa Beach on the other coast of Florida in the middle of May. Hey, we're coming right back to more racing from here at the Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix.
250 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on. It's time to show that I got that dog here, right? Hey, Deegan wins! The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross Super West #1 plate. Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Beat in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Supercat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Take a look at this. Sugar white sand, glistening Gulf Coast waters, and record-breaking sunshine. No wonder the beaches of St. Pete-Clearwater have been named some of the best in the world. And if we stopped there, you might miss the best parts, like world-class museums and murals that fill the streets, Michelin-recognized dining, and ancient mangrove adventures, live music, and so much more. Come explore at visitsbc.com.
It has been a spectacular weekend so far, and we got so much more to go at the IHRA Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix as we are wrapping up a Saturday here watching boat 706. This is one of our amateur endurance racers. This is Noah Dolly out of Caledon, Ontario, Canada on his Sea-Doo, and Noah right now has found himself in the lead. What happened to our race leader during the commercial break?
Yeah, that's it. Noah was able to get past Caden on the commercial break. Nathan, his brother, has moved up into second. And I think what the problem is Caden may be having a mechanical issue because he went from first to seventh on that last lap, Ralph.
That's a big problem. Caden Baldwin dropping through the field. Unfortunately, everything was perfect. He's now dropped to eighth, so it has to be a mechanical issue of some sort because he was riding way too good. And he slipped down now to 10th, and it looks like he's going to go all the way to the bottom of the field here shortly. So we hate that for Caden. Be a long ride back to North Carolina.
Well, it's a tough break. Luckily for him, it's only the first race of the season. They've got 3 motos this weekend, and then they'll have 3 more at our next 5 rounds. So he's got a lot of time to make it up, and he's a good, strong racer, so I believe he'll probably do that. But right now, it's the JetX dynamic duo, Noah Dolly.
Yeah, and we have less than 4.5 minutes to go as we go down to Taylor. Well, a little technical difficulty there with Taylor. We'll get back to her in a minute when we can hear her. She's over on Spa Beach, which is where the pit area is, where the racers are getting in and out of the water. Spa Beach, have you been spawing down on Spa Beach, Mike?
Ralph, I'll tell you, I have, and it's we've got quite the crowd down there. We've got a big Monster Energy tower of power down there, and we've got race fans all the way around it. Everybody's enjoying the races, getting the suntan, and having a great time here at the pier. Watching some great racing right out in front of them, too. Taking a look at 724, Benjamin Montel. Montel once again getting his first podium at the end of the 2025 season. And his second race this season right here in St. Pete. Still got the Dally boys up in front of Garrett Lofton. Lofton on the 114. Russo putting in a good ride right here, currently sitting in 4th. And Cooper Caldwell has moved up to 5th, getting past Arthur Couture.
Baldwin has slipped all the way back to 13th. Haven't seen where he is out on the course or if he's nursed it back to Spa Beach yet, but definitely out of this one for a racer who dominated the day. All the way up to 5 minutes to go in this one. And that's the thing about endurance racing, Michael. You just never know. There's Nathan Dolly on the 971, or 917, I should say, sitting in 2nd place, chasing Noah on this boat here, the 706. So it's going to be a great day for the Dolly gang as they head back to Spa Beach if this one finishes in this order, with Garrett Lofton holding down the final spot on the podium.
Yeah, I'm sure they've got a proud papa in the pits right now. Ryan Dolly, their father, used to race for many, many years. And both of these youngsters right here both race professional snowmobiles as well.
Well, we do a bunch of that with the IHRA, so maybe we'll see him on some snowmobile racing, too, as we spend quite a bit of time at some frozen lakes in Wisconsin back in January and February.
And that was Gavin Russo on 77 right there, still maintaining that 4th place position right behind Lofton. Lofton again on boat number 114, hitting the podium in the 2025 endurance season. So this is his 2nd season as an amateur endurance 300 competitor.
Dolly was set a personal best, ripping through the east side of the race sectors, the 27:15.3. And then Nathan Dolly just did his own personal best through the exact same sector with a 27:36.1. So a little slower than Noah, but still a personal best as the racing rocks on with almost just 1 minute and 1 lap to go here.
Well, I'm taking a look. Noah looks like he has the fastest lap time so far in this race here, a 2:06.306. And Nathan with a 2:09.604. But on that last lap, Nathan cut off 4 seconds, had a 2:17.18 and a 2:21.26 for Noah.
There is that 706 of Noah, making his way now as he hangs right at the pier, starts his way back towards Spa Beach.
And it looked like he had a back marker in between he and his brother right there. So you're taking a look at 706 Noah Dolly. Once again, been riding for just about 3-4 years now. But again, coming from that snowmobile background, he's really done an amazing job.
You can see how early he turns the handlebars before he gets to that buoy to get that boat to set, find a bite, turn, and then get on through that corner and on to the next one.
You know, and that's not easy to do with these Sea-Doos. Like I said, that back end swaps out a lot, and it's not as heavy as the Yamahas. And you can see just how rough it was as he was making that turn.
Here's that 4 boat of Gaddis out of Morgan City, Louisiana on his Sea-Doo.
Looks like he's sponsored by Gary Holbein and the Jet Blast crew up there in Fairhope, Alabama. Looks like we got another rider that may be down right there and is not happy about it.
That's the 706. That was Dolly.
Oh, that was that Dolly? Yeah, the marshals are coming over to check on him right now. And we will be on the white flag lap the next time around.
Let's see what happened here. Comes through that buoy. He was on the throttle. You can see the boat lurching out of the corner, but oh yeah, it is definitely Dolly. And you see the 46 stop as well, Sarzinski.
So I believe, actually...
we're finding out now that it was the checker that fell.
Right.
We didn't see it. Nobody told us the checkers are out or the white. And so Dolly wasn't frustrated. He was thrilled, I guess, is the way to look at it.
Yep.
Oh, I feel a lot better about that for him. Man, I was thought we were going to have another Caden Baldwin moment here.
Yeah, we don't want to give him that announcer's curse.
Oh, and there's the 297 as well.
So you had Noah Dolly, Nathan Dolly.
297 is Baron Murnick in Fort Worth, Texas. He's going to be your winner, I believe, in the amateur endurance category, 200 class. So it'll be Noah over Nathan, and then Garrett Lofton will finish out the podium here. Gavin Russo and Arthur Katora will take care of the top 5. Then it's Cooper Caldwell, Armando Martinez, Benjamin Mantle, Sarzinski on that beautiful number 46 will finish just inside the top 10, right in front of Daniel Silva. As we close out the amateur endurance 300 and 200 classes here today in St. Pete.
Well, I believe we got one more to go, and that's going to be our Pro Endurance 300, and that will be their second moto of the day.
Yeah, they kicked off the weekend racing-wise earlier today. They're going to have a second one here coming up shortly.
So another nice overhead look here, St. Petersburg. Beautiful day at the pier. We started with 38. I don't think we ended with 38. I think we ended with about 30, but they were dropping like flies after that halfway mark. Again, 30 minutes plus a lap, a long time here for these youngsters. And great look at the St. Pete skyline in the background there. And you're looking at Spa Beach overhead.
All right, let's head down to Spa Beach. Here's Taylor once again.
Well, before we get into the winners from this last race, I'm going to check in with our pro riders. Noah, you've come a long way to be here, but what a race weekend it's going to be. What are your expectations heading into Moto 2?
Well, yeah, I kind of threw a gamble. I'm riding my GP. I was pretty flat this morning, so it was good. For the second moto, I mean, it's still pretty flat, so I'm hoping it works in my favor. Hopefully get a good start, run another tight, consistent race, and, yeah, get after it.
I'm confident and collected all the way from New Zealand. I can't wait to see what you have out there on the water, Noah. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you, Taylor.
Yeah, Noah Skips out of New Zealand actually ended up in second in that first moto after our leader was actually penalized, Jay Edworthy, for missing a buoy on the first lap. And Jay Finlinson ended up taking the win in the first moto in the Pro Enduro class. Lots of great competitors here in this Pro Enduro class. 20 of them, I believe, as a matter of fact, will be starting this next one.
See all the racers returning back to Spa Beach. You can see the rest of the racers getting ready for Pro Endurance 300 already in the water with their assistants getting set to go. Got to have a helping hand down there, Michael.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it takes a small army, especially when you're coming from far and wide. We have people here from everywhere, from not only here in the United States, but we've got them from all over the world. And there is your unofficial results here for your amateur endurance 200 class with Baron Marinick taking the top spot, Kevin Sullivan taking second, and Andy Martinez, boat number 117, rounding out your top 3.
There's the 300 category, which we already went through. You can see the difference between first and second was 13.6 seconds, and a handful more back to Garrett Lofton in third. All Sea-Doos up on the podium here today.
Yeah.
Sure, we'll see that in an ad soon.
Yeah, those are the new RXPX 325s, come out lock stock out of the box with 325 horsepower.
Get the boats that just completed the race. They'll be trailer's in the water, they'll just put the boat right up on the trailer, get a four-wheeler to pull it out of the water and head back to the pit area.
And we'll get to see the amateurs in the second moto again tomorrow, and then they'll have their third moto tomorrow at the end of the day.
No cranes over here, all by hand.
Exactly. Human cranes.
Yeah. Bring your big buddies with you.
That's it. Nice look there at Spa Beach.
Yeah, and to the far left over there, there's actually room for families and kids to have some fun out in the water and stay away from the racers, but enjoy everything down there at Spa Beach. Look at the colors in the water. Just incredible.
Yeah, I'll tell you, this is it's a great place to call home, and I've been down here for nearly 40 years now, and I'll tell you, I wouldn't leave this place for anything.
The water looks a little different than when we get back home in Lake Norman.
I heard that. I'm from Ohio originally, so I get it.
Yeah.
A little better than Lake Erie, too. You can see how many people are down there on the beach and supporting the event. In between the races, they tend to go up, and they've got a big refreshment center right there up the steps there from Spa Beach. Go stop up there and get pizzas and ice-cold drinks, come back down with the family.
There were a few amateur races that took place on Friday, so some of those racers have already packed up and headed on out. We'll see them when we get to Lake Pontchartrain, but the rest of them are still here and be active again tomorrow.
Yeah, we had 4 classes that we raced on Friday, and we got through all those classes. Actually did the awards last night at the big Offshore Powerboat Drivers Dinner over there at Whitted Park. Yeah, just a beautiful looking venue out there. So you guys had some offshore powerboat racing out here in front of the pier today. How was that?
Yeah, it was fantastic. We expect a whole bunch more tomorrow, all the different categories. It's been just a tremendous weekend, and this is the way it will be all season long on the IHRA Tour on the water, as we will have offshore powerboats and pro watercraft together throughout the course of the season, everywhere we go. As we said, next stop is Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans, down in Louisiana. And then we're headed to Cocoa Beach, east coast of Florida. We've got, let me see, where else are we headed after that? We're going to go to Lake of the Ozarks before the year is out. We'll be in Orange, Alabama. We're going to go to St. Clair, Michigan, Sheboygan, Wisconsin. It is an exciting tour. And, of course, we'll take the pro watercraft out to Lake Havasu as well.
Yeah, I tell you, looking forward to that. Lake Havasu, kind of the mecca for personal watercraft racing. I can remember working with you out there many, many years ago.
Oh, yeah.
It's great to see you back in the personal watercraft side of things.
You never get too far from it, right?
Love watching you in Supercross and all that, and you and Ricky and all my buddies, because I used to do the Arena Cross Series for many years. And Dave Arnold wanted me to say hello to you. Who, loves the fact that you're going to be doing this, and I'm sure Dave's probably watching on.
Yeah, we love Dave.
We've got the pro class that is coming up next, folks, so buckle up. We got 18 of the world's fastest endurance riders that are going to be taking off here from St. Pete. Now, unlike in our last amateur race where you've seen them take them for 3 sight laps, they'll take them just directly to the starting line, and we'll get started. So it won't take as long to get into this next race.
Taylor, we keep coming down to you. It's killing your time relaxing down there on Spa Beach.
Yeah, I thought this was called Spa Beach for a reason, but let me tell you, the energy is high, and I'm about to speak with Barron. You took the win in the AM 200 class, and what a battle out there. You are a young rider out here, Monster Energy athlete. What was it like battling with these guys? Huge field.
Yeah, it was definitely interesting. Split section's new, so that's always different now. Definitely got rough there, but yeah, it was fun.
Lots of whitewash. I was watching that. You guys kind of had limited visibility. What are you looking for out there on the track with that water spraying everywhere?
Yeah, honestly, you're just trying to predict the waves. Like, you can't really see anything, and they come out of nowhere, and the sun, honestly, was being really weird. They'd get shady, and then it'd get really sunny in some spots. So, yeah, it was sort of tricky.
Conditions were a little bit difficult, but you pulled it off. We've still got more to go. What is your strategy heading into the next motos tomorrow?
Just stay smooth, get a good start, and get out of the way of everyone else. Just try not to get run over.
Try not to get run over. And then tell me a little bit about what it's like running with the 300s. They kind of mix you, the 200 class and the 300s together. Does that make a difference for your race?
I think it sort of makes it fun just because there's more people to battle, and always those 300 dudes are fast, so it makes you push a little bit harder, and you want to beat them too. Show who's really the best. So yeah.
A little bit of extra motivation doesn't hurt.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, congratulations. I'm going to let you go get some rest. I'm going to see if I can wade out into the water and find our AM 300 winner. Otherwise, I'll be right back.
I think she's looking for a lounge chair.
Yeah, I think we're pretty comfortable.
I'm just messing with her. She's doing a great job down there, as is Tristan over in the offshore boats, which is way over there by that airport, Michael, on the other side. I don't know if you've had it. Well, you were over there yesterday for the pit party doing the trophy presentations and all that, but that's, as you take a look at the layout here at St. Pete, this is where all the pit action is for the pro watercraft, and then all the way over there by that airport at the top of the screen is where the offshore power boats were getting in and out of the water on the big cranes, and then to the right of that is where the pit area has been laid out on the road over there, which is also the IndyCar course when they kick off their season here.
Right, it's a huge footprint that we have here when we come with this IHRA event. And you can see just how big it is and how massive it is. And I tell you, Ralph, I brought my scooter this weekend. I don't know about you, but to get from one side to the other.
I brought tennis shoes. I needed the scooter. Taylor, Noah Dolly got a lucky break, but took full advantage of it, and he's our winner of our last race.
I think plenty of skill and lots of hunger. It is Noah Daly out here battling with the brother, and you are the younger one. What is that conversation going to be like right now? You and your brother going, hey, guess what? I got the win.
Honestly, me and my brother have been training with each other since we were very little, riding snowmobiles together, riding jet skis, and honestly, there's no hard feelings if we beat each other because we're both family. We want to see each other do good. And, I'm just pretty pumped on the win today because this is my first year in the 300 class. Last year I was riding a Yamaha in the 200 class, and it's just a different boat, new year, new series, and I'm just happy to get it done. And hopefully I can keep it going in round 2 and 3 tomorrow.
That's definitely what we want to hear. Obviously, when you have new equipment, you're starting new, the expectations are pretty low, but you've now set your expectations pretty darn high for the rest of these competitors. You've got a little bit of a target on your back in these next motos, don't you think?
I think I might a little bit, but I just got to keep it pushing and try and stay consistent. The hardest thing on the track was probably the split sections because it was really tight and it was just kind of hard to stay on the boat. I almost flew off a few times, but that's part of racing and we had fun, so that's all that matters.
That is all that matters. Where's your brother at? Did he take off? He took off.
I think he messed up his leg a little bit, so he's just healing up. Well, not healing up, but just chilling out for now. So.
Chilling out for now. Well, congratulations. That was an excellent race.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to get into some more racing with the pros.
I'm going to guess, Michael, when Noah gets back home, he's going to have no interest in pulling that snowmobile out. He's just going to want to do more laps on that Sea-Doo there and get ready for round 2 in Louisiana.
Well, we might have to put him in the relocation program.
Yeah.
Bring him down to Florida.
Yeah.
So the Pro Enduro class, you can see they're getting staged right now down at the progressive staging area as they work their way out to where they'll be starting. And if you were standing on Spa Beach, that would be the top left-hand side or northeast side of the track. And 18 riders, I believe, going to start in this one. We had 2 no-shows on that last one, so we got 18 riders that'll be starting on this one. Jay Edward, who grabbed the whole shot in that first race out of Canada, he led pretty much the whole race. However, he missed 2 buoys right at the beginning, and those buoys you couldn't go back and pick up because he didn't make the effort to go take them. So he just kind of straight lined the track. So he was docked a lap, and unfortunately for him, that cost him an overall win, and the win went to Jay Finlinson. Finlinson, a part of the Syracuse Mafia, they call themselves. A bunch of youngsters that have been racing out of Syracuse, Indiana for speed racing and Ignite racing.
And we welcome you into our broadcast tent. Hi, everybody. Ralph Shaheen with you. Michael Young joining me as we get ready for this final race of the day. A full schedule of competition again tomorrow. You'll see here on Speed Sport 2, Speed Sport 1, and IHRA.TV. We'll have more pro watercraft competition for you, and of course, more of the season opener for the Offshore Powerboat Championship. Michael, number 1 takeaway from the weekend?
Well, I'll tell you, new organization, professionalism unparalleled, and just everybody having a good time. You know, I mean, a lot of times, like I said, it takes a small army to do this, and you don't always get everything that you want, but everything has just been hunky-dory this weekend.
What does it mean for the sport of watercraft racing to have the IHRA involved now?
Well, I think it's very big for the brand. You know, I mean, our brand and their brand. And when we can come together and we have somebody like Dustin Farthing, who has been involved with a lot of the factory teams and so forth, that is heading up the IHRA brand on the watercraft side, it really helps because he's able to go out there and he's able to pick up all that support that we haven't had throughout the last several years. And with him able to pick up that support, then we're able to travel to a lot more of these places, get on TV, and get this sport back on its feet, back where it needs to be. You can see the racers lining up, and Ralph, I'll tell you, it's kind of like herding cats out there. You know, you got 18 guys that are pros that are ready to go racing. First day of racing for their 2026 campaign. And I know on the first start here, a little earlier this morning, we did have a red flag. And once again, they try to make sure that all these riders are lined up as even as possible. And what they'll do is they'll take them till they're going about 18 miles per hour, and then they're going to drop the green flag. So again, your winner of Moto number 1, Jay Finlinson, he'll be on boat number 55. Noah Skips out of New Zealand took a second on boat number 373. Devin Farthing took a third on boat number 6. Tori Snyder, fifth on 110. And Vanjie Ramjeet out of the Cayman Islands, boat number 116, he took a fifth. So those were your top 5 from Moto 1, and those are the ones you're probably going to be looking for in this one.
Here we go.
All righty. And
let's see who gets the whole shot, headed to buoy number 1.
That was Russo. They just had the camera on there, boat number 77 out of Sarasota. That was the father of the son who was winning in that last one.
See the run they've got all the way down to that first big buoy, right at the tip of the pier here. There is the 77 right there of Jason Russo.
And Russo been racing for about 25 years.
He's got a lot of challengers up the inside, including Finlinson, the winner of the opener earlier today. And it looked like Noah Skips is in there. Yep, that's Noah right there next to him in the yellow. And Noah, the lumberjack out of New Zealand.
Right, then you got Jay Edworthy right there, who slams the door shut. That was your top 2 the last race. However, Edworthy on 477, he's the one that got penalized, and Finlinson took the win. So these guys are right there, bond rail, side by side once again. Edworthy trying to goose that throttle, get himself out of trouble, but you can see how Finlinson is trying to stay in that clean water. Finlinson comes from another racing family. His father, Brian Finlinson, used to be an expert national champion here in the USA.
Finlinson already screaming past Spa Beach and headed back out into deeper water here at Tampa Bay. Finlinson on the 55. Edgeworthy giving him a run.
Yeah, he was able to close that door.
Edworthy out front here now as we head to that far buoy out in the water. They'll make the right and make their way over to the pier.
And Edworthy, the elder statesman out there, he's about 25 years older than Finlinson. Just seen Jay last night, just turned 20 a couple of weeks ago.
See that boat coming completely out of the water.
And that is another one of those Jet X Sea-Doos. And the Dolly family, I was telling you about the Dollys who won the last race. Ryan Dolly, the father, actually does all the wrenches for these guys right here, spins all the wrenches. So showing you that he can not only do it in the 200 class, but he's got some power in the 300 class as well.
And he's got it figured out. Edworthy taking full advantage of it. Not only does he have the horsepower, but that boat really turns sharp. It'll maximize the corner speed.
You know, I'm glad to see Edworthy back out here. It was about 4 years ago up in Michigan City. We had a big event up there, and he had a really bad broken leg. Ended up taking a season off and came back last year, did very well last year. Thought about retiring, and he said, you know what, Mike? Came in second place on the tour last year. He's like, I want to get that win before I go into retirement. So he's doing what he's got to do to get that done right now.
See the split lane here. Finlinson to the far inside. Edworthy just comes out of the section. Finlandson right behind him. That's your gap between first and second as we get inside of 30 minutes to go here, plus 1 lap, down to 27 minutes. There's the 3:33. Keeping an eye on that boat.
That's Jose Acosta from Pinned Up Performance over in Hudson, Florida. Taking a look right now, your top 3. You still got Edworthy out in front, followed by Finlandson. Noah Skips, the New Zealander, the Kiwi, back there in 3rd. Russo in 4th, and Devin Farthing, Dev Dog, out of Ackworth, Georgia, who I believe just graduated from the University of Tennessee, back there in the 5th spot. You got Tori Snyder in 6th, who lives in nearby Bradenton, sponsored by Snyder Built and Judge Motorsports. Camden Powell comes from Syracuse, Indiana. His father, another one of the former champions, and Banji Ramjeet has slipped back to 8th. Let's take a look at this replay. And it looked like that's boat number 176 having an issue right there. She's sponsored by the Miami Jet Ski Shop, Valentina Lescano, who is the only female in the field. Edworthy takes a look around, trying to find out where Finlandson is. And then Finlandson battled it out the whole first moto. Finlandson entering that inside split right there. The inside split consists of the green buoys. The outside split are the blue buoys, if you hear us refer to one of the splits. And Edworthy getting ready to come out of that inside split right now. And he'll work his way around the jetty and onto the front section of the track.
This is Martin Icewicks, out of Parrish, Florida, on the Sea-Doo.
Yeah, he owns a shop called Fast Power Sports.
He sits back in 13th right now. Interesting paint scheme or wrap scheme on that boat.
Oh, yeah.
Don't see a lot of light brown beige.
It represents his character, Ralph. I'll just say that.
Well,
he is a colorful one.
It's interesting, I can tell you that. And one of a kind.
Alrighty, just under 25 minutes left to go here in the pro class. And
in the day, because this would be the last race of the day here. Everybody will get a quick break, fast dinner, hopefully an early night to bed, some good rest, and back at it first thing in the morning here.
Yeah, that's right. If you like what you're seeing, pick up your phone a friend, and let them know. We're going to be back tomorrow. So no changes on that last time. Still Edworthy, Finlandson, and Skips, as I take a look over, trying to look at some of the pro lap times. Now, the amateur lap times were hovering right over 2 minutes, about 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Here in the pros, Jay Edworthy, fastest lap time so far, a 1:41.161, and his last lap time, a 1:55.047. So not slipping too far off the pace as we close in on a third of this race being complete.
Edworthy, the race leader here on that 477, should be back out front when we come back to the IHRA's Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix. Plenty more to go as we are inside of 25 minutes remaining in this pro endurance race. Stay with us. We're coming right back to Florida.
For the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Supercat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Take a look at this. Sugar white sand, glistening Gulf Coast waters, and record-breaking sunshine. No wonder the beaches of St. Pete-Clearwater have been named some of the best in the world. And if we stopped there, you might miss the best parts, like world-class museums and murals that fill the streets, Michelin-recognized dining, and ancient mangrove adventures, live music, and so much more. Come explore at visitspc.com.
Indigenous SMX 250 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt
him. When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on.
Is it time
to show that I got that dog here, right?
Hey, Deegan wins! The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross West, #1 plate.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
Welcome back to St. Petersburg, Florida. Ralph Shaheen, Michael Young, Taylor Snyder, covering the IHRA Pro Watercraft competition here.
And Ralph, it doesn't look like any changes since we went to commercial. As now we go on board with the 116 of Angie Ramjeet. Ramjeet currently running in the 8th place position on the VR Motorsports Yamaha.
Yeah, but that clock keeps ticking as we get down close to 20 minutes to go here.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of a battle of attrition while you're out there. You know, I always said it's kind of a hat trick to get a win in the Pro Endurance 300 classes. We take a look at DMAC, and the first thing that you need is you need to be in shape. You need to be in shape for 30 minutes plus a lap and know that you can handle it. Second thing is your boat has got to be able to handle it. But my thing, and my most important thing, is you got to have the mental capacity, because you kind of put yourself in cruise control as you get to the latter stages of these 30-minute races. Taking a look at Tori Snyder from right down the street in Bradenton, Florida. Tori's father, another former national champion in personal watercraft racing for many, many years. And he's down there in the pits, cheering on his chip off the old block. 477 back on board with Edworthy. And Edworthy's got the elbows up, very similar to motocross. He's in that attack position.
You know, these riders are in such great shape. And Vanjeet, who sits back there in 7th, says he doesn't train, doesn't practice. He builds skis, though, and he says that's where he gets his practice.
Well,
which I think is an interesting approach, but it's working for him right now inside the top 10.
Well, he's got a 2-year-old, too. So he chases the 2-year-old around a lot.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, Vanjie moved up to the United States just a couple of years ago.
From Loganville, right?
Yep, he's up in Loganville now, but originally from Cayman Islands, down there in Georgetown, just outside Georgetown. There's boat number 6, Dev Dog, Devin Farthing. And Farthing, always one of the favorites here in this class. Devin, again, originally from Ackworth, Georgia, sponsored by Monster Energy, as well as Farthing Racing. And he is up into that 4th spot. Tori Snyder, boat number 110, into 5th. And Camden Powell now on the move up into 6th. We got Edworthy, Finlayson, and Skip still running 1, 2, 3, but we've had a little swapping back there at 4, 5, and 6.
Devin, of course, a 3-time world champion in the pro class. Senior at the University of Tennessee. So if he wins, we'll have to see if Taylor can get him to sing Rocky Top. And he majored in business management, so he'll be ready to take over the business from Pops. Dustin has built quite a power sports empire.
Yes, he has. And, you know, you've heard of Peloton before, right?
Oh, of course.
Well, they have Peloton championships and everything like that. Well, Devin is actually rated in the top 1 of Peloton riders. Interesting sidebar.
Things you won't say when you include my name into the conversation is Peloton champion of anything.
Right. I can spell it. That's about it.
Yeah, that's all I need to do with that. Peloton anything. No offense to the good folks at Peloton. It's not what I'm built for.
Yeah, me neither. Edworthy's still leading the pack around, and as we take a look over, we've just got about 17 minutes, 45 seconds remaining, so just over half this race remaining. Haven't had too many lead changes, but this is where mistakes start happening, and I was talking about that whole thing with the mental capacity.
Well, not only that, this is where your equipment gets tested, because as we saw in the last one, you can lead it all the way up to the very end. We were, less than 5 minutes from the finish. Baldwin, who had absolutely dominated the first 30 minutes of the Moto almost, finds himself floating and not going forward.
Luckily for Caden, he's got 2 more motos to work on them scores for this weekend as we head into the split section there with our 2 race leaders. And I believe that's Jay Edworthy and Finlayson. And going on board now with boat number 20, that's Biswitz. Biswitz still back in the 12th place position.
I gotta say, the beige is a different color, but it looks good with the red and the black woven together there. You might not think it, which if somebody just told you, how about beige? I don't know about that, but I know you're not supposed to do green on your race car. But beige, I don't know, but it works.
Showed a picture of Edworthy, who works on a chicken farm up in Canada. Believe it or not, we call him the chicken man in the pits. He's been racing again for just a couple of decades now, but comes from a closed course background, which is a much smaller, much tighter technical course. And as he's aged a little bit, he likes this more wide open stuff, and he likes the speed. He has the need for speed, no doubt about that. Jay Edworthy, again out of Burlington, Ontario, Canada.
It's up in Toronto area, right?
Yep.
Long run after that far buoy. Make the right-hander out there and head over towards the pier.
That's Edworthy.
Oh man, look at Edworthy really taking a shot there. Boy, Michael, that comes right up through your arms.
Yeah, you got to figure the G's that he's taken, and you know that at this point, with nearly 2/3 of the lap or the race done, that he's got to be starting to feel that arm pump.
Oh, no doubt about it. That's the corner right there where you make the right, just off the left side of the pier, head back towards Spa Beach. Edworthy looks like he's leaving Spa Beach and headed out to the far end of the racetrack now.
Yeah, it looks like he's put a little bit of real estate between he and second place. Second place still Finlayson on boat number 55.
And you saw him stand up there for a little bit. My guess is that's him probably stretching the legs out, opening up those knees a little bit. Knows he's got a few more minutes to go, about half distance. He's probably been working pretty hard. Got to take a little bit of break off there if you can.
Yeah, stretching that back. You know, that's a big thing in personal watercraft racing. Obviously, you don't have no shocks like you would have in motorcycle racing.
Get your arms and your legs. That's it.
That's it, yeah. So these guys and gals will stretch out your back. So a lot of times you'll see them when they get on a straightaway, just kind of lift up a little bit. But Edworthy, he's got a very different riding style. He's very aggressive, and you can see how that could mess your back up right there, because he's actually trying to sit on the boat and keep the boat hooked up, but it's actually popping up all the time, and that's going to pop him right back down, and hopefully he doesn't hurt his back like that. And there's the 110 of Tori Snyder. Nice overhead drone shot there of Tori.
Big bolts and jolts that would shake any recreational rider are just little ripples to these guys and gals.
Yeah, a lot of these guys and gals, they like the rougher water because it kind of separates the men from the boys. It doesn't matter how much money you got or how much money you got into your equipment. It matters how good you ride. And so a lot of these racers, they like the rougher water. Here this weekend, not as bad. In that amateur race, there was 38 riders out there, so it was a little rougher.
It's going to separate those that are in shape, those that did their training in the off-season, from those that didn't. And we're going to separate from the booth for a second, head over to Spa Beach and Taylor.
Mikey, you are absolutely right. These guys are looking for choppy water. What that means, when you have a manufacturer, you choose a hole and you either go with the choppy or the smooth. Some of these guys thought the wind was going to pick up and the conditions were going to be a little bit choppier. Right now, it's feeling pretty smooth. So that's where it really separates. Those guys that chose the smooth hole are taking off, and the guys that chose the choppy hole are having to fight this battle to get back to the front. So choice matters before the race.
Yeah, but don't park that choppy hole just yet, because you're going to probably need it tomorrow.
Yeah, that's for sure. Like I said, the wind was supposed to pick up toward the latter stages of the day. These guys knew that they didn't race till the latter stages of the day, so a lot of people switching to Yamahas. They'll have a Yamaha and a Sea-Doo in some of the trailers down there. The Sea-Doo being a little bit lighter, it's going to bounce a little bit more in the rougher water, whereas the Yamaha is more like a tank, and it's going to trudge right through. And again, like you pointed out, Ralph, the results of that last race showed that, where we had the top four that were Sea-Doos, and then we had a couple of Yamahas and then more Sea-Doos.
Yep. As we've been talking about, tomorrow that wind is supposed to dramatically pick up. We're not expecting any weather, but just a huge increase in wind, and that could definitely make a difference in what we see condition-wise on the water for both the pro watercraft and the offshore powerboat racing tomorrow.
Jay Edworthy takes a look over his shoulder as he puts Bizowitz a lap down there. That was Bizowitz, who was just flanked to his left. So
and as we say that, too, I got the breeze starting to pick up again here in our booth. We are in an open-air booth, basically a tent, if you will, right here on the pier. And that breeze coming straight from our left and right across the pier.
Yeah, it's a nice northwesterly breeze.
And there you see it right there. You can see the Jumbotron, and in between the Jumbotron and the palm trees is where we're sitting. And here's Edworthy right here, getting around Martin on that 20.
Yeah, nice clean pass. He's known for being a very clean rider, and it's always good to see Jay in the pits. I'm still wondering how far back that Finlayson is on boat number 55, because he hasn't really been in the picture since about the second or third lap. Just about 11 minutes left on the ticker here. So we're
in one lap.
Yep. Gotta have that. And we've seen it burn some people earlier this weekend so far, too, because they'll wait actually until time expires before they throw that white flag out.
So you were wondering how far back Finlayson is. He's 6 seconds back in second place, and it's quite a bit further back to the Lumberjack, Noah Skips from New Zealand, and then Devin Farthing even further back in fourth.
Yeah, Farthing and Snyder look to be like the best battle on the board there. Only about 5 seconds between them, and that's your battle for fourth and fifth place. As we go back on board with Jay right there, looks like he's got another back marker in front of him. We'll see if this back marker slows him down or if he can get around unscathed.
So Snyder, who's born and raised down in Bradenton, Florida, just 30 minutes from here, has his CDL. He's a CDL driver during the day, runs dumpsters during the day, and he's fast on the land and the water, and he's showing that here today. Tori sits in fifth right now on the 110.
Yeah, he and his father own Snyder Built Construction down there. Great company, and then they've got Tim Judge, who is a world-famous mechanic in our industry and a former BMX racing champion who does all the mechanic maintenance for it.
Less than 10 to go in one lap.
Nice outline of the backside of the course. So come to this yellow tetrahedron, and that's where they turn in and they make the decision on whether they're going to go to the inside or outside. 221, that's Dave Davidson. Dave, another one of the veterans of our sport that comes to us from north of the border up in Canada. He's also out of the Ontario area.
Probably spends a bunch of time on Lake Mississauga.
Yeah, him and his wife Lori pack up the motorhome, and they show up at almost all the races. I bet they got some frequent miles on that motorhome.
Oh yeah. It's a long tow from there to here.
Yeah, especially when you got to do it about 5 or 6 times a year.
Yeah.
And Edworthy looking to go wire to wire here. We'll see if Finlayson's got anything for him. And Skips right now, he's a little too far back at this point, unless Edworthy has a mechanical issue. And stranger things have happened, especially this late in the game right here with only about 21 and a half minutes left to go. Or, I'm sorry, 21 and a half minutes down.
And just less than 8.5 minutes remaining plus one lap. Don't forget the debut of the Pro Pulling League is coming up here on Speed Sport 2 at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. We're getting underway here shortly. As soon as we're done with this, we'll be headed over there. We'll be joining them in progress. My good buddy Ken Stout will be calling that action over there. They're up in Kentucky today. First event for their 2026 season.
Well, it looks like Ramjeet has moved through the pack a little bit, and I've got to wonder if Noah Skips is having some issues on boat number 373 because he went from third place to 8th place in just the last couple of laps. Devin Farthing has moved up into third behind Finlayson and Edworthy. Snyder in fourth, and Banji Ramjeet finds himself in fifth from 8th 2 laps ago.
Yeah, Skips was well up in that top 5, now almost out of the top 10.
Yeah, we were
Well,
talking.
as we said, we get to the end of the enduro, you just never know what's going to happen. That's why even that last lap is important. So stay with us for the finish coming up on Speed Sport 2.
Narrative that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is definitive. Top of the throne in the league. How you moving so on his feet? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
Beautiful high wide shot here at the IHRA Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix as we're watching our IHRA Pro Watercraft wrapping up their pro endurance race for the afternoon here. And Michael, as we were getting ready to go to break here, we had a beautiful high wide shot as well. Then I want you to take a look at this. There's one boat that was way off course to the inside. Look at the line. He's got to cut way back to get over there.
Okay, so what that buoy is right there, that is a penalty buoy. So if you miss a buoy out on the track, you must hit that penalty buoy on the same lap. If you don't hit it on the same lap, you're automatically deducted a lap.
So he did what he had to do.
Right.
And he's back in the race and didn't lose a position. Wanted to make sure we talked about that, explain it to the viewers at home that might have seen it as well. Wondering what they were doing over there.
I see one racer on the move out there, and it's one of the Sea-Doo factory racers and a great representative of the sport, and that's boat number 22, Anthony Radetic. Anthony is paralyzed, but I'll tell you what, he is definitely not handicapped. He was a helicopter pilot over in the Persian Gulf War, came back and unfortunately was in a bad motorcycle accident. But he's been racing with us for several years, and he represents personal watercraft racing all over the world.
That is fantastic to see. As we are inside of 4 minutes and 1 to go, and this is when things went terribly wrong for Baldwin. The amateur endurance race that took place just before this one. Hopefully Edworthy and Finlayson and Farthing don't have similar issues here.
And you can see Edworthy's last lap time around was about a minute 57, 2:31. And if that's the case, they should only have about 3 more laps to go. Again, Edworthy, Finlayson, Farthing, Snyder, Ramjeet, Radetic, Davidson, Skips, Lagopoulos, and Mack are your top 10. And this is the second moto here of our Pro Endurance. Third moto will be coming up tomorrow. Make sure you stay tuned. And you can check out the IHRA Facebook page for all of our schedules. Lots of racing to get through tomorrow. We've got one more moto here in the pro class. We'll have 2 motos in that amateur 200 and 300 class. We've also got another moto in our closed course pro ski GP class that'll be coming up tomorrow morning. So we invite everybody back for that. Edworthy not looking back after a great start. You can see them exiting the outside split. They'll come around the jetties into the double reds, into the double yellows. And that was Edworthy back there at the MasterCard buoy. You see the yellow buoy and the red buoy.
Yep.
Tie them up and it looks like the old MasterCard. So that's where you make your decision on whether you want to go inside or outside on that split section.
Inside of 2 minutes now and 1 lap to go. So that's basically 2 to 2.5 laps left of this one.
So Edworthy trying to turn this one into a snoozer, looking to go wire to wire here over Finlayson. Farthing able to work his way through the pack, didn't get the greatest of starts, moved himself up into that third place position. Torrey Snyder, another one, didn't have the greatest of starts, but you always see Torrey up in the top 5. This guy is very consistent, and he lives on, the quote, that's consistency that builds championships, and you don't have to win every battle to win the war.
Torrey there on that 110.
Closing in on a minute, and that means that Edworthy will possibly get the white flag. It all depends on how quick he gets around to Spa Beach. But he's been running some pretty good lap times. Like I said, he was running right around 55 seconds. And he's working his way alongside the pier right now. So they probably won't give him the white flag on this lap. They'll give it to him on the next lap, Ralph.
Yeah, I don't see him getting there. Be a little too quick, I think, this time. When you're that far out in front, that's okay. You don't mind it. When you're just hanging on, oh boy, throw that flag. I want to get out of here.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we call the white flag a lot of times the hallelujah flag, which at that point you're saying hallelujah, only one more lap to go.
Yeah. Edworthy will run another circuit before he sees that white.
Looks like he is getting ready to exit that outside split right now. He's got buoy to negotiate, and there he comes from the outside. And it looks
now
like
he'll see the white flag when he comes back past Spa Beach this time.
Yeah. So time has expired here in the Pro Runabout 300 Moto number 2. Some great endurance racing going on out here.
Quick look over the shoulder to see where Finlayson is at. Just reconfirm that he doesn't have to push it too hard. Just don't make a mistake. Don't let anything happen to the boat. Get yourself to the finish now.
Well, after that first moto and the situation that happened with him, you knew that he was going to come back in his second moto with a vengeance.
Oh, yeah, he was on a mission, and it's pretty soon it's going to be mission complete.
Takes another look behind him, wants to see where Finlayson was. Now, last time we checked, Finlayson was about 6 seconds behind him. So he's got a fairly comfortable lead right now. Edworthy, Finlayson, Farthing, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you can let him close in a little bit without having to worry too much, but you don't want to let him get right up on your backside. I think he's more than comfortable with that right now.
Nice shot of a split track right there.
Let's see if we can pick him up. Here he is.
And I believe that would put him right out in front of a pier. He'll come in.
Headed back towards Spa Beach for the final time.
Boy, great race there by Jay Edworthy. Congratulations to him and the JetX team. I know that they've been pushing for this since last season. And here they are in the season opener, Moto number 2, and it looks like they're going to get exactly what they've been working for. You can see the guy splitting off again. Okay, they call that insurance. Okay, so if he did miss a buoy, if somebody called him to miss a buoy, he went and picked up the buoy anyway. He didn't have to pick up that buoy, but he just basically got some insurance right there because he had a big enough lead that he could come back in and there would be no issues.
There's Farthing, who should be looking at a nice podium finish here today. Devin having a good run. And Edworthy on the Sea-Doo, sponsored by Riva JetX, HydroTurf, Hamburger Flooring Covering, London Recreational Team Vincent, making his way across the front of Spa Beach for the final time here this afternoon. He will take the checkers in the Pro Endurance race here to wrap up this Saturday here as he looks back over his shoulder. How far in front of him was I? Well, you were far enough, Jay. Don't worry about it. Now we're told that was the white flag. Let me confirm that. believe that was it.
Yeah, time had expired.
Yeah. Yep, that's it. I don't see anybody going further out at speed, so that was definitely the end of it. A little bit of confusion here.
Again, congratulations to your top 5, Jay Edworthy, Jay Finlinson, Devin.
We got confirmation, Michael, that was the checker flag, I should say. So Edworthy taking the win. Finlinson will take second. Another trip to the podium for him today. Devin Farthing gets third. Tori Snyder holds on for fourth. And Vanjit Ramji gets fifth to round out the top 5 here this afternoon. The opening weekend of the IHRA Pro Watercraft Championship. Edworthy can celebrate this one. He's going to stay in it a little bit longer because when you had a run like that, why not, right?
Well, a lot of times they're going so fast that they're not looking up and seeing that white flag, so a lot of them will take an extra lap and will have to get a marshal to go out and get them. But Ralph, certainly has been a pleasure hanging out with you here in the booth.
That it has been, Michael. Good to see you again. I know you got a busy day again tomorrow, calling all the action, and we'll, I'm sure, see you in Lake Pontchartrain.
Fantastic. You have a wonderful day. And always a pleasure.
Okay, buddy. Good seeing you. Double confirmation on the checkered flag there with Edworthy and the checkered flag up on the scaffolding. And there's Farthing completing his day. Let's head down to Taylor.
What an incredible day of racing here. Pro Watercraft's out on the water. It was an absolutely stacked field. And like I said this morning, this is where the storylines start to form. You've got Coy Curtis taking an absolute sweep in the ski GP classes. You've got stars like Caden Baldwin, who showed a real promise out there. Unfortunately, he got out early for a little bit of a medical issue, but he's coming in strong. And then you've got your pro guys out here, Jay Edworthy, finding that redemption today. So we're going to have a great time tomorrow following these storylines, seeing these new guys come in and really punch their way to the front. It's going to be a great day of racing tomorrow, like it was today, and the beach is packed. So if you're not here, make sure you guys make your way out to Spa Beach. It's an incredible view all the way along the pier. I'm going to head back to the booth, and then once these guys start coming in, I'm going to see if I can grab a quick word with the winner. Obviously, I've made my way to the water, so I'm going to stay here all night, gentlemen.
I don't blame you, Taylor, not one bit. I don't know what's a better spot to watch the races from, up here on the pier or down there at Spa Beach. I know what's a more relaxing spot is down on the beach over there, but the view up here on the pier is pretty spectacular too.
It's great both places, I'll tell you what. I mean, you know, toes and sand's always good, but, you know, the breezy pier view up here is a pretty amazing place to watch this as well. There's a lot of great comfortable seats and good stuff going on up here near that VIP.
And that's where Edworthy won this race, Shane, was at that first buoy. He got the whole shot, got to that first buoy, and he was gone.
I'll tell you what, that gentleman has had one heck of a day.
Sure has. Sure has.
He's got to be happy with his performances today.
Yep. Little trouble post-race for Edworthy after that first one. Technically didn't get the win there, but overall he gets the win here in this one. But if you look at the whole weekend, he was very fast.
Yes, he was. He's definitely got that particular ski set up and dialed in.
And it's going to be interesting to see what they do tomorrow, if they go with the choppy hull or the smooth hull, depending on what the course gives us. We had all Sea-Doos on the top 3 of the first race here late this afternoon. We get 2 Sea-Doos and a Yamaha here in our Pro Endurance final.
I think these guys are going to have to rack their brain tonight to figure out what their preparation and plan is going to be for tomorrow because of the changing conditions with the waves.
Yeah, Finland's in 17.9 seconds behind Edworthy at the finish. It's going to be a lot of concern, a lot of double guessing, triple guessing. Which way do we go? What do we do? And there goes our 10th almost, as the wind is really picking up now. And everybody's going to be thinking about that come tomorrow. They said the wind was going to pick up late afternoon, and
boy, it sure has.
Here we are at 5:45 East Coast time, and Buddy has it. And I'm sure you can hear it through our microphones here. So, Shane, we wrap up day number 1.
I'll tell you what, it was an outstanding day. Everybody was just mind blown. All the feedback that we've been getting on our footage today and the racing action, everybody was safe. There wasn't any carnage. It was a great day. Everybody had fun. The fans were blown away, and we got more of this action coming tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be another spectacular day of racing. Incredible views like this. And now it's time to hear from Jay Edworthy, our winner, who's with Taylor.
Absolutely, and what a win that was, Jay. You were looking for that redemption, obviously, in race number 1 with those penalties. An unfortunate move back to 14th, but you showed us all that you had it in the bag today. What an incredible win.
Thank you very much. No, just first round jitters. We got to rub the cobwebs out. We haven't ridden for a while. Just so happy for all the guys that come down, and so happy to be here. And the new series that's coming out of this is really awesome. And yeah, we got the boat working real good, and I'm feeling good this year. I just got to shake out the cobwebs and keep trudging forward, man. Looking forward to the next race and the next round, and we're looking at this year the same as we did last year, like I said before. Hopefully we can improve one step, and we can maybe take the championship this year.
I have no doubt you're going to look for that improvement tomorrow. You obviously won 1 moto last year here in St. Pete, so this seems to be like a really, really good location for you.
Yeah, it's the water conditions are pretty favorable to the Sea-Doos today, and this year we made maybe a few changes, and I've been stepping up my program too. So, yeah, it's anybody's game out there. There's a lot of good riders out there and all the teams, and there's a lot of young guys out there, and I'm just happy that I can get out and have a good time with all the fine people that come out to the races.
Wonderful. Congratulations, Jay Edworthy. I found my seat. I'm going to just get a ride back with you if that's okay. I'm going to sit on this, but I'll see you guys later. We're going to have some more racing tomorrow.
Shane, Edworthy better take that lanyard with him out of there so that boat can't roll, because knowing her, she might just push him off and disappear on that.
Yeah, I think she might go take a lap or two for herself. You know, that's
probably
what I'd be concerned with.
She's probably pretty quick. Watch out. Well, the pier is emptied out. Race fans are headed back looking for something to eat in downtown St. Pete as they get ready to come back for another spectacular day of racing tomorrow. What do you expect? What decisions would you be making tonight?
You know, it's going to be a tough one. I think there's going to be some sleepless nights, a lot of second guessing, as you said, or some really, really early risers to get in here and really try to evaluate what's going to happen. The weather's going to change a lot. They're going to have to adjust setups, weight distribution. I think we're going to see a lot of prop changing. You know, there's just going to be so much to change on this from qualifying and races today. So they definitely have their work cut out for them. Luckily, these guys have a lot of data. They've been in rough conditions before, and I think they've got a playbook that's going to help them out.
Yeah, we're going to kick things off right here on Speed Sport 2, 9 a.m. Eastern time. We'll have more pro watercraft racing at that point in time. Then at 10 a.m. Eastern, we'll bring up Speed Sport 1 as well, and you can watch everything live and free right there all day long with our Offshore Powerboat Championship and Pro Watercraft all the way to the end of the weekend here at Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix. And it should be spectacular. It should be another day of beautiful sunshine. Great racing action on the water, but we're expecting even more wind, and that's going to change the course conditions. We expect some big waves and a lot of great action-packed airborne racing with these boats, the watercraft and the offshore machines. Ken Stout and my friends with the Pro Pulling League getting ready to go. They're coming up your way next, right here live and free on Speed Sport 2. For Shane and Taylor and Tristan and Michael Young, I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long for now. We'll see you here in St. Pete tomorrow. Good night, everybody.